ready to tweet it.
I can't find it. I'm sure it's probably there.
It should be up any second now.
Oh yeah, here we go.
You got it. Glad you got it. I ain't got it.
It was live just then. I could just see us then. Yeah, still there. I can see myself crunching me inside of my mouth. Interesting content, this. Well, it keeps going. That's weird.
The fuck?
We're definitely live.
All right. Hello. We're live.
We're live.
Andy, say hello to the people while I'm pissing
Hello.
about myself. All right.
How are you doing? How are you both doing after 18 hours?
Andrew Martin says, you can answer this, Andy, for us while we're sending out links. Andrew Martin from Champman FPO Tactician, he says, when's all this available as a podcast?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, you do it, yeah.
I don't know. When will Manchild sort it out? Tomorrow?
Manchild said he'd have it all up by lunchtime, but I don't really trust him.
A few hours.
Who wants to listen to this as a podcast? You're having a bubble, Andy.
Imagine listening to Pictionary.
You've got to be some kind of...
You'd have to use your imagination for that.
Maybe he wants something to help him sleep again. Nice to see you representing Manchester United with your colours on, mate.
I thought I'd put it through the wash just for this.
And listen, we appreciate
after your podcast, 99, the 99.
It was good. And that was an enjoyable one, actually, to be fair.
I definitely enjoyed it.
This has been a mammoth effort, and you coming on at this time is very much appreciated, mate, because we're now powering through. I'm at the point now where I'm chilling now because we're on the last stretch. There's batteries in the camera, so I know the camera's not going to die a death. The mics are going to do whatever they're going to do, and if nothing else and everything else fails, you're just going to watch me and James sitting in our chairs for 3 hours.
I think the fact you've had different people on all throughout the day probably makes it not easy, but a little bit easier, I guess.
Yeah.
Because at least there's someone fresh to talk to.
We intentionally had a good fucking mix of topics and whatnot. It's like,
how many beers are you through at this point?
I don't know why
I'm only through 3, and that's part of my problem, right? James for about 8, I'm for about 3 because I'm trying to be sensible. But now I don't have to worry because I'm just going to see myself through. So I'm going to go and grab myself a beer. I'd get you one, Andy, if you're in the same room, but you're not. So
fly in, mate.
I wish I could.
It's
Stuck in
going to happen
Ireland.
one day.
One day, yeah, when there's no global pandemic going on. Now, I thought I better not drink too much too early if I'm on at 12. So I paced myself. Then it got to about 10 o'clock. I thought I'm pacing myself a bit too much. So I started speeding up a bit at that point. Thought we're going to be on in about 12 hours. So I was playing poker. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Just throwing away money every week.
So I heard that basically because you've got loads of followers and Tom Cantle's got loads of followers, you and him are having a competition about who can peak at the most viewers when you're on. Between the two of you, you're going to tweet like 300 times and get as many viewers as you can.
Is that right? That's the first. I have tweeted it though.
We're back up to 47. I think we'll cross over 100 now, and hopefully people in America
get the likes going, kids, and that'll help. I hate begging for that shit.
But you got to do it though. It's the YouTube thing.
But I'm not hateful for begging for the money because I'm telling these pricks now, like whatever's left, I'm paying myself. Don't make me put my own money in. Get me to $5,000. I don't care. I will do it at 5 to 12. Whatever.
What are you on now?
More than I can afford.
Invisibility mode. Whoever told me that the invisibility mode was there, Scarlet. Hopefully I'm back now, so it should be a bit better.
The only thing, by the way, just to let you guys know that I can see me moving around on YouTube, but all I see is a still from your end.
Keep watching.
Okay.
Now what can you see? The one and
only. I can see James grabbing a can.
Yeah,
and then you'll
30
see the
seconds. If you watch yourself there, Andy, it'll probably put yourself off because it's on a 30-second delay, basically.
Yeah, and to be fair, the camera had frozen for a second, but it's all up and running now. You know, with your setups, with live streams and all the rest of it, all this equipment and stuff, it's a ball ache.
Yeah, I don't have as much stuff as you've got there, that's for sure. I've got like a little webcam looking at me right now and a light, and that's about it, really. Not the kind of production that you guys have got running there.
You got a green screen there, Andy, so I'm a bit disappointed there ain't like dancing girls and stuff behind you.
That's pure laziness. I just can't be asked to ever put it down because there's nothing interesting. I'm literally like the wall is. It's like here, where the green screen is, where the wall is. So if I put it down, yeah, but if I bring the green screen down, it's just a white wall. So it's green screen or white wall.
Job done.
Let's ask the viewers on YouTube. Would you prefer green wall or white wall? They're blatantly gonna say white wall.
The thing is, if you got some creative people, you can do stuff with green screens that you can't do with white screens.
Indeed.
Oh, do you want to tell us about that? Because I understand.
Well, you know, like they use green screens for like everything, like Sky Sports News or whatever. All that crap around them's all green screen. It's just computer generated. So, if anyone's clever enough, they could take this picture right now and just put whatever they wanted behind me. Basically,
is he cussing my chat, man? Gaff?
How long have you been full-time content creating for FPL now? It must be like 3-4 months. Would you say?
It's more since November.
Well,
when I left EA.
7-8 months. And how's it been that 6-7 months? Enjoying your work more?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I am enjoying it. Up until there was like a global pandemic, that was a bit of a nightmare for various reasons. I know. But up until that point, it was good. Yeah, it was good to come and do something I really enjoyed. I was working at EA for like 8 years, so I was kind of I've been there a long time, so it was just good to do something different. Working from home is good as well. Bit of a weird way to a weird thing, to get used to. Yeah, it was good. I'm enjoying it so far. I know like there's a lot of talk about should football come back. Are people worried about it? I know like Steve though was saying earlier, he doesn't really care. I gotta be honest, I'm the opposite. I can't wait till it's back. I really can't. Yes, I'm not saying they should, risk safety and all that stuff, but I really want to see some football again. Premier League football, not Bundesliga.
Nice. I'm going to grab some grapes and a beer, and I'm going to be back in just a second. James, I'm going to leave you.
Grapes and a beer. That's a great combo.
Yeah, welcome to Planet FPL. Yeah, what do you think? I'll tell you the one thing we haven't really discussed with anyone today, Andy, and we can discuss it a bit with you now. But what do you feel about behind closed doors football? And I think we know that's what it's got to be, but I mean from the viewing experience, the FPL fan, etc. Do you think, from an FPL point of view, does it matter? Or because for me, I think it kills the experience completely.
I think it does matter because I'm not just watching football just for FPL. I don't think. I mean, some people will. I'm sure there are some people that just watch it just for FPL. But yeah, I'm not watching any of the Bundesliga. I'll be honest, so I don't know. But yeah, I can imagine it's weird. Like the crowd makes a huge difference. If you got, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but you have like a massive rival player, maybe a player that was at the club before, and they're playing in front of an empty stand. There's nothing to kind of get on their backs. I think that probably does make a big difference. Not to like every single player, but there'll be some players that can't cope with it. For example, they can't cope with the atmosphere or whatever it might be, and so yeah, it will be different. I'm sure it's weird. It's just weird. Like you score a great goal, it's just nothing.
I think we
just go back to kick off.
I'm not saying we really underplay, not necessarily me or yourself. I'm just generalising. I think the impact of fans will only be something that people realise when fans come back. I think it's like a given. I think it's very difficult to look at positives on the current situation, but I hope the way that fans are treated in terms of from their own clubs, their own supporters, like Spurs fans are treated badly by Tottenham Hotspur. That goes for probably 75% of Premier League clubs in terms of those that go every week. I really hope that what's happening now is going to lean into some sort of change there and get like when we had Emma Story on earlier, like listening to her talk about the fan experience in Germany. It's shit now in the Premier League generally for those that go every week in terms of we're client reference number. It doesn't matter to them whether we go or not because if I don't go, someone else will go, and that needs to change. And I hope that they'll realise that we are important.
Yeah, I don't want to be like the downer on this. I'm not massively confident much is going to change from this whole situation in general, both football and outside.
Worse, by the way.
Yeah, I just think once people can get back to normal, they just will. And there'll be such a demand for going to games that people won't matter. and that kind of sucks. But I'm not confident. I wish I was be more positive about it, but yeah, I'm not sure it will happen because there is just so much. There's just so. The thing is, like, for people that can't go week in week out, like there's so much money to go, especially if you're not living in the city. That there's always going to be a huge, want to go. There's going to be a huge amount of people. So yeah, I'm not sure I would. Not necessarily agree, but I hope that's how it would be, but I doubt it.
That's why it won't change. I mean, I don't really know the situation at United, but I mean, you'll know yourself, right? It's the biggest club, demand for tickets, sells out every week, no matter what. It could sell over the big games probably 2, 3, 4 times over, right? If the stadium was big enough. They don't care. Because if you don't go, someone else will go. And if someone
absolutely.
else don't go, the next. And that's part of the problem where there's like a real fan involvement in countries like Germany, for example, to have an impact in terms of what's happening. And I hope that the supporters trust, like the Tottenham Hotspur supporters trust, Spirit Shankly. I apologise, I don't know the name of the United supporters group, but I hope supporters groups like that will push for change in terms of dialogue. There's no dialogue between clubs and football fans anymore. It's long gone because, like what I said, they know that if you don't go, I'll go, or if I don't go, Suj will go.
And like London clubs and Manchester United and places like that, the amount of tourist fans nowadays as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They're just day trippers, as Emma used to call them earlier. Yeah, there's too many.
I mean, that's what I would be. Like, I don't live anywhere near Manchester, so I can't go week in, week out, even if I wanted to. And so, yeah, like I would try and get a ticket. And you're absolutely right. Like, if I can't go, if I can't afford to get a hotel, a flight, etc., someone else will be able to. So it would be nice if something would change, but the problem with the Premier League and stuff, it's just too much money involved. So I just don't. I don't know how much a supporters trust could have a big influence in, like, especially in the world of social media. Like, social media is so big that's where I can't remember. Were you talking about influences earlier on clubs from supporters and stuff? I don't know if I was listening to it on here or it was on Twitter or something, how big an influence it is. And I think social media is like a big thing. And I think clubs would probably care more about what is talked about there than however many people are involved in like a supporters club. Like how much pressure can they really put on a club, I guess? Like if it's big, then maybe they can make a difference, but I just don't know if they would be big enough to actually worry the guys at the top, who are the ones that are going to ultimately make those decisions.
So if you take, that said, Tottenham Hotspur Supporters Trust, Spirit Shankly, it's not particularly related to individual club, but those two sets of supporters trusts, and Arsenal and Chelsea as well, obviously those 4 clubs were in the European finals last year. So rather than being all enemies, which obviously especially Arsenal, Chelsea and Spurs are, they all club together to like get at UEFA in terms of the handling of European finals, etc. And we might even see some change in terms of ticketing pricing. I mean, the fact that the Europa League final was in Azerbaijan between 2 English clubs, etc., was a bit of a joke that fans couldn't really go. That's a long time before pandemic, etc. Make it affordable, etc. And in terms of clarity, so little clarity to fans. We're always, when decision making's done, we're always the last to know. Always the last. Even take a big transfer, media know before the fans know, and I'm not saying that's necessarily a big thing.
The majority of fans that get their voice
the last to know anything.
Yeah, but the majority of fans that get their voices heard are the moany bastards, James.
Well, like me, and I'm not one of them. Because I always say as well, like one of the reasons I don't moan about ticket prices is whatever Spurs charge, I'll go. Mm-hmm. And that's why I don't whinge about it.
But I just think, like, if you think about giving fans more of a voice, the moany ones will always be the ones that pipe up more than the others.
A few people saying, "Can you turn me up a bit?" I mean, I don't know why people would want that.
I'll turn him down on purpose, mate, to be honest.
Sounds alright to me.
Yeah? Very minimal, I think, Suj.
Just maybe Zoom is different to actually listen on YouTube, I don't know.
Yeah, a few people saying I'm quiet.
That should do it.
All right, just let us know. We'll carry on with Andy. What you can do, guys, as well.
Give us feedback in
comments. If I notice any particularly very good questions, I'll put them Andy's way. We'll talk about it.
Yep.
What you can do is donate too. link in the description.
Oh, Andy, sell it, please.
You got it. What are you on now? About 3,000.
What are we on, Suj?
While James asks you, I'm going to reload it all up and update it.
Because at this point, people are at, especially if there's probably a few viewers from the UK. We've all had a few beers at this point.
Yep.
Time to get your money in.
I'm trying to say,
especially if you've been
take
watching
their
all
money
day
while they're drunk. I'm not sure this is the right message, Andy.
However,
it's your stream, not mine. That's the message we're going with.
All right, we'll take your money. You're pissed. Donate it.
Pretty much.
Is it all in the description and stuff, Suj?
Yes, the link is in the description. I'll put it into the chat as well.
Put it in the chat again as well.
3307 plus.
Some people don't know how to get to the description.
Okay, James, we're at 3717, which means we're close to that 4,000 number. If we get past that 4,000 psychologically, we're into the last straight.
Oh, it's so close.
3717.
We're basically averaging at like what 1,250.
I have no idea. James is trying to do maths now.
That's all you need, yeah. 1,250.
We're basically on what we'd call in the sales room. We're on run rate.
We are. We're pretty much there to hit it.
I'm just very concerned that a lot of people are going to switch off now and stuff, and because you're on, Andy. No, obviously not. I'm just
trying to think of other ways to rate. Let's sell shit. Let's sell the table.
Where's your Jamie Vardy shit? Get someone to pay £100.
It's up there. No one wants that Jamie Vardy clapper thing.
No one wants it.
Nah.
Andy, how much would you pay for a Jamie Vardy clapper?
£3.50.
About that. Sorry, I'm just pouring another drink.
Benny Blanco says, Andy says, it's weird listening to Andy talking without Candyland playing quietly in the background.
Oh yeah, my non-copyright music.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so like when you stream on YouTube, there's certain music you just cannot use because you'll get copyright struck and whatever. So you try and find non-copyrighted music, and there isn't much around. So I always play the same playlist, and I always play that one song, Candyland. So everyone knows it. The problem is a lot of people that have watched the stream for ages love it, but new people hate the fact that it's on loop. So it's basically, can they cope with that song? If not, they just switch off.
Why don't you just stick it on now in the background? As long as we aren't going to get our stream taken down.
No, don't take a chance.
Well, I can stick it on, but you won't be able to hear it. Well, unless I put it on Alexa, but that'll wake the whole house up. So
we don't need to do that. James is running out of battery. I don't think we got this that long ago. This is the battery, the worst battery.
Yeah, the amount of porn I got on the phone.
Apparently, someone said in part 1 they give you £10 for the clapper.
Okay, fair play. I'll take it.
Who was that? We'll take it.
It's done.
I don't know what it was. Whitebeard is saying somebody.
Whitebeard, just what I got you. It's Whitebeard saying it in the chat. He said we're due money tomorrow on whatever happens in chat, man. I said, exactly. Fuck tomorrow. Put the money in there now.
Well, technically it's today because we've gone past midnight.
Yeah.
So it's already Sunday, isn't it?
Whitebeard, scrap tomorrow. Just put the money in and just add on your hypothetical total.
Tom, is Tom who got the assist doing a quiz?
Tom did a quiz with some friends, and he mentioned that he might throw in a bit of trivia. But if he did, it wouldn't be an official quiz.
It's quite funny because we were just playing poker.
Yeah.
And we won't discuss how it went, but as we got bored a few hours in, we were doing like a little mini quiz, like basically players, and could you name the most amount of clubs they played for? Okay. They were saying you should bring that on. So like players that have played for a lot of clubs, like how many could you name? Some of them were pretty tricky.
Go on, hit me
Nicholas Anelka.
What, all of his clubs?
Well, this is the thing. It was like a bet. How many?
Oh, no, you got to name and then name
so,
them.
For example, he plays for what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. No, he plays 12 clubs. How many do you think you could get right?
So you bid. And
you bid,
yeah. Escalate in the bids, but then you get the points if you get them right.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't quiz against.
The maximum of 12.
I reckon one of them's like Qatar or something, in which case I got no chance.
It was tough anyway, but that's what we were doing before because poker, I just lose that. Poker is just like a good excuse to just give some money away every couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm not particularly a good poker player.
Whitebeard said he paid. Thanks, Whitebeard.
Nice.
There you go. The clapper is gone. Did someone bid on the shirt in the end?
Yeah, it went 270.
You know Karam.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
And then someone came back afterwards and they wanted to pay more. and I think our man Karam caught wind of it and he just smashed the money. He's like, sorry, I paid for it.
Yeah.
And to be fair,
I mean,
the deadline
fair
had
enough.
gone.
To be fair,
Deadline
yeah,
had gone.
exactly.
So there you go.
Graham's a good guy as well.
Yeah, top.
Andy, you suggested, and we can talk about it briefly or in a bit more detail, whether you suggested the idea of talking about England a little bit in terms of a potential best 11, for example.
What I wanted is you guys to discuss on the podcast. I don't want to be involved.
Oh, go on then. Tell me what your best England 11 would be right now. They're playing
today?
France in a Euro semi-final tomorrow. What's the team?
They're playing France in the final of the World Cup after Kane squares it. That'll be good.
You can go off people, you know. Sterling would have missed anyway. Do you know what?
Come on. Even Sterling doesn't miss that.
People show one still from a side angle. It's the most ridiculous suggestion ever that Kane should pass. I'm not having it. It's ridiculous. People look at a side still image.
James is so biased.
One of the best strikers in the planet ain't passing.
Kane.
You think Sterling would have passed? No
Is
chance.
he still one of the best strikers?
Not on one leg, he's not. No, mate. But he is when he's fit.
Do you think this actually, all this stuff that's going on right now, is actually going to be really good of him? Because he's not. They literally cannot rush him back. Did you think this extended break? Obviously, I know his injury was quite bad, so it's going to be a long time to come back from it anyway.
That's a very fair point, Andy. I think Harry's been at a downfall for himself because he's not superhuman, stupid, but he will push himself to be quicker than anybody. You know, in terms of the way he maintains his fitness, his body, etc. He never drinks, he eats well, all that. He probably hates the wife. I don't suppose he changes nappies. He does all the right things to get it right. I think, yes, though, Andy, it's a very fair shout that the prolonged break and the enforced absence when he probably could have played at the end of April if he'd forced it, you know he's fit and he's ready now. And I think, yeah, it won't be a bad thing for him, actually.
I think when it comes back, once he's like, you know, as long as he's had, because obviously we don't know exactly when he is. He, I don't know if he's even back from the injury now. Is he? I know he's training and stuff.
Full training.
Yeah, so he's
100%.
fine. Yeah, he's full training. Okay.
If we played tomorrow, he'd play. 100%.
Yeah. So by the time it's actually back, which is going to be what, end of June at the earliest, he's had enough time to recover. So I think now is like, so I think there's a few probably naysayers out there now about Kane that not that he's past his best, but the injuries have taken his toll. So I think this is kind of, you know, when he comes back, if he hits the ground running, then fair enough. Maybe he just came back a bit early a few times, but
questioning him, I think it's fair. I don't have.
No, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying this is like his chance now that if he comes back and he's all guns firing, then yes, he probably just came back from a few injuries too quick.
He's basically, Andy, a bit like an IKEA furniture piece. Like when you get it, you screw it together for the first time, it's mint. Dismantle it to try and put it back together in a different place. It just never quite goes back the same. Now that he's broken, he ain't going to get back to his former self.
I really thought you were above Swedish furniture.
Nah.
I think
after shitting is one I get.
Listen, in 2017 he scored 39 Premier League goals in the calendar year, which was, I think he played. It was more than one a game anyway. It's equivalent to a season. He was scoring more than one. When you get to that level, you're then talking Messi, Ronaldo numbers almost, right? So there's a certain expectation. Then he has the injuries, etc. I think there are parallels with what happened to Shearer in terms of Kane. Also, Shearer was quick when he was young. People forget that. The Shearer that played for Blackburn was lightning, right? Kane never had that speed, but he had the power to get away from people. And I think you're seeing a similar evolution with Kane now in terms of adapting his role to be, yes, a bit more back to goal, yes, drop in a little bit like Firmino does for Liverpool and take advantage of. He needs quick players around him now, whereas before I don't think he did. And you're seeing a bit of an evolution like what happened with Shearer. But you need to play to his strengths. Kane's world class. He's the only person that Spurs is anywhere near it. But he's the dog's bollocks. But at the moment he's playing in a bad team. And he keeps pushing himself because he's playing in a bad team. I'm convinced of it. He's also he doesn't get spoken about much. He does have a very strange standing foot technique when he shoots, which is why he keeps having ankle injuries, I'm sure. You can look at so many still images of him when he takes a shot. Don't look at his shooting foot. Look at his other foot.
He plants it, doesn't he?
It's like he rolls his ankle.
Yeah.
He rolls his ankle when he shoots. it's weird. So he's always going to have, from that perspective, weak ankles and that. He hasn't. He's been a little bit lucky that the flip of, say, Shearer had bad knee injuries, actually, which can actually probably be more destabilising. Whereas, I don't know, that's hard to determine in terms of power. But I think you're seeing an evolution of Kane becoming more of a target man as such. Your old traditional number 9 who will, in the modern world, drop in like a Firmino does. I think that's the way it's heading. But he's top drawer, mate. Like, people who think you shouldn't play for England, like, where you at? I just don't get it. If he's fully fit, I don't.
The thing with England as well is, like, if you're playing like a 4-3-3 or whatever it might be, like, I'm not necessarily been his biggest fan recently, but who do you even put in there instead at number 9? Like Danny Ings, like,
I mean, play Rashford in the middle. You go Sancho and Sterling out wide. And you do that.
Yeah,
It sounds quite exciting. I get it.
Yeah, but Rashford, even at Man United, he doesn't play through the middle, or hasn't done like this year.
That's the solution. If we rocked up at a tournament next year, that's what we would do. Rashford through the middle, Sancho, Sterling wide. I'm convinced.
If Kane was not available?
Yes, if Kane was not available.
Oh, yeah, okay. But if Kane's available, then there's no question, right?
And the way that he, like I said, is now coming to the ball, which people are always so critical of him, and it's very much, we live in an FPL world, right? So it's always his positioning on the pitch, etc., compared to when he was always looking to get in behind and stuff. Of course, there's an evolution of change. But him dropping in and then Sterling and Sancho or Rashford doing what like Mane and Salah do for Liverpool, you've got something potent. Use it as your weapon. Spurs don't have the players to play that with game right now, right? Son, yes. The other side, more of a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, if you're talking about England best 11, then I think Sancho and Sterling probably pick themselves. It feels kind of harsh to leave Rashford out, but
very harsh.
It's just the way it is. Like, sometimes you just get unlucky with the position you play, don't you? It's like right back. It's like right back. You got Walker, Wan-Bissaka, Trent Alexander-Arnold, but on the left, if you were a really good left back right now, you'd be straight in because Shaw is so just hit and miss.
Chilwell
is not. I mean, Chilwell. If I was going to describe Chilwell as
comfortable,
left back for
it's like Rashford suffers
from.
You talked about Dele Alli on one of the streams, James, but Rashford suffers from that same thing. Like, England need to pick a system and the best players for the system rather than try and pick the best players and find a system to match them. And that's where Rashford and Dele Alli are very good players, but if that system is Harry Kane with 2 wide people, they don't have room, because you can't then have Rashford up top. You're left with only 2 midfielders. You can have 1 holding midfielder, and then you've only got 1 other box-to-box midfielder. It's not enough. Too much up top.
I feel England almost need to try. Like, it's obviously difficult because they don't have exactly the same players, but a bit like Liverpool in that they kind of have 3 central midfielders, or 3 in the middle, who aren't really massively creative, although Fabinho, etc., can be, but they're more like workhorses. I feel like England just don't have anyone that's just outstanding in the centre.
You can only play with what you've got. I mean, for me right now, that's the system I would play, same as Liverpool's.
4-3-3.
Yeah.
When I say Kane, Firmino, I'm not comparing the 2 players as talents, because nobody's better at Firmino at dropping in, but then if you're comparing Kane and Firmino as goal scorer, that's a different argument that I'll have with you, right? But in terms of 3 right now, I just think you need to try and work Grealish and Maddison in. That's my opinion. If we can get Grealish, Maddison, and with the improvement of Henderson, that's the 3 for me. And Dele Alli at the moment wouldn't be anywhere near it.
No.
At the moment, if we picked a squad tomorrow of a whole 23, Dele Alli wouldn't even be in the squad.
Mm-hmm. Oof, not in the squad.
Genuinely.
I haven't thought about 23, so I can't think of how far deep.
He'd be miles off at the moment. He wouldn't be miles off, but he wouldn't be in the squad for me at the moment. He wouldn't fit that style. If you said England were going to play 4-2-3-1 and you were going to play a 10 that got close to Kane playing right up top as a real 9, then yeah, you want Ali there. But if you're going to play in that system, Dele Alli, it just doesn't work. I wouldn't bother.
Yeah, I could probably get mine up for 9 first 11.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I honestly think most positions pick themselves. Like, goalkeeper, I mean, I know Pickford's been in there a while. Southgate obviously likes him. I mean, I like the fact that he saved that penalty against Colombia. I don't really have a massive preference for England goalkeeper because like a lot of people are saying Henderson, but
I'd go
I
straight
mean,
to
I'm
Dean
not.
Henderson, mate.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him obviously a bit now in the league this season, but yeah, I don't really have a massive preference for goalkeeper. I feel like I haven't really seen him enough. I don't know if one stands out. Like, do you think Henderson stands out that much better than all the rest, or do you think he's just the best? So simple as that.
I think Henderson is the best England goalkeeper, but I think Southgate at the moment will still pick Pickford, and it would also be my choice. And I don't rate Pickford. However, you was on my stream yesterday. I don't know how long you hang about for, Andy. Was you around when I was talking about Southgate and stuff?
No, I had to leave.
No, that's fine. So I didn't want to repeat to you what you'd heard yesterday. I was saying one of the things that's really changed in England for me, Southgate, is he wants them to play without fear. And whether rightly or wrongly, they're going to try and play football the right way. And Pickford's distribution, he's good. He's obviously particularly good long. But also, what you want to do is play out for the back. Now, if you get pressed into certain areas where you can't do that, you need to be accurate and hit the fullbacks. And Pickford would be very good at that. And that's why I think, in terms of modern goalkeeper, he would get the nod. In terms of claiming of area, shot stopping, Henderson would beat him in every facet other than that. But I think Southgate would want to pick a team that would go, how can I best be offensive? And I'm not sure we should be critical of that.
Yeah, no,
because
I completely agree.
we've been negative for 30 years on the whole. So I think we should try and that's why I think if we were playing the tournament tomorrow, I think Pickford would be in goal.
Yeah, I think he would too. I just think he hasn't really. I don't know. Like obviously, there's always
Even
a
Everton
big
fans
dilemma.
don't like Pickford.
There's always a big dilemma.
He's always just angry.
I was going to say that he reminds me of Joe Hart.
Yeah, he's just shouting all the time.
Yeah, maybe he could tone it down a
little
bit.
That's what Pickford needs, to just chill out a little bit. I feel like Dean Henderson is bigger as well, right? I don't know if Pickford's height really doesn't massively impact him, but Henderson's a more imposing figure. I feel Pickford's
it's like that big dilemma, isn't it? Like, how? I mean, we won't get into a discussion about whether Everton is the top, but like, how long do you play at the top? What does Pickford have to do wrong to lose the spot that's been his? Like, I feel like. Is Pickford like the best keeper? Maybe not, but has he done anything wrong in an England
change
shirt?
for change's sake is not always the best thing to do.
Yeah.
Stick with it. So yeah, I understand where you're coming from. You'd probably still pick Pickford, even though he's
the only
best
thing
keeper.
that Pickford beats Henderson on is distribution.
He can
right now,
lump it.
and I'm not saying that
Henderson
Henderson can't improve on that. I'm not saying Henderson's bad at it. You know, Sheffield United play out from the back. Let's not pretend any different to that. I just think in terms of Pickford, from a distribution, from a ground position, has more in his talents. And I actually think that's, if Southgate was picking the team, that's what he'd go with. I would personally, if it was me, it's a tough call. I don't think it's open shut. If it was a Premier League game tomorrow, I'd pick Henderson all day long. All day long. If you're saying, right, you can have one of them in goal for Spurs tomorrow, I wouldn't want Pickford in my goal. But I think the way England are going to play at the moment, Pickford would still get the nod, but I think that's so close now.
Yeah, I think Henderson. I just think. Well, it depends when it's going to be. I guess it could be. It's going to be after a whole other season at this rate. So maybe he'll have played enough at Sheffield United or wherever he goes next year. I don't see him coming in as like someone just asked in the chat there, David De Gea or Dean Henderson next year. I mean, David De Gea every single time. I don't think he's. I know he's probably made more mistakes in the last couple of seasons than he did in the previous however many, but I just don't think he's done enough that you suddenly ship him. So it's whether or not Henderson comes back to United and plays as number 2, or does he go back out or get sold?
He can't sit on your bench, Andy.
Yeah, he's too good for that.
He won't either. Now that he's,
but I don't think United want to let him go as well.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
United
I just don't.
United are very aware that he could become the best thing. One difference to flip what I've said is, I think Henderson has the best potential to be probably the best English goalkeeper since probably David Seaman. I don't think Pickford's got no chance of hitting that level, but Henderson has got the potential to possibly be that, and that's why I don't think United want to let him go.
That could be the big difference as well. Like if obviously Euro 2020 is not going to be this year now. It would definitely been Pickford. I fully agree. Next year, though,
Yeah,
completely different story. There's every chance that
he's been
Henderson gets another year under his belt.
he's been so reluctant as well, though, to even move from Pickford in friendlies and stuff to give like Henderson and others who've been Nick Pope. He's been really frightened to give him a chance. Like Nick Pope is a prime example of a very good English goalkeeper who, no matter what he does, barring injury, he's not going to play for England. Reality, because of exactly what I've said about distribution. He's not going to play.
What about defence? Because we're going to argue about that forever. Goalkeepers. Harry Maguire, £80 million man. Has he lived up to his £80 million price tag?
Harsh. Because instantly you bring Van Dijk in, don't you? And it's unfair.
Yeah, it is. He didn't choose his price. That's one thing you have to say. The price was the price that Manchester United wanted to pay.
I got to be honest. This is a whole other discussion, probably. Like price tags, I just don't care about anymore. They're so ridiculous that, like, do they even matter? Like, you pay this money for Maguire because they know Man United have got the money. He's English. He's just played a pretty good season for Leicester. Not out of this world, but decent. Like, so the money is ridiculous, but I feel like so many fees are ridiculous these days that it just brushes over my head. These, like, okay, it's a big fee, whatever. Let's just see how he is. Obviously, he's not as good as Van Dijk. I don't think any, even the most diehard Man United fan is not going to argue that. Well, yeah, like right now, probably not. So is he worth 80 million? It doesn't really come into it. In terms of England, I think Harry Maguire does start, like him and Gomez, if everyone's fit.
I agree with that 100%.
I think the problem, that Maguire's biggest problem is he has to be positionally aware, because if he's not, he's screwed. He's never going to get back. Like, if a player gets past him, he's kind of gone. I remember that I actually had him on my FPL team when he was at Leicester, and his red card was pretty much that. He was out of position, striker got past him.
I remember that day, mate.
And he had to pull him back because he's not like Van Dijk. He can't just get back, or Gomez. Recover. So he doesn't have that. But I do think he has been pretty good for us this year.
With Gomez,
exactly,
as well for that.
Exactly. I think he's actually been pretty good for us this year, to be honest. Like I think we've done better than people actually.
I agree.
Think defensively.
I think he's taken on. Is it first or second year? I've lost. Is it first season?
First season.
First season.
I think for a first season, I feel like I look at him and go, "You're a leader in that dressing room." And I think to walk into Manchester United first season and be like that, I think that's big. I think if something happened to Kane's career tomorrow, I think he'd actually probably take the England captaincy. I think he's. I think he's a natural leader.
I think at Man United, it probably wasn't that difficult to come in and be a leader given who we have, but still to come into a club like that and do it that easily, like, it's pretty impressive. And again, whether he's worth 80 million or not, like, I really find transfer fee discussions it's just so tedious these days, I think, because the money is just ridiculous in football. But he's kind of what we needed, and I think, I think he's done well.
So you're pairing Gomez and Harry Maguire in the middle, right back. Trent.
Yeah, well,
right back.
Trent.
Right back. We got till 6 a.m. to discuss this. Where do you start?
Just say Trent and move on.
Well, it's simple, isn't it? You go Trent, Wan-Bissaka, Trippier, Walker, Max Aarons, Reece James. Who have I forgot?
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
really
Serge Aurier. Serge Aurier is English, isn't he?
Trent. It's just Trent.
How have we ended up with that depth at right back?
I know, it's great. But here's a different question for you then, rather than arguing about the right back. Would you ever put any of them at left back? Because I've seen people start to talk about this.
No.
No?
No.
Not even a chance?
The only one I would consider right now, if we had a major problem, you went, play one of them tomorrow at left back, I'd go Reece James. I think he's the one who would deal with it best in terms of, I think, having seen him a bit for Wigan especially, that I think he's also the one. I know people talk about Trent in midfield. I think you could put him in midfield tomorrow. I think he's got major adaptability. I think he'll be a brilliant asset for England. I think he might find in his career that his versatility will become a problem for him, if that makes sense. Rather than locking down I'm the best right back or I'm the best holding midfield player.
Phil Neville syndrome, just
a
played
little bit.
everywhere.
Like
Holding midfield, right back, left back.
Yeah, if you had to go left back tomorrow, any one of those 6 players I mentioned, I'd want to put Reece James there. It would be the one I'd feel most comfortable with. That would be why I see versatility in him. I think with Trent, it would become so blindingly obvious if you played him out that way that people would just shove him outside.
Yeah, I think if you had to play someone left, you just play Trent on the right.
And obviously, if Mourinho was England manager, then obviously Wan-Bissaka would play left back.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that part what you're thinking, or?
Well, I haven't necessarily been thinking about this, but I've seen a lot of people discuss it that maybe he could play left back, because I guess going forward, like if you're going to have one of the fullbacks going forward, it's going to be Trent every single time. Again, I don't think anyone can argue that. So then you kind of have 3 staying back. And Wan-Bissaka being obviously the one that's not as good going forward. He's the one that then covers that left side. I mean, he is a great tackler. Like he will stop anyone. But can he play left back? It's such. I don't know if I would put a right back at left. I don't know if our left backs are that dire to start thinking about putting right backs there. To be honest,
I mean, I would rather play Chilwell or Shaw there than play one of them at left back.
I think you've got to think about going forward as well. Fullbacks is so involved.
Well, I think that's what I said with the way Southgate wants to play. I think he wants to think about, let's not be defensively diligent and set up properly without the ball. But I think he wants to play without fear. I feel like his real message is, let's be brave. Let's not be fearful. I think he knows there's been a stigma with playing for England that people put the shirt on, they play with fear. And I think that's the best thing he's done is since he came in, he feels like he's removed that, where people are enjoying that. Like even the qualifiers we played some shit teams, don't get me wrong, but they were actually enjoyable to watch. I was surprised that I enjoyed watching England. All right, it was crap opposition, but they went and did what you'd want them to do and go and get 5 or 6 against these teams and look like they were going to kill these teams. And you can't ask for no more. And I think he wants to take that fear from them. Like when we lost to Holland in Nation League, what I said yesterday was people were so critical. You played out from the back, it cost the goals. Gives a fuck about the Nations League. That's how we want to play. He wants them to play that way to make us better, even if it's not now, but forever as the next manager, and stop being fearful about making mistakes and end up in a position where you end up knocking it long for people like Michael Owen and Jermaine Defoe. Like people like that. It's not what we want to watch.
I think if you
much talent, play.
Yeah, I think if you go into those matches, like you said, like the Nations League ones, and then suddenly change to be defensive, then when it really matters, you're not going to have that kind of freedom or that thought in the back of your mind that the manager's not going to care if I make that mistake. And it's one thing the Liverpool do with Trent. Like, you know, people talk about. I've literally seen people say that Ashley Young has got a better like passing or crossing statistically than Trent, but that's because Klopp wants him to make those balls, because every now and again he'll get one smack on target and they'll get a goal from it.
It's percentage.
Simple as that. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's crazy to think like Southgate's right. I think basically. Can I ask you one question? We've only got 10 minutes left. I think England midfielders and stuff, whatever.
It's going to obviously be a really long question, is it?
No, it's not going to be that long, but 10 minutes. It's more one for Suj, because I asked you this in the stream the other day.
Oh.
So do you think the fans that don't go to games week in, week out are as much of a fan as the club as the people that do go week in, week out? Can they be?
Circumstantial is summary. Circumstantial.
What do you mean by circumstantial?
Well, some people can't go through whatever circumstance.
Yeah, of course, like you live miles away.
I'll be very honest, because I go every week at Spurs, when I was younger, I did have a bit of a chip on my shoulder in terms of being, will I go every week? Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Whereas I think meeting people, etc., I learned that, and with a kid of my own, etc., you start thinking about things, and I understand that the circumstance, whether it be distance or family or money or whatever, and it doesn't mean that people care less. It actually just means that when Mora scores in the 95th minute in Amsterdam, I'm the lucky bastard that's there. That's what it means.
It's good. I understand where you're coming from. I think when you're when you have certain opinions and you're making certain decisions about your football club, saying that the manager's doing this or that, or the board are doing this and doing that, I think when you go week in, week out, you get a very different experience than being an armchair fan. I think you're exposed to a lot more when you go week in, week out around. Not I'm not talking about from a footballing point of view, but the whole experience around the club. I don't know if you'd agree, James. You see, it's hard to pinpoint what I'm specifically saying, but you see more like, okay, the price of beer and the way they're doing certain concessions and stuff like that.
Of course you can. You can see about 3 miles away.
Well, I just think when you go to go live, you probably have more information to form your opinion. So it doesn't make your opinion any better or any worse, but I think you do have more information if you go week in, week out.
Depends where you sit.
Yeah, I'm not talking about from a footballing point of view though, because on the pitch is like different. I'm talking about, because you're talking about an experience of your club, right? I think if you're talking about the players on the pitch and what they do, it's a nice old glass as well, yeah.
I've got mine somewhere.
Someone just mentioned it in the chat,
yeah. I think around outside the club, you get a little bit of insight into more. But from a footballing point of view, I don't think there's anyone that's got any more or less value as a fan. No.
Yeah, because I was thinking about this. Like, obviously, I'm different to you guys. I don't go every week. In fact, I've hardly been at all, and it costs a lot of money to go over to watch a game. So it very rarely happens.
Can't go every week.
No, but like I was thinking about this a lot. Like a lot of people, and sometimes it is just for like you see fan channels. Some fan channels, it's all negativity, and I go week in, week out. But let's say your stadium holds like what 50 to 70k. Those fans alone are not paying for all those signings you want in the summer. Do you know what I mean? Just the people that buy season tickets. There's all this money from TV, from shirt sales around the world and stuff. I feel like sometimes those fans are kind of forgotten about, and like they're seen like as less. And I'll be the first to hold my hands up. I'm not from Manchester, so I am kind of I probably was just a glory hunter when I was young. That's why I knew Man United. But I feel like a lot of fans are given a lot of shit basically because
we're back
they
at
don't
the
go
very
week in,
start
week
of
out.
this conversation, Andy.
Sorry?
We're back at the very start. We said to you at the start, like, I hope change on the other end of this is change for fans.
Yeah.
You've absolutely nailed it on the head. And there's two sides to this. So one side is that the money from the fans doesn't matter anymore, whether they're receiving £30 a ticket or £60 a ticket, no matter size of stadium, actually doesn't make a huge amount of difference to a Premier League club. Then, however, fact in the rare case of someone like Tottenham, who make £1 million in sales on a match day on beer alone, and we're talking
That's
a
a lot
different
of beer.
thing, right? Exactly. So Spurs on a match day now are making about 5 to 6 million a game. That's big. So you're missing 5 home games with the shutdown. Spurs are missing out on a potential max of, say, £30 million maximum. That's then a lot of money as opposed to the difference of whether that fan is spending £30, £60, because a lot of it, if people change the experience for the fan in terms of the amounts that get in the door, I don't know if then, if it's 20 quid at Burnley rather than 40 quid, are they going to spend any more in Turf Moor? I don't suppose it's going to make a difference. And that's part of the problem. So Burnley, while Burnley are filling 90% of the ground, and I'm just using them as a random example, then they'll charge the 20 quid more. Because you're making more money there with the 90% than going 20 quid less and getting 100%. It's just simple maths,
yeah, I understand that.
And that's the problem. It all comes down to money.
I don't think it all comes down to money when you're talking about the match day experience going to the games. I'm talking from a fan's point of view, though. So, like, I will judge the club not just on the price of stuff, although that forms a big part of it, right? We talk about the owners and Karen Brady at our place get a lot of stick for being money-minded and putting that first. So on one side, I'll judge them and I'll be like, okay, they want to charge me £9.50 for pie and a pint. That's taking the piss a little bit. Or £4 for an ice cream. These guys are money grabbing bastards. On the other side, if I take my kids there, they always have, they're not stewards, but they're supporter services or whatever. They're always giving the kids like player cards or free this or free that, just trying to make the match day experience a little bit better. So I'm like, okay, are you investing in the match day experience for everybody to make it a nice experience and the community feel and get the kids involved in the club and want to be a part of it? Or are you just trying to take our money? And there's certain things like that you wouldn't see if you don't go week in, week out to judge the club on what are they trying to do to improve the experience or get fans involved. And it's hard to pinpoint. There's little examples that are given there, but yeah. But I don't think it makes a fan who can't go any less valuable.
No, it doesn't.
There's West Ham fans
I used to be
watch more
ignorant
West
about
Ham
it.
than me.
I'm not anymore.
Yeah, I guess it's like circumstantial, right?
But
It's always different.
you don't go, so you're less of a fan.
Yeah.
It's not the case.
Yeah, no, I am.
No, it's not the case. It's
It's actually
it's
both.
different
I've
and
only literally only been twice. Both London clubs. Both times.
Would you
Beat
say
Spurs one of them?
Would you say that an FPL player who's in Thailand is less of an FPL player because they're not in England and they're not attending
exactly,
games like
not.
me and Suj? You know, if you want to go down to that kind of route, then it's not a difference, is there? We wouldn't judge that the person in Thailand is less of an FPL player than me and you, right? So it doesn't mean
More so if
when
not,
it comes
if
to
anything, because the
fandom,
time zones are ridiculous.
when it's about fandom, it's about what's there. It's what's in your heart, right? So that's what's going to impact and tell you what kind of a football fan you are. Where you going?
I like it.
To the technology, mate. To the
Technology.
Yeah, I'm being kicked off, I think.
Oh yeah, what's time? Oh fucking hell! It's nearly 1 o'clock already.
Let me just finish on this.
Go on, then.
After listening to your podcast the other day, there
Which
is
one?
no way there is a better achievement than Man United 99. No one.
Did you enjoy that?
I did. I actually.
I know you shared it and that. Thank you.
No, but I went for a walk while it was on, while I was listening to it, and I really wish I was sat there making notes. There was loads of things I wanted to chat about. There was just so many. I think
If you only you'd come on here for an hour. Fuck.
yeah, if only
I missed which podcast you were talking about.
the 99 one
treble.
still.
Okay.
But it's just
fair
like how you were saying, well, they got 70 odd points and now it's like 100 odd, but like football's changed a lot.
It has.
Even
I
in
thought
20 years,
we
like
were
the
fair
nutrition
about
is better. No, you were,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think there's a big difference between achievement and T. Because a lot of Man United fans wouldn't even. Anyway, Tom's here now. I'll shut up.
Why don't you chat
Goodbye.
to him? Why don't you two chat to each
Say
other?
hello.
James and I are going to have a little kip for 15 minutes. I'm going to go over to OBS, enlarge it so that you two are the only fuckers on screen.
Let's talk the assist.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Let's
Don't do
talk the
that.
assist.
All right, I know what Suj is up to at this point, so I'm not going to say anything.
We're trying to get through the last 2 hours.
Andy,
All right,
thank
Keep
you,
it on
mate.
screen. Now that's a
Yeah,
shot.
I'll see you.
Andy,
See you later.
Andy,
Enjoy, Tom.
Andy, start a stream. Get your people on, just random one, and
Send them
direct
over.
them to the link, mate. Say, look, if you love
Hey,
me,
get
and all that,
in there, mate. Yeah,
Have a
just,
couple
All right,
more
I'll do
beers.
it. I'll do it now.
Do a stream. Just go live.
Right.
Go. Do you know what? Just tweet it out and just go. I've been playing poker. I'm smashed. Who wants to stream and see what happens?
All right, I'll see how many we can get.
I bet you'll have more viewers than us, you bastard.
And then I'll go and check it. I'll go and find out. See you later on.
Love you, mate. See you
Nice
later.
Good night, Tom.
one. Cheers,
Bye, Andy.
mate. See you later. And then
Mr.
there was
Cantwell.
one. How are
with
you?
that, he's gone.
Hello, mate.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, all good.
Thank
how
you,
bud?
thank you for this unholy hour, but
That's all right.
mate,
It's
this
just-
is
I'm up.
weird
this
that
is
it's 1 o'clock.
this is
I'm
the
rarely up
premium.
this
Andy
late.
and Tom.
Oh, it's up. I'm up. You guys are up.
He's got the
Let's do it.
fucking siren glass as well, mate. It's like an uncensored
What?
beer nuts advertisement.
Yeah.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Like, I feel like at this point, like we end up at this kind of witching hour where we're just like, you know what, fuck it, who cares? But yeah, no, I think the guys Tom and Stefan, who I saw Stefan was up at like 7 a.m. doing you guys
Yeah.
the initial
Hustling.
one.
He
Oh,
got to work at
absolutely.
6.
Those guys are absolute fucking demons, aren't they? Really.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
But you know, I got the beer. I got this from them. I think my mates got me on my birthday. Like, it feels like fucking ages ago, but in reality, it was only like a month ago. Like the 24 pack thing with them. and I got the glass with it, and now it's become like my beer glass sort of thing, which is I'm literally just buying into the marketing on that. I'm literally a marketing like vessel right now, but that's like literally like how I see it. Like, oh my god, it's
How many
amazing.
are you through, Tom?
Well, I had a FIFA date at 11 with my cousin, who's absolutely terrible at FIFA.
This morning or tonight?
Oh no! I saw 11 o'clock this morning. I was watching you with my good friend Adam Pritchard.
Yeah,
He's a don, isn't he?
Miltoast General. Yeah, no, he's great. I like genuinely. I was in so much trouble actually because we've got like our cleaning hour between 11 and 12. I was like, no, wait, we're gonna watch Adam. And she was just like, who, what, why? And this guy comes on, and she was just like, wait, is he like recruiting for some sort of white power thing? Because you know how he looks at the moment, like with the little like kind of like soul patch, like a shaved head. You're like, dude, that guy's part of like the Indiana like KKK or something.
With Edward Norton, American History X. He could be an extra. Yeah, or something. You could see.
Yeah, that's literally it, isn't it?
That's it. I don't know. Adam's the nicest guy in the world. We turn him into a white supremacist. How do we do that?
I think it's just look. That's the thing. Like, no, he is the nicest guy in the world. Seriously, he's not white supremacist. When he's watching, it's just like, who is this guy?
Wait. Tom, sorry, I got to jump in. You're watching some FPL history right here.
Oh yes, Andy, we love you.
Give the video a like, give them a subscribe.
Well, lad.
He said he's got one fucking viewer.
He's put it as a private video, probably. That's why.
He's got 49 watching now.
Oh my god.
What a guy. Wow.
Well, do you know
that's
those?
it. He's cut it.
Do you know who those 49 people are? We had 100 watching. It's gone down to 50. So everyone's fucked off from our stream to go and watch Andy. Tell them to come back to our stream.
I'm guessing that everybody has just seen that I've come on, so they've just gone, nah. You know what?
He's literally
the numbers are going to go up.
gone on, got 50 people into his stream and they're all excited. He's done a video for 2 minutes and went, go and watch Planet FPL.
Our viewers
what a guy.
109 to 123 in seconds.
What? Oh, ridiculous, isn't it?
Welcome to the Let's Talk
do you know what? Everyone in
FPL.
the chat, Andy sent us. Welcome, Andy viewers. Andy sent us. I'm here. Andy is a man. We will love you all. Thank you for coming. Andy was on here for a little while, but now we've got a better guest in Tom.
Wow, that's well done, Andy. For those joining in, we are with Tom Candle from Who Got the Assist, and we should be talking a bit who got the assist, Tom.
Yeah.
What's happening with you guys? Because you obviously went travelling for quite a while. Was it 2-3 months?
3 months, yeah. Just like a while ago, but it's actually only like to the end of February this year.
You got the brilliant FPL stag to stand in for you. Himself and Nick did a great job. And now you're permanently free, have you?
We are. I think before we get into that, I just want to talk about the NHS for a second. If that's all right.
Please.
So, like, for anybody who doesn't know, which I'm assuming is a fair few people, I don't know. Like, the NHS is why I'm here today, to be part of this stream. I'm sure a lot of people are just kind of saying, you know what, I wish they weren't around. But the reality is that, like, literally, they are the reason that I'm here. Because when I was 25, so maybe the age of a lot of people who are watching this, I kind of realised I was feeling lumps in my neck. And I was just like, no, I don't know, it's nothing. I laughed it off. And I remember I went to see a few mates in Bristol when I went to uni. And they're like, oh, you can't have a cancer gland growing or anything like that. It's nothing. And that was 5 years ago now, 6 years ago now. And it was like New Year's, I think it was about 27th of December. I went to get some checks. I did some injections and stuff. I pulled the shit out of my neck. And on New Year's Eve, they gave me the news that I had cancer. I was like, fuck, I'm 25. I wasn't that healthy. But I was 25, I was full of the joys of life. I was arrogant, all about myself, and didn't really understand the ramifications of all of this. And literally the year after that was one of those things which only comes to you in a dream, where you watch it on TV and you think, oh, that's something that happens to other people, not me. And suddenly it was me. I had lymphoma. So I had 8 rounds of chemo, which is not something I'd wish on my worst enemy. I had 15 rounds of radiotherapy to myself. Even now I live with the effects of that. My saliva is still a bit weird. I have like weird kind of like my mouth and my like this part of my body is all a bit strange because of like being zapped with radiation. But I got that all for free, and that means that I'm alive now, and that is incredible. Like in other healthcare systems in the world, like in the US or wherever like that, I'd have a lifetime of debt, and I got that for free. I was looked after. I had everything waited on, and like you cannot put a price on how good that is. Like how much impact that has on people. It's not just me; it's people who all around the UK have got something wrong with them that they can't fix. I mean, they don't have to go to a private doctor. They don't have to have, you know, they don't have to have like reams of cash in the bank. It's not a case of saying, you know what, I've got this money, therefore I can spend it on my own health. Like health is not a commodity. Health is something which should be free for everybody. I truly believe that. And for me, like the fact that I'm here now, like, I still live with the psychological effects of what happened, and I'm kind of over it now. But it took me many years. But I got all of that for free, and it kind of, you know, set me right to who I am now, and set me right to be the individual that I can be, or at least it meant that I was able to live on to something that in natural selection, something that, you know, Dominic Cummings would believe in. I would have died. I was able to get access to all of that amazing care without feeling the effects of somebody coming along and going, you know what, here's the bill. Like, that didn't happen to me. I just got lots of amazing care, and like what you guys have done this whole period has been incredible, and putting that money towards people who do that. Like, okay, you can say, yeah, you know what they're signing up for, but people who have that volition to go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to care for others, that's going to be my career, that's going to be my life. Like, and we've seen it with coronavirus as well, like people who are putting themselves out there, going to the front line. Like, I know from Hindi Monkey, like his wife is involved in this sort of area. It's just amazing. And I think this job and how you guys have put your stream to benefit that has been incredible. Now I think that's genuinely something worth talking about. It's genuinely something that's like, yeah, I mean, James, I messaged you straight away, just being like, yeah, I put my hand up for this,
Oh,
and
you
that is the key reason.
Yeah.
But that's the key reason why it's not like so much about us as FPL sort of people. It's more like the greater cause behind it.
It's interesting you talk about that, because obviously, like, one of the things is this clap for carers that we do on Thursdays, and it's so good that we do, and yet why is it taking
unless
something
someone
like
does
this?
unless someone does a Champ Man FPL stream and forgets about it.
Yeah, true.
Carry on.
But it's like, why is it taking this for us to actually respect it? And the thing with the NHS, because I'm such a big fan of it. My brother's a doctor up in Cheshire, and he works within the NHS and stuff. Is you don't understand the value of it. Like you mentioned, the financial cost of healthcare in America. You don't understand the value of the NHS until you understand the other side, which is 35 to 40 million people in America have zero healthcare. So they get coronavirus, that's it. Unless they're writing a check for thousands of dollars, they're done. What happened to you would be a couple $100,000 easy.
Yeah,
Done.
yeah,
If you didn't have healthcare. And they have to pay out their own pockets. The institution of the NHS is phenomenal. And I think where you talk about healthcare as a right? Healthcare is a universal human right. We should all be entitled to healthcare. But then sometimes a right can be an entitlement almost. And people moan about the NHS being this and the NHS being that because of that entitlement level. The NHS is never going to get everything right. Not everybody that goes into the NHS is going to come out healthy. But if you look at the numbers of people they treat, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. The second largest employer in the world, from my understanding.
Yeah, the second largest state employer in the world. Yeah,
second largest state employer in the world. You're talking hundreds of thousands of people. It's a phenomenal organisation. We could get into the real nitty gritty of it, and I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the weeds of it.
No,
to be honest.
but
It's not
your
for us.
point is 100% valid, mate. It's a jewel that this country has.
Tom, can I say something? Sorry, and by all means, please crack on. But just judging by the chat, I think we should have got you on for the start of each 6-hour session. And we probably would have hit target by now, because there's a lot of people sending a lot of your love your way, mate, for a very inspiring story. And yeah, we might have just hit target. I don't know.
Good. I think that's probably a good place to be. Like, at the end of the day, like, the target is like one thing. Not going to make a political point here about where that money should probably be coming from, but at the end of the day, the fact that you guys have sat there for God knows how many hours, like gone through like all of the mental kind of struggles, like keeping yourself motivated, like obviously all the great people that you've had on the stream today, throughout the course of the day has really kept you going, and that's what the value is with the community or whatever. But like at the end of the day, it's such a great cause that like who would not want to be involved with it, and who would not like agree with the point. Like it's one of those kind of strange things that unites everybody in the UK. Like they say that like we have one religion in England, or Britain I should say, or the UK actually, probably I should say, which is the NHS. And it's not a bad thing to have that as your religion. It's not a bad thing to think, everybody is entitled to being able to live as long as they can. Everybody is entitled to having the healthcare they deserve, just for being a human being. Like, I don't really see much.
Absolutely, until 2 months or so ago, and I'm not in a position to discuss it anywhere near as well as you, Tom, or even as Suj. We absolutely took everything here for complete granted, didn't we? As not just, I'm not saying any individual, but I'm saying as a nation, it was completely taken for granted, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah. And my fear is that once it's all over, we'll get back to that.
It's a little bit to give it the football term. Oh, he passed away. We'll build the statue now. He would have loved to have known the statue had been there when he was alive, outside a football stadium. It's a little bit like that in that sense that you don't realise till you're in trouble how much you need something so much. And I guess I'd even put my hands up and say, for granted, it'll be there if I need it or whatever. Your story's like incredibly inspiring, mate, and we've spoken offline about things and whatnot. The podcast that you did, I'd recommend anybody listen to it. You'll be able to obviously say when it was, but the podcast you did with Nick, I was either 6 months to a year ago, Tom, where you was kind of really open about how you and Nick had met and stuff, and you
last summer, right?
You went into that detail.
The end of the
was
season,
an outstanding podcast, mate.
Thank you. No, I think so. Nick is Nick and I are old school friends. I think maybe it's a nice way to bridge into the into the question that you initially asked me what seems like a lifetime ago.
It's a shit question after you.
No, it's fine. No, so me and Nick are old school friends, but it's incredible, like because Nick has got has a few like kind of health underlying kind of issues himself, so he got a lot of free healthcare, and he got diagnosed at the same time that I got diagnosed with some weird shit. So he was in a hospital, and then I texted him, just been like, you know what, mate, I've got cancer. And he was just like, oh shit, I'm in the hospital right now, like dealing with whatever he was dealing with. And it's not like, oh yeah, we're the sick men's podcast or whatever, but like it's amazing like how much that can bring people like close together, if that makes sense. Without being really sappy. In terms of WTA, it's been an interesting ride. Like we've gotten to wherever we've gotten to and done whatever we've done. It's been really great, like to be part of the community and like see things happen over the course of the last few years. And I think when I went away, so I went away in January, and it was really like we'd always had our eye on Stag Anthony, as just being genuinely like, okay, like on Twitter he's nowhere near as active as say you are, James, and I am. But
everyone's as active as you, boy. Bloody hell! Someone's hashtagged FPL. Let me make sure I reply.
Yeah, but he's always been like somebody wherever he's been always cheating or been wherever, and he's been on our podcast. I think I can't remember how he came about that he was on ours, but he became one of those people who became a regular guest, and then to a certain extent, when I knew we were going to go away, so me and the other half were thinking, you know what? Obviously, this has all been derailed by coronavirus. Yeah, we're going to go traveling, we're going to buy a house, we're going to start trying to procreate.
Don't fucking do it.
The two things.
Shag. No, don't shag now.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Well, I mean, I have had sex. I have had sex for those people who are trolls on Twitter.
Did she go traveling with you?
I don't. She did. She came with me. Unfortunately, has to deal with me dealing with non-FPL. So yeah, me without FPL, my God, imagine. But yeah, no, we did that, and then we kind of thought, well, there was only one person I really wanted to be part of that, to take over from me in some ways, or at least kind of be with Nick and do WGTA, which is Stag, and it kind of it reinvigorated the dynamic, I think. So when I came back, I kind of me and Nick have known each other for a long time, and I think a lot of the time there's pluses and minuses to that. The plus is that we don't argue because we know each other. So at the end of the day, I don't ever have to say, just fucking sort yourself out. Stop fucking reading that script, you twat. But the other side of
it is a scripted podcast.
Oh, it is. You cannot imagine the amount of time that I spend every week. Like I should be. I'm working. I'm busy playing my computer games or whatever. But I spend all weekend just scripting the podcast. That's what I do. That's just my life.
All of it.
You fucking believe that, you're a twat. But the reality is,
Tom, be honest? Do you script the start?
The start, I do.
Yeah.
So the very beginning.
Up on. Yeah. I think that's where it originally got.
The very beginning, I do, because I think it's a hangover to the very start when me and Nick got going. And same for you guys. Like if you listen to a very early Planet FPL, I think you're both kind of going, what do we say now? What do we do? And that's not.
It hasn't changed, mate.
I think it has. I think you've both become incredibly polished because you've got experience now. And the same with me and Nick. I don't think that I need to do the discussion guide every week. I'm not going to go into work, but I'm a qualitative researcher, so that's what I do. I'll write all right, I'm going to ask about this, I'm going to do this and say that and say that for work. So that kind of translated into what we did WTA. But I think that's still a hangover that I'll think of something during the week. I'll be thinking about, all right. So during the weekend, I'm thinking, what am I going to say? What's a funny or an interesting way to start the podcast? What's going to be something which is arresting or ear catching, I suppose, is a way of putting it. And I'll put that into the very beginning. If you look at a WGTA running order, the first bit will be Tom intro, and then I'll write that out and I'll read that, and then it'll be Nick random shit that Harris says, just to say we are. What do you think? What's the rundown this week, Anthony? Anthony rundown. That's basically what it is, and I'll write out what I'm going to say in the beginning because it's a nice springboard into doing the podcast.
I just think also people, the little catchphrases or things you do, like the themes that you do become the thing, or Tom's opening intro paragraph, or Cue Music Man Child, or whatever. They become your go-to. It's who you are. I don't think I could start a podcast with saying, hello, everybody, welcome to... And I don't think you can end the podcast with that.
Welcome to Planet FPL, the world where everything rolls around fantasy Premier League. But that start's not scripted. Of course it is.
Well, yeah, it depends what you call script. It's just it's the first sentence we always do, right? The outro I'll always say.
Ciao for now, Cue Music Man Child.
Yeah,
we haven't written it down, but we know.
No, exactly. And you both have an idea of what you're going to say.
Ask me to, if I would have to fight my physical being to not say that now when the mic goes on. It's the only thing that can come out of my mouth.
Well, you're both going to have an idea of what you're going to say during the podcast, right? That's beyond doubt. I don't understand how anybody could think, these guys just sit down and just go, right, do you want to talk about FPL?
James,
yeah, okay.
Nod your head, James. Just say, yeah. We know what's coming out of my mouth. Yeah. Depends what day of the week it is.
Yeah. For you guys, for the volume, it's definitely true. For me, I think for doing one main pod per week, I want to make sure that we nail that pod, because that is the only kind of contribution I make in terms of how we publish anything. So I'll just be speaking to Nick, and in most recent days speaking to Stag as well on the WhatsApp group. It's been okay, this is what's happened over the weekend. Or this guy scored, this guy's not very well. How's that tie in? So things we've been talking about. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, let's put that together. All right, let's emphasize that. Oh, hang on. Well, there's a theme there, isn't there? In that, I don't know, the 7.5 million midfielders aren't performing. So does that mean we divest from that category and then move into the strikers, move into the defenders? Sounds very geeky, and that's basically what WGTA is for those people who don't listen. and it was good to have Stag on because, again, going back to the main question that you asked ages ago, because
We'll get there.
Like, because Nick, he'll get it. He'll get
It's
it.
because he's got a very sexy voice. Let's be honest.
I've been waiting 15
I've
fucking minutes. He wants to yap on about the NHS and some other nonsense.
Well, lads, I've got my scripts written right here, so I want to make sure we adhere to it. But I think Nick and I have no banter because Nick is not a banter central, right? I don't think he's going to mind me saying this. He's got no banter as an individual. Like, he's just not that kind of guy. Like, he's the guy that you'll kind of. Have you seen the Anchorman? Like,
yeah.
If you anything that is on anything on the auto cue, Burgundy will read. He's that kind of guy. But you're like, Nick, what do you think? And he'll be like, yeah, it's tough, mate. It's tough, but yeah, once the consistency, usual shit.
Oh, the impression's so good as well.
It's really good. It's really good to have Stag there.
When you was away, I think you might have done it. It might have been Tom Campbell even. I can't remember who you did a pod with, and you did an impression of him, and I didn't know if he was in or not. It was so good. In fact, I couldn't even tell. It might have been Tom. Apologies if it wasn't Tom. But I couldn't even tell which one of the two of you that was there had done the impression of Nick. It was so good and so accurate. Can you do that one more time for us? It's raising money for NHS charities.
It's basically talking like this, isn't it? So saying, you know what, donate right now. It's really tough, isn't it? But we're going through a tough time. We all are, and the NHS is the place to really donate your money. It's definitely like that.
Can I just say, I don't know if Suj knows this, but at one stage today, Nick was winning the bidding for the Raheem Sterling show.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was like, what?
I can imagine that he. What's it up to now?
It's sold. Karan bought it. 270 quid.
Ooh, I can imagine. I think Nick's got a lot of challenging circumstances in his personal life that I'm not going to go into. But I imagine that if he was there and watching it, he would have been one-upping it. That's for sure. He's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
It's good. It's. I think that my aim for getting involved in FPL content is a little bit different to a lot of people's, and that's definitely what is true of why me and getting on with the FPL in-house fraternity has never quite worked, is because a lot of them, we know who they are going into it thinking, I'm going to make a career of this, I want to be a popular person. For me, it's just for fun. That's the only reason I do it. And a lot of the time, my actual goal is just to have fun with it. And so it can kind of mean that a lot of the time the read is so different. For me, it's just have fun. And with WGTA, I'm just hoping that for the future it's just going to be. I think we are a little bit different, you guys and us. I think we found on the joint pod it didn't quite work. It's fair to say, just because
I disagree.
There's a white guy and an Asian. We're roughly the same, mate. There's a white guy and an Asian with you.
Well, I'm literally in between. I'm between both of you. I'm between both of you.
Yeah,
I'm half of him and half of you.
This is going to end up with complaints. Where's this going to go?
Well, I'm half of Suj and half of James in one person.
I think it was a shame that when we, for those who don't know, we did a mashup. I guess 9 months ago or so now.
Oh, it's October, I think.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Nick couldn't join us, so we had the awkwardness of. It would have almost been better if I'd been with Suj and you'd been with Nick in a weird way.
Bro, he had fucking chicken
pox.
Yeah, he had chicken pox, and
we didn't want anyone near us. But it was just for fuck's sake, Nick, are you joking me?
I think with that
it
pod,
was brilliant, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, and the environment I think was probably wrong.
2% of people hated it because you've got a loyalty to your people who follow you, loyalty to people who follow us. There's people in the chat now, Tom, and I'm like, what rock have you been living under? And people in the chat going, I've never listened to WGTA, but I'm going to start now. And I'm like, really? Where have you been? But, you've got people got loyalties to you, people got loyalties to us, and I think when you start mixing them things, you're always taking a little bit of a risk. And plus, what we do is so different. I mean, so for me, like, I've got to know you. I would genuinely consider you a friend now. You're my go-to because if I relate it to FPL for a second, my massive weakness is the numbers area. I'll talk about what I watched at the weekend and whatever. I need someone to just feed into me for 45 minutes or so what numbers that I couldn't be bothered to look at, and you're my guy. And you guys do that really well for me. So we offer something completely different, and that's why I think I don't really know how to sum that up other than say, like, some people will gravitate to you, some people gravitate to us, and I think I would hazard a guess that the majority of people in the chat would probably listen to both of us, other than all these people who Andy has sent here who are like, what the fuck is this? Basically, if you go to the description, if you could donate some money for NHS charities and rewind about 25 minutes to listen to the best speech ever from Tom, we'd really appreciate it. We're about 1,200 quid from Target, and we've got about 4.5 hours to find it. And I don't want to be the one that pays the difference.
There is some. We've got Ali Gaffer still in the chat. General Zod, if you remember, he came to our Manchester live. He's still in the chat.
Loves Zod. What a guy.
Yeah,
what a guy.
Marzy's
Zod.
Probably broken fast now, and he's.
What's Mars doing?
Nim's still in the
no.
chat.
Oh,
Loads of people.
Sorry,
what?
Mars was broken fast.
Yeah,
what?
It's Ramadan, right?
Yeah, it's
broken fast a few hours
It's finished.
ago.
Is that all right?
But he,
yeah, it's Eid now.
Is it?
Ah, cool.
So, Marzy, happy Eid, mate. Yeah, we got plenty in. Beer count. I'm at 5. James is about 15.
I think I'm on about 1, 2, 3.
I don't
4,
know. I
5.
don't know.
Yeah, I'm about.
I feel right.
Some.
6.
About 3 hours ago, I thought I'm getting smashed here. And actually, I had a row with Gary about Ricky Villiers and Ryan Giggs. And I feel like
Yeah.
I think that's so James, isn't it?
Well,
Fucking hell, I can be like Ricky Villiers. I'm fucking done here.
to be fair, no spoilers for those who need to catch up, but I relented, mate. You know, I did the right thing.
You relented? You joking me?
Well,
what happened?
I'm going to go Steven Gerrard first anyway, but that's a long story. Yeah, I mean, I had to get the people in there that I wanted, and I got them near enough where I wanted them to be. I'll take that. There was loads of Spurs in the top 10 anyway. That's all that mattered.
So how's it been then? This day, like I've been in and out. So I saw Adam, like I saw Mars, and I saw a few other bits and pieces. I caught up on Mars, and I saw like a few bits like earlier on. Like I had a bit of FIFA, like for 11 to about 12:30. But I watched a lot of stuff during the course of the day. Like, how's it been for you guys? Like, it's a long thing, isn't it?
Very, very long. To be honest, the morning was good. We had a few guests on and off in the morning, which was pretty good. What's happened?
We lost
your camera, mate.
No, I'm back. It loses the focus, so I keep having to rejig it.
So the morning was quite relaxed and quite good. We were taking it easy, I think, in the morning, not going too crazy and getting on the coffees. We started I had to wake up at 4:30, pick this guy up at about 5:10, right? We got here, got everything set up. Then that second stint that started 12 till 6 was very intense because we started with the content creators takeover. We had like 8-9 people in an hour. That was
mad.
It's rapid fire, followed straight into a phone in, which was also rapid fire. So that first 2 hours was like bang, bang, bang. It was a lot of fun.
I saw the content creators takeover. My God, like if you have more than 4 people in a Zoom call, you end up in the whole.
That's kind
of reality, don't you?
Hi bye. So then we went into Champ Man, and that obviously took up time. So the second stint flew by. The third stint I knew would be the hardest, because this stint now is the home straight, right? After this is done, we've got an hour with no headphones on to play a bit of Articulate and chill. Then we've got guests on throughout the rest of the show, which will take us through comfortably. And it's a few hours left. It was the third stint, that the end of that third stint was the hardest. Definitely.
Yeah, because we tried to play something that didn't work.
Pictionary. Well, we got 2 versions of Articulate here. Articulate Christmas every year. My family around. Fucking love that game.
Articulate's going to be mad.
Yeah, mate.
No, it's
Tom,
fun, isn't it?
I've got no. Listen, I feel I'm a bit surprised. I feel fine. No, I'm obviously I'm there now, but I feel right. I don't feel too tired. I think the thing for us is once Steph challenged us, and I was like, yeah, I can do that. And then once Suj got wind, he was like, yeah, 24-hour stream. I'm like, that's it. It's not even a discussion. Suj, just tell me the date and we'll fucking do it. But the thing was to do it was this bit's now more chilled out. Now we've had Andy on for longer. We've had yourself on for longer. Was more about previous. How fast paced can we keep it? I genuinely don't feel like I've sat here for 20 hours or how long we've been
19
here?
hours, 36
hours.
minutes and about 50 seconds.
I genuinely don't feel like I've been here. I don't know if there's any help with the fact that this big ass thing behind me is normally where there's a window outside the window. So for me, in terms of the lighting, there's been no different from 2 o'clock this afternoon to now. So I don't know if you psychologically you're like, oh, I can't see it getting dark or anything like that. It hasn't been that kind of effect. But feel right. Like I know right now that we're going to make the end. There's no issue with it. I feel madly that we could probably just keep going. We might have a Zoom in at 6 a.m. as well. But feel fine, mate. I have a confession, Tom, and it's selfish because I do want to talk about you guys a bit, and I know you're fucking keen to push our stuff and that as well. As you know, I religiously, whenever can watch you guys. I haven't listened to any of the Sunderland stuff. What inspired the decision to do that? And I haven't seen the videos either. In terms of, is it Amazon or Netflix or
Netflix? Yeah.
Netflix series.
What can you sum up in 10 minutes or so
10
about
minutes.
that story?
10 minutes?
Yeah,
Joking.
2 minutes. Sunderland, mate.
2 minutes. I'll do
We
it.
can
2
talk about
minutes.
it for 10 minutes. I you know me, we'll have a discussion about lower league football and stuff and like that anyway. So like just fill me in what have I missed here? Because following your tweets and stuff, it sounds like that football club is an absolute mess.
Absolutely. Have you not seen any of Sunderland Stars Eye, James?
No.
No, me neither. I never seen
That's
watched a
why I'm
single
asking you.
episode.
Fill me in.
Okay,
Sell it.
okay.
Sell it.
So firstly,
Alright.
should we watch it?
So
I bet it's
Sunderland,
brilliant.
so Sunderland Side Eye is. Did you see the Leeds documentary?
No,
No.
Have you seen the Man City one?
Yeah.
mate. Tom, I don't even want to talk about the Spurs one because the second they showed Pochettino
that's-
getting sacked, the
that's gonna
TV is
be-
going out the window.
That's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
Watch the City
but
one.
it is.
I'm
it's-
striking that week, by the way.
The City one is also very good. Although it's a bit of a hagiography, which is another way of saying it's a way of making them all look great.
Yeah.
Sunderland Side Eye is a Netflix documentary which is about basically going behind the scenes of Sunderland. So basically all the cameras everywhere. It's a great. I can't remember who it is now. But basically, like they go behind the scenes and they kind of say, all right, we're going to basically have a camera for the first team, the executive team, whatever it is, and have an idea of how the club's run. Last year, the idea was that obviously they were going to do that and be part of an amazing promotion story where they go from the Championship back to the Premier League. The reality was how horrendous Sunderland was that they ended up back in League One.
They've never been down there before.
They got relegated back in.
They'd always been top two division.
Yeah, so they were absolutely terrible. It was all about the kind of how chaotic everything was and how the fact that all of those years of mismanagement ended up down there. And this year was a lot about how the season went, how everything went, and how they ended up basically still being in League One because of basically bad luck. And Sunderland Side Die was basically because at the end of the day, you've got to kind of think, well, you know what, the raison d'etre is gone. So for you guys, you've got your weekly main pod with asked questions, and we did that for a little while. But you had Champman, and you're across that. And at the end of the day, Nick and Stag didn't want to do that; they weren't part of that. And what's the point of me doing anything? And the Chiefs did a few things.
I know how to zoom you into that stream now, mate. Just saying.
Yeah, no, I love your stream.
Except
But
the Wi-Fi in my home can't hack it, mate. We should have done it today.
Do you think this
Yeah.
fuck off banner that's about 6'5" tall will fit in your kitchen?
6'5".
It's 7 foot tall. This banner's fucking huge. He's taking it home.
6'5". That's Cratchy and more, mate. Sorry, Tom.
Yeah.
that's all right, no worries. No, I think like so in this weird sort of shit time where we haven't got FPL, what we're gonna do. So for us, it's more like nakedly just doing something that we enjoy. So it's the same as kind of being, you know what? You always have kind of weird shit that you watch. So you ever seen like I don't know some weird shit on Netflix, and you're like, oh yeah, that's really interesting, like Ozark or something. Oh, I wish I could just have a chat about that. But one thing that we're all interested in is the state of football and what's going on. And Sunderland in League One, you're like, well, actually, what the fuck? Why are they there? Because they are a huge team, like, and years of mismanagement have cost them. It's the same as usage with West Ham.
Yeah, thank you.
You're looking at them and thinking, well, you know, I could run that club better than these twats. So with Sunside Die, it's a case of kind of saying, all right, we're going to watch along to this, and also say there's lots of like kind of cuts of the audio or whatever within the show. And we thought, well, a lot of people would have watched it. It's locked down. People would have seen it and just kind of binged on it. So I remember it, and like it's obviously going to kill a lot of our listenership. So I think it kind of went down to probably about a quarter of the FPL reality, but that's how it is. I mean,
it's
you know,
not dissimilar to what us is, mate.
Can I be honest?
I've lost more followers over the last 2 months than most people have ever gained.
We're on course to have more downloads this month than April. I'm telling you, if we hit that privately, I'm gonna have a big wank. Because I think that might be a bigger achievement to have held on to the listeners than actually doing this.
Forget
Sorry,
privately,
Tom,
make it a Patreon special, mate. That's fucking happening. That's a Patreon special.
Oh, a lot of people come for that. Oh dear.
You just earned your appearance fee there, mate. You just earned your appearance fee.
There is no fee for anybody who is upset about.
We have to be careful what people take literally, don't we?
Yes, yeah. He's just read that off of fucking line 8.
Oh yeah, true.
But I think it was basically like, it was quite good fun, you know, like just going through the episodes, talk about them, and be like, well, this is part of a wider issue with regards to X, Y, and Z. That's what we went through, and then we got a few, you know, like every. I know that James, you're really into this sounds really fucking dodgy. Actually, you're into the fighting cock, aren't you, James?
Yes, I do love the fighting cock and the extra inch.
You fucking love it. You love a bit of girth in your life. But the Sunderland, there's a few podcasts, so the Roker Report and the Wise Men Say. So we obviously reached out to them and just like, you know, we've done all this, we've gone through every episode. Are you interested in being part of it? And the Roker Report got back and said, yeah, absolutely. So they both listened to it, and they was like, yeah, that's great. And you know, we went through the whole series, and every episode was like, you know, this is what's going on. A general kind of conversation about what's happening within them and the wider conversation of football, the state of football, I suppose. And you guys cover that as well, you know, the Bury podcast.
Well, I was going to say, can I dive in and say, was this a giant who got the assist people's poll?
No, not really, because we don't want to. We just kind of thought, well, fuck it, we're not going to ask anybody.
I'm not saying copying. I'm just saying.
No, because we didn't ask people. That's the key. Like we said at that point. That we're nakedly all about like the fact that we're doing this to keep ourselves sane. I don't really give a shit what people think, because at the end of the day, well, like it's free, so I don't really care. And yeah, it just kind of kept us going, I suppose. Like now it's the end of the season, so I've got like 4 weeks off until we got a date. I think that I published nothing, as I tweeted earlier on. I think we're probably looking at 27th of June being the restart
Yeah,
of the
I think
Premier League season.
I mean, it was Danny Ceballos who said 20th. I can't see that.
I can't see it. I think
No,
I think it'll be the last weekend of
26th,
June.
27th, yeah.
The last weekend of June or the 4th of July will be the time. So that's all going to kick off. And then if FPL, and to move us on to the next bit, I think if FPL do turn around and say, all right, here's the date, here's what we're going to do. What do you guys think is going to happen with FPL? What do you think they're going to do? How do you think they're going to frame it?
Tom, I'm really going to upset you.
James is going to say, I don't care.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Like I think that all of the fucking obvious caveats.
Like, whatever
side,
they decide, we'll deal with.
we will.
I can't influence it,
Obviously, that's really fucking obvious. Like I don't really give a shit about that. That is obvious. Like that they're going to serve us something. And for now, we're in speculation territory. If we're in that territory of speculation, what do you think they're going to do?
I think they will restart the game. I think they will add on. How many games we got to go other than 4 teams? Is it 9 games?
Yes, something like that.
9 game weeks.
I think they will add on 9 game weeks, and it will literally be set as from, was it game week 30 that was cancelled? Mm-hmm. I think you will most likely start with Man City and Arsenal. And Aston Villa and Sheffield United will be part of a double game week 30, and then the rest will go.
I think that'll be really interesting though, because I think that we're going to end up.
That's the
what have you and then UEFA have said that everything's going to be played in August, right? So
in terms of European competition, so potentially yes, but if they work the City Arsenal fit, there's been a suggestion that the 4 teams have got the extra game, and it would make sense they go first, play the extra game. I think you start with a double game week, and then yes, if they're playing every 4 days, you're just going to end up with weird shit, mate, where you're going to have deadlines going to be at 7 o'clock on a Thursday and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's where you're going to be.
The YouTube chat's finding this riveting because you got Auto Reclose saying, is it me or is the C very close to the F on my keyboard? I've just noticed that it's really hard to press.
Alright, cool.
2 a.m. people have had it now. Yes, I'm drunk.
It's very hard to F a C.
Oh, yeah. So you staying up till 6 a.m, Tom, or what?
What's your thought, Tom? Just to clarify, what do you think?
It'd be interesting. So I think it'll be interesting. I think that they're going to obviously do the leftover fixtures first because there's lots of information about that. But I said, well, it makes sense. I think Richard Masters, I think he's now a permanent CEO of the Premier League, has said it's time to say that. I think that after that, that's going to happen. Like I'm doing fantasy Bundesliga at the moment, just for lols, and I think they've done that as well. I think that makes sense, doesn't it? I think as long as we can have a way to, an orderly way of completing the season. Like I think all of this shit, like you see all of the provocateur accounts on Twitter just being like, oh, there's no football about the fans. Yeah, okay, I believe that, I understand that. But equally, they're going to play at the end of the season now. As you see in the Bundesliga, as you're going to see with the La Liga, as you're going to see with the Premier League.
But you just reminded me of something, Tom. Sorry, it's a bit off track. You sell Jason Kumas this week.
I did.
He's been waiting to get that one in, and he's waiting to get Tomo with Yule. I know it. If you do that,
I kept Jason Kumas because I saw you sold him.
I think that's one of those, isn't it? Where you're just like, well, like the balance of probabilities that. I put John Collins in because he had a double game week.
Oh no, it's breaking.
You're going to say, well, last 2 game weeks of Kumas, 1 pointers.
Is that the change you made? Kumas to Collins.
It was.
Do you know what? I every time I've seen you make a transfer, I think you've been so unlucky. I said it during the stream. In the first hour, I was like, I kept Kumas because I saw Tom sold him. That bastard's so unlucky.
It just basically translates across all fantasy games, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And what are you gonna do? Like,
There's so much luck involved, mate.
oh, it's so random, isn't it? And I'm the same as you, Captain Fowler this week.
Yeah.
And what are you gonna do? Like you see the outcome, and you're like, really, really? Okay, fair enough. It's like a random match generator. That's what's so good about the Bundesliga fantasy is that it's like
Real football.
you're watching real football. Okay, no fans.
Have you thought of covering it, or is that like Tom and
Absolutely
Stag
not.
are not in, or
No, Nick's
Nick,
in.
I'm in, sorry.
But then the day it's sunk cost because at the end of the day when FPL comes back, I'm gonna drop that.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Twat here does all the work, so I've got to sit there until 2 a.m. on a Monday night doing all of the editing. Am I really gonna do that for something that we're gonna drop like as soon as FPL comes back? No, of course I'm fucking not. So that's reality.
It's one of the difficulties. I mean, a lot of the guys playing the champ man now, who are like, oh yeah, want another season. And you're well and good saying that now, but if the Premier League starts in 4 or 5 weeks, whether you do or you don't want it, let's see when that happens how you feel about things, right?
No,
So,
it's
the guys who come on have been very honest and went, yeah, let's see. We all want football back, really. The Premier League, we want to play the real game and see how we feel about things then. So,
well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's like it's not like know your place sounds really like twatish and a bit shit.
But yeah.
But the reality is that as soon as FPL is back, and then a date for the Premier League is announced, then the momentum will be key. So you hear all the obvious stuff, and like I wish on Twitter I could just attach like a fucking like a GIF, a fucking like PNG file to everything I write. Like you get these all the time. So what about the key workers? What about NHS? What about the fucking hell? I'm the most left-wing person you could fucking imagine. But like I agree with all that. But I'm able to hold 2 thoughts in my mind at once, which is just like, yeah, I care about all of that. But I'm looking forward to football coming back. And you're looking at all that and thinking, well,
true.
actually,
You don't have to feel guilty about it, mate.
Exactly. I think of it. I'm not.
Sorry.
But but you hear all about that, and you kind of think, oh, for fuck's sake, are you fucking stupid? Of course you are, because you wouldn't write that otherwise. But all these things.
Not for now. I'm good, thanks. But I will get another beer when we start articulating. I'm going to need it. Oh, you're hobbly. It's this deep vein thrombosis you got to be worried about, James. Make sure you do some star jumps while you're out there. When you jog to the. That's the biggest worry now. Coming out when it's at 6 a.m. Is it going to be light? It's probably going to be light at 6 a.m. Isn't it?
It will be.
Yeah. Do you know what? My kids wake up at about 6:30. So by the time I get home in a cab, they'll be awake. Be like, oh, Dad's home. Let's go out and do something or play or something. I'll be like, no, mate, I'm out like a light. So what else?
You lost it, Suj. It's all over.
Say that again?
You've lost it, Suj. It's all over.
No, I'm still going strong. I've still got Articulate with James to come for an hour. That's all good. We got some guys. We got Josh and Brandon coming on later as well, but that's at 5 a.m. in the morning. They're not advertising the schedule, so being Americans, we thought they'd be unreliable.
There you go, my mate. My good mate Alex as well.
Alex Waterbaby is coming on at 4:30 as well. I've not interacted much or spoken with Alex. I'm looking forward to that. That should be a good laugh. And then Tomo as well, because we need to speak to him about Jason Yule as much as we possibly can for about a half an hour. And he needs to tell us why Sheffield United are going to win the league next year. He definitely believes it. Yeah, so there we go.
Merkins are full of hope, aren't they?
Say that again, sorry?
Merkins are full of hope, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely, exactly. So there we go.
Oh,
Just checking in the questions in the YouTube chat. If you've got any questions for Tom, you can chuck them in. Quite a few people are wasted on the wines. Nim saying she's a few glasses of wine in. Jeff saying Such doing great DVT, great FPL player. Who's DVT? He's not a great FPL player. Oh, we're down to 87 viewers now. I think slowly and surely people are going to start weaning away.
Donations.
On the donations, we have now hit, and I'll hit refresh on this page, £3,855. I mean, our 5,000 target was pretty ambitious when we set it. I think we're easily going to clear the £4,000 mark now because there's a few Champman FPL donations to come tomorrow. And I'll take it now. Anything that comes in from now on in, mate, is a bonus. I think even crossing that £4,000 mark's an achievement in itself. I still need to put 15 quid in because of my atrocious performance in the quiz this morning with Tom Campbell. I was told you were bringing some trivia to us.
No, I think I'll leave that now. I think it's the time. I think the Wolf Pack, where I did the quiz a while ago.
Yeah.
It was a really good, like, kind of basis for doing a quiz of some sort. I think in terms of the time of day, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm crap at football quizzes. I'm good at other quizzes, general knowledge all day long. I'll take it, but football, forget about it. And then I'm up against James whenever I go to any quiz, or he's always on my team, so he'll have the answers to pretty much anything and everything that we can.
I think my GK is very good, so I'm good to have. I think we should have a pop quiz team.
Nice.
We should probably do that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, find a good one and we'll be down for it. I know James went to one in Angel with Sham. Was that a football quiz only?
Oh, it was a really good night.
Yeah, there one in
Really
Angel, which
good.
was pretty decent. So we'll see if we can get that going. It's every Wednesday or Thursday or something
It
like
was
that.
a Thursday night in the pub
Thursday
in
nights.
Angel.
John was pretty good.
Really good,
I
that
was like, I think I held the record for a little while on the beer nuts quiz, just because literally, I could be like so clever, but the reality is that I've got so much shit in my brain that for general knowledge, great, I can do that fucking quiz.
Have you got any quiz,
Yeah.
Tom? You mentioned it.
No, I thought, well, it's the time of day. There's no point doing it.
Any good trivia from it?
All right.
Go on, throw me some.
Well, all right. What was Arsenal? What were Arsenal initially called?
Woolwich.
No, that's not true. Yeah, so Dal Square FC.
Yeah, that shit.
Exactly. You good shit. All right. 2019. You're in June. You're about to play Liverpool. What is the Spurs lineup?
We're in the Champions League final.
Yep, you've got 11 players. What was the lineup?
Bloody hell, I was there, mate.
You were there.
Loris, Trippier, Alderweireld, Vertonghen, Danny Rose, Sissoko, Winks, Son, Ali, Ericsson, Kane.
11 out of 11.
Well,
Lab. All right.
remember.
Let's just do it. Let's do it. So, because you're there, Suj isn't there, and at the end of the day, Suj doesn't know anything.
He doesn't.
All right. Let me load this up on my computer. No, there we go. All right, general knowledge. Let's do it. So, James, Kevin De Bruyne with 16 leads the way for assists this year. He's followed by Trent Alexander-Arnold on 12 in second, and then Mahrez with 8 on third.
Really? I didn't know that.
He is. And then Array of Talent is joint on 7 assists.
God.
Who is the only non-top half player in that joint fourth slot?
Oh my lord.
And it's not actually that hard. When I tell you the answer, you will be like, "Oh yeah, I knew that."
It's not some who got the assist geeky one like Ben Buendia or anyone like that, is it?
You're a twat. What the fuck? Yes, Buendia.
Is it?
Is
it Buendia?
it is Buendia?
Yeah, get in
He's
there.
the only guy. Number 2, in 2012-13, John Walters got the worst FPL game week score for a
brilliant.
player in modern times. What did he score that game week?
What was what?
What did he score that game week?
Oh, Jesus. So he had 2 own goals. What'd you get for an own goal? Is that -2? You get own goal -2, penalty miss -2. Am I right?
What did he score?
Oh, fucking hell, Tom. I reckon he got... Oh, Jesus. 2 own goals, penalty miss.
You've got all of you've got all of the components put together.
-4.
That was it. Exactly it.
Fucking hell.
You're a legend. Number 3. How many goals did Raheem Sterling score against Southampton on the first game week of the season?
Raheem Sterling's got the first game of the season. The City played Southampton opening day. The City played West Ham opening day, didn't they?
Season, yeah.
Is it this season?
How many goals did he score?
Season, City played West Ham opening day 5-0. Raheem Sterling hat trick.
Scored 3. I thought you said Southampton.
How many goals did he score against Southampton then?
Well, none.
Okay. Number 4 is.
It's trick question, bastard.
That's it.
The
That's it. Number 4 is basically a James question. This is one I would never ask it, but I can't to change it. Harry Kane emerged as Spurs striker in 2013-14. Who did he supplant?
Who did he what?
Who did he take over from?
In what way? What, in the team?
2013-14. There was one main striker that he supplanted or took over from 2013-14. Who did he take over from?
So, in that year?
Yep, that year. And I'd like to
It's a
answer
little
the
bit
question.
awkward because the two of them both played next year.
Yeah. No, that's not. Nah.
Yeah.
It was kind of true.
Addy Boyle started the next year, and then Kane played with Soldado for a bit.
I was like, yeah. All right, let's just answer the question.
Soldado?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Oh, God.
I just heard his answer.
Number 5. Number 5, because Suj just guessed the answer because James has told him. Number 5. How did Joseph Simonich grant Graham Hull a spot in their referees Hall of Shame in 2006?
Did he give 3 yellow cards?
Good. Very good.
Yeah, who got the assist there?
Teamwork makes the dream
Who got the
work.
assist?
Teamwork makes
Who got the assist?
work.
Nice. All right, number 6.
Yes.
Who was the oldest outfield player in Premier League history?
Teddy Sheringham.
John Burridge. Oh, outfield. Teddy Sheringham,
Oh!
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
40 and he played for West Ham.
Yeah, 39, wasn't he?
Teddy.
Or was he 40? 39 or 40? one or
It's
the other.
quite remarkable, actually.
He was
as a
40.
forward.
He played for West Ham. Yeah, all right, number 7.
I think it says more about West Ham than it does about Teddy Sheringham.
Yeah, definitely, mate.
He was very good that game. He was very good in the Champman as well.
Yeah, he's all right.
Number 7.
Except
In
today.
2017-18, Mo Salah scored the highest point total ever scored by a player in the FPL history. How many points did he score?
What's our window?
3 points.
Oh,
Jesus. Did he get 300? Did he get 300?
Nah, he didn't.
No?
No one's ever got 300. He's in the 290s, I think.
300. I'm
290.
going 303.
No, there's no player has scored 300
Did he hit
points.
it? Did he hit it?
There's no player that's scored
Oh.
300 points. I'm going to go 287.
James, you're an absolute fucking legend. 303.
Oh,
Exactly.
Oh, mate. 303.
Yeah. Who got
Right.
that assist?
That was amazing. All right, next one. In the 1999 treble-winning season for United, who won the PFA Player of the Year?
Say that again.
In the 1999 treble-winning season for United, who won the PFA Player of the Year?
David Ginola.
It
was. That's amazing.
David Ginola. No, it's because
And
we've
you
been
know,
talking so much about that season. The last
and that like literally is a killer for so many people. Because everybody turns around and goes, yeah, David Beckham or Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That's really
Andy
good.
Cole, Dwight York scored a
Get
shit
the
ton of goals.
crosses over.
All right, next question.
His
Go on.
name's
Shut up, James.
Ginola. Whoa,
What? All right,
he's
what?
our French king.
Yeah, but he was at Aston Villa at that point.
I'll
It's
mute
all
James's
over.
mic, don't worry. Yeah, go on.
What is the most common surname of a Premier League player since
Smith.
it began?
Since it began.
No,
No,
James
I know
Jones.
this one.
Jones. Gary. Everyone
no,
in the
Sacco.
chat. Everyone in the chat's Gary.
Gary?
It's either Sacco or Kamara. I'm going to go Sacco.
No.
Okay.
Think about 15-year-old girls.
Johnson.
Yes! There we go.
Fucking old Tom.
And
Don't
the final
make me do
one.
that.
And
Final one.
that's what she said. Final one. Since the Premier League began, 4 men have won the Golden Boot and the European Golden Boot on 5 occasions. Luis Suarez, Thierry Henry twice, and Cristiano were 4. Who was the 5th?
Is that the same season?
No, obviously not, because you can't win the
Ronaldo?
Golden Boot
Cristiano
5
Ronaldo?
times. No, yeah, Ronaldo is part of it.
Sorry, is it European Golden Boot?
The European Golden Shoe. I've got some more beyond this if you want to.
Owen?
Nope. And James, you're a champ man aficionado. You should be all over this.
Rude.
You should be coming on it. You should be coming
You
over
said
this.
Henri. It's not Henri, is it? Rude.
No, it's not.
Fowler, Viduka. Who else is
I mean, Jermaine Defoe was good.
Shearer?
No.
No.
It's Kevin Phillips.
Fuck me, 30 goals.
He did.
99, 2000, yeah.
All right, I'm going to kill your. Articulate time. I've got
That's
one more
fine.
round.
Kill it.
One more round.
I
One
need
more
to
round.
get something
All
to
right.
eat in a minute. Go on.
All right. So, since its inception, 111 nationalities have been represented in the Premier League.
Oh my god.
For this round, I'll give you a country, and you have to name a player who's played for them whilst being a Premier League player. I'll start off really easy, but it will increasingly get a lot more difficult. Okay?
England?
Okay. Are we going through all 111 countries? Fuck that.
No, absolutely not.
Fair play.
So we have
I was gonna get
nine.
confident.
I've got 9 countries there.
Okay. We take
Uh,
it in turns or?
No, you can do what you want
Work
to.
together. Go on. Team.
All right.
Gun.
Number 1, New Zealand.
Ryan Nelson.
Chris
That's a great answer.
He would play for Spurs.
So
Chris Wood.
you've got Chris Wood, Ryan Nelson, or you've got Winston Reid, who is a
Yeah.
West Ham legend.
He is.
Number 2 is probably a bit easier to do. Armenia.
Oh, Henrik Mkhitaryan.
Number 3, Venezuela.
Rondon.
Rondon.
Who's the other player?
Ooh, that's.
He was a Fulham defender. Is my
Oh, I ain't gonna get that, Tom. I'll tell you straight away, I ain't gonna get that.
Amora Beata.
Who?
Exactly.
Was he 4.5 million?
He was.
I bet he's got to be. He's have to be 4.5
Absolutely.
4.0.
He was. He was. Number 4, Zimbabwe.
Grobbelaar. Peter and Love.
Yep. There's 2 more. In fact, there's one who's currently active.
Zimbabwean.
Currently active.
Be some prick at somewhere like Villa. Somewhere.
Yes,
Is it really?
it was. It is.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know.
Oh, Nakamba.
Is he? Marvellous.
Marvelous
He's from
Nakamba.
Zimbabwe, is he?
And there's
What
one
a name. His
Man
parents. Imagine if he came out and his parents went, marvellous.
there's one Man City legend that you've forgotten.
Man City legend. Zimbabwean.
He was
Fuck you know.
Benjani. Come on.
Benjani was Zimbabwean. Didn't know that. There we
Yes.
go.
All right, number 5, Montenegro.
Oh, Jovetic.
How
There's
many are
2.
there?
Other Man City player, I think. Am I right in saying
Not
it? Centre
Dzeko.
half. His name escapes me.
Not joking.
Savage.
Oh, it's a savage answer right there.
Yeah.
Right, number 6, Benin.
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 Yeah, no.
I'm in trouble there.
No idea.
There's an old
Some
school.
shit that played for West Ham, I bet.
There's an old school FPL answer here that if you played FPL in 2012, 13,
No,
And
drunk,
in-
Tom.
on
No,
double
no.
get on double game, I was high as a fucking kite, mate. But I did own this guy. And also, if you were a Huddersfield buyer and he's got a brace on game week 1, you were there.
Huddersfield?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confusing me now. What country are we in? Benin.
Benin. And you were-
Diakabi.
No, he's got a brace on game week 1. You were there.
I was there.
You were.
Against Spurs.
On
What?
Twitter. No, on Twitter you were there.
On Twitter, you there.
And the other guy, he's got it
He's
all.
confusing.
Tell us.
So you got Gested for Villa.
Rudy Gestede. Villa.
Mounier,
Mounier.
Mounier, yeah.
and you were there when he scored a brace for Huddersfield in game week 1, 2 seasons
At
ago.
Palace, opening day, yeah.
Yeah, and Sessegnon Senior was also Ben Nice. All right, and this is one for James. Game week number 7, Latvia.
Marion Pahars.
And who's the other one?
Oh.
And he is a CM FPL legend.
It's some prick who played for Fulham, isn't it?
Is
it Stolzers?
Stolzers.
It is Soldiers. And you've got one Arsenal legend worth mentioning.
Is it Stepanovs? Was that?
Oh, you're a legend. I love it. We need to basically just be on.
We need to monetize this motherfucker. By
we need to do this.
Quizzes somewhere.
There's a reason I'll do the quiz.
Number 8, Tunisia.
I've got. Shit. That's a bad one, Tunisia. I got loads. All I can think is this guy at.
It's not like El Mohammadi.
At Bolton, a big lump at Bolton. Haim or sorry, what was his name?
Close. Gone. You close.
Tal Ben Haim.
That was the one that I'd be close to.
No, it's that he's Israeli. I don't know if it's Israeli. Is a thing.
Israeli, yeah.
He scored at the 2006 World Cup. He was a lump. I can't name. It's very close to that though, isn't it?
It's very close to that. Yeah.
There's
also
Halassi or.
There's also a Sunderland legend and a Leicester legend amongst this crew.
Riyad Mahrez
is the guy who scored the volley against Chelsea. The fuck was it? He was quite decent.
There's some Allardyce signing amongst these players.
He scored a brilliant volley against Chelsea. What was his name? If I wait 30 seconds for the delay, someone will put it in the chat. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
What was his name? I could see his face. Kazri.
That's it. Wabi Kazri.
Wabi Kazri, yeah.
And there's Ben Lewayne, who was a Leicester player.
Who was the Bolton player?
Roddy Jaidi.
Jaidi, Jabi. Yeah, that guy.
And the final one, which is really difficult for people I do this quiz amongst, but I'm guessing you guys are not going to find this difficult.
James is not going to. I'm fucked.
Was a man?
A man is Al Habsi.
That's it. All right.
Brilliant. Thank you, Tom.
We've got one more.
Go on.
I have a tiebreaker.
Go on.
I have a tiebreaker.
Yeah, go on, Suj. Me and you, tiebreaker. This is for all the NHS money.
Yeah.
How many teams in total have played in the Premier League?
Do you want me to count them?
Yeah. How many teams in total?
I won't do that. I'll go.
Yeah, you can guess. Yeah.
49.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Have you read my fucking sheet? That's ridiculous.
49.
That's ridiculous.
Is it
49?
49?
Yeah, it's 49. On the nose.
Suck my.
Yeah. James, you can't swear. I'll tell you why.
Dick.
So, have you not read the fucking email I sent you guys earlier on with the script?
No, I haven't got the script. My mum messaged me at 1:30. She goes, "Oh, we're just watching TV." I go, "Why don't you watch the stream?" So then she messaged me back that, "Mum, I hope you're watching. The microphone is a little bit in the way of your face.
This
Please
is just
move
for
it.
a few people
There's
making
too much
comments on
swearing
Twitter.
on screen. I'm leaving." So she's gone. Nice. Tom, thank you for that. Thank you
Cheers,
very
guys.
much.
Enjoy your articulate.
We will do.
Tom, so much love, man. Thank you. Can you do, before you go, can you do another NHS speech?
I'll get everyone
Well,
to donate. I'm going to
actually,
check the donations.
Can we set up Articulate and we just leave Tom to do another
do it.
NHS speech for donate?
Yeah, we will.
I know we though. Just send people back to the start of this.
Go and piss.
100% I will,
Thank
mate.
you so much, Tom.
We're just over £3,850 at the moment.
Go. Thank you, mate.
Fantastic.
See you soon, guys.
Cheers,
Take care of
pal.
yourself.
Buddy. Cheers. See you
Thanks,
later.
mate. Oh,
Take those
Brilliant.
headphones off, James.
take what?
Take those headphones off.
Brilliant. We're in the final 4 hours, pal.
We have got a little bit of time to chill to our next guest. Well, we're going to do some articulate. I need 10 minutes to eat some food. And
Okay.
You're going to answer some questions on
Yeah,
Twitter?
I'll do that on
I need
Twitch.
to stretch my legs before
Give me a quick Q&A. Do you know what? For Articulate, we ain't going to get the board out or anything. We'll just get some cards.
Cards for fun.
And we'll have some crack. But yeah, quick James Q&A while you're sending some questions and stuff. Please don't make me pay the money that's going to get me to our fucking target. What we at?
We're at 3855.
Isn't that what was at like an hour ago?
20 minutes ago. But you know, now it's like the drunker people are left on the stream, and most of them are donated already.
Phone your mum, phone your dad, rob your baby. I need to find about 1,200 quid in the next 4 hours, or I feel like I wasted my time. Obviously, I'm not going to feel like I'm wasting my time. That's a lie. But we got a target of 5 grand, which is ridiculously ambitious. I don't want to fucking leave it at 6 a.m. on anything less than that 5 grand total. Please, please. I sound like some prick on Children in Need or something. Please, please, in the description, in the bio of my Twitter account at Planet FPL Pod, please donate anything you can. There are 122 people watching now on this stream, that's insane in itself at 2 o'clock in the morning. If every single one of you put £10 in, we hit target. That's it. We're done. I genuinely don't want to get at 6 o'clock and be anything less than 5 grand. I will go home and be gutted. So, you know what we're doing it for. It's NHS Charities Together. It's kind of the umbrella group, looks after all NHS charities. I never thought we could hit 5 grand. And if we were sitting here on 2 grand right now, I wouldn't be bothered. I'd be quite happy. But the fact that we're kind of falling behind what we call in the sales team as run rate, I want to hit it. I want to hit it so bad. I want you to fucking go and wake your people up and say, please give me some money so we can do it. And that's the one desperate appeal I'm going to make, because I'm now drunk and I've got 4 hours to go. It's not even 4 hours, 3 hours, 48 minutes to go. Let's do this, man. Let's do this together as a community. You had Tom's impassioned speech there. Fantastic, man, in terms of the value and the worth for the NHS and etc. And I know we kind of done a lot of our plug-in our own shit and Patreon and shit, and right now I don't care. I just want to fucking hit that target before 6 a.m. That's all I really want to do. And let's do this. Please help me. I don't care. Go and fucking at everybody you got. Let's do this. Let's genuinely do it. Q&A. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Angus McPhail. That was brilliant with Tom. I'm admitting defeat and going to sleep now. This has been amazing. Good luck with the final stretch. Thank you very much, Angus. Mars says, James, worst Spurs game ever been to. Probably when we lost to you 5-0, you fucking prick. That was bad. Southampton away 4-0. We lost FA Cup third round. Brutal cold. That was bad. The away ones when you get battered are bad. Then you got to do the travel afterwards as well. At least at home you could smash out down the pub or smash something else. Gary Shepherd, James, a guy earlier suggested setting a spot in your next pod. That's an amazing shout. I might speak to Suj about that. If you fuckers want to start bidding, start bidding. But yeah, that's a great idea. I wish I'd thought about that about 24 hours ago. O'Brien says, I will donate for a third time if you down a can, James. How much have I got left? Alright, let's do it. Fuck off, donate. Jeff O, hey James, I'm moving till 6 a.m. Yes, Jeff. Paul Coleman, make it 4 grand, see what the XM brings in. Is that like some who got the assist thing? Dylan Farrell at Gary, that's a great idea. It is a great idea, to be fair. Jeff O, the thing is, I want people on a pod anyway. I just want to fucking talk to people. General Zod, Dead Pony or Punk. It's, they're gone now. They're fucking brutalised. Fuck it off. These are a bit more naughty, the old Hazy Janes. They're 5%ers. I've tried to be quite sensible today. Shamil, go and sleep now. Set an alarm 5 a.m. to join you boys for last hour. What are you going fucking sleep for, man? Like 2 hours and 3/4. That's how much I had last night. We'll zoom in. Good luck for the next few hours. Yes, man. We might have quite a big guest on at 5 a.m. Unplanned. FPL Chancellor, would you consider doing a regular Spurs podcast with Emma? Dan, that girl Emma, brilliant. I did well. He's not yet. So I met Emma through my wife, and just after I got together with my wife, the first time, this is a true story. Dan won't believe this, but he's going to believe it because I'm going to tell him. First Spurs game at White Hart Lane, that actually not true. First Spurs league game that my wife went to at White Hart Lane was just after we got together. It was a 3-3 draw with Arsenal when Van der Vaart scored twice. Mental game. Modric should have scored. We should have won. And my wife's been friends with Emma for a very long time. And it's interesting with Emma. Emma was on with us at 7:30. Fuck, was she good? And I knew she'd be good. And I've seen in the pub with Emma people belittle her just because she's a woman. And I just felt like, I know you people, you'd love to hear that she's bang on it. She talked anybody under the table. People get so funny when she's like, she didn't talk about football tactics or anything like that. So she would talk anybody under the table in terms of football knowledge. She's brilliant. She's worked at Sky Sports News and stuff. She's a sport journal now. I saw her in Dortmund when we lost in the UEFA Cup game, Dan. We lost 3-0. She was absolutely hammered before the game. And then next thing I knew, she was living in Dortmund. She met this fella later in the night, a Dortmund fan. Really nice story. And I haven't seen Emma. That's the first time we've spoke and seen each other since Amsterdam. And yeah. Nice. She's a good girl. Let's see. Loads of chat coming in. Thanks so much, guys. Smash that video a like as well. That'll do some help as well. FPL coach was on early doors. Stephen White early doors. I guess it was about 3 days ago now. Stephen White and Siren have a lot to answer for. Tom, it was amazing. Oh, Alan Cronin, thank you so much. I'm gonna, Alan. I didn't even have time really to look at my Champ Man FPL team this week. I will listen to that Mark Crossley podcast. Do you know what? I don't even mind. Keep getting in my DMs and nag me. This week, I don't think I've given more hours to anything than what I give to this week. Paul Coleman says, how you feeling? I'm feeling alright, mate. I'm gonna fucking cry if we don't hit this target. FPL chances 15 VAR reviews away from the end. Fresh. Oracles, what's the red Camden Hells? They're baby beer. They're right. Quite nice. This is going to send me over the edge. These fucking brew dogs. Tad says, these guys might need the NHS soon. Yeah, we might, yeah. Oh, I covered that Mars one. Dave Strom saying set a spot on the pod as well. John, when he comes back, I'll speak to him. We might put a tweet out. If I put a tweet out, we'll communicate it and we might ask you to fucking fire that out. We're chatting about auctioning a spot on the pod.
Yes. Jay's got beer fucking everywhere.
Yeah, someone asked me to down it, so I threw it to prove it. I'm doing anything for money. I'll sell my body right now.
Are they paying you to down it?
Yeah, Gary Shepherd and someone, David Strom.
Worth 100 quid, in my opinion.
What do we think? You what Suj says?
I think it's worth 100 quid. What do you think?
Pops my phone, please. Safe.
But if you give someone a spot on the pod before you give Planet FPL Wifey a slot, she ain't gonna be happy.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
That shit smells good.
Oh, I stink. Right. You ready for this? Fucking love this.
We was meant to be doing this 20 minutes ago, but yeah, let's have some fun.
But we've got an hour.
We got Sion at 3 o'clock. It's 20 past 2, mate.
40 minutes. Trust me. People want to hear this shit.
All right. Okay. We're gonna have some fun.
But we will. I'm up for auctioning a spot on the pod, mate. But I think 100 quid is a fair price, don't you?
What, as a minimum?
Yeah. Don't you think you think it should be cheaper? I think Stardom.
What do we reckon, guys? Just quick one in the chat. What do we reckon? Keep it open until 4 a.m.
Keep what open until 4 a.m.
If I just tweet it now,
What, a spot on the pod?
Tweet it now. You got same as the Sterling shirt. You got to smash it out.
Yeah, do it.
Min bid £100.
No, don't put.
How long for a pod? An hour.
Our pod.
Pod.
Don't put a minimum bid. Start at 50. Off
These
we go.
prickheads. I'm gonna be getting tweets that go £1.
Start at 50.
All right.
50 quid. Opening bid.
Hold on a sec, kids. Right, every fucker in this chat, I love you all. I've just tweeted that. I don't know why I'm speaking. The mic's here. I'm speaking past the mic. I've just tweeted that shit.
Back.
I need every one of you to bid and retweet that stuff at Planet FPL Pod.
Yes, do it. And James will lean back and relax. Do you want me to move the mic forward for you? Is it in the way?
No, all good.
All right. You said you're shit at explaining things and articulate. So
Yeah.
I think you should start.
We got to pick a category, or do you just want to do? How do you want to do it? How do you want to do this? Yeah, we haven't thought about that, have you?
Timer.
So you got different subjects. Fuck the timer, because the timer don't work. do you know what I reckon, right?
Yeah,
One card.
You got to go from top to bottom.
You got to go from top to bottom
Yeah.
and time it how long it takes.
Fine. We can do that. You go first. I'm going to time.
Me, you, or you, me?
You are explaining.
I'm explaining.
Yeah, boss.
I'm a fucking dog's bollocks explainer. I'm just saying.
You are.
My wife
I'm fucking good at this. Okay, I'm going to do a stopwatch. Let's
doesn't think so, but weirdly, when we play one-on-one articulate, she always wins. So.
Go on in. I'm ready and waiting.
We timing, yeah?
The timer's ready to go. You tell me when.
All right.
I'll start as well as...
Mission Impossible actor.
Tom Cruise.
Right. Beckham's place in America franchise.
Los Angeles. LA Galaxy.
No, franchise. He's taken over.
Oh, he bought Florida, didn't he?
No, Will Smith. I'm going to...
Miami.
Yeah. Jesus. Thing that you put in the kitchen, not the freezer.
Fridge.
And something you might put on it.
Fridge magnet.
Yeah. Jesus. If you were leaving the UK permanently, you might be...
Emigrating. I just got distracted by someone saying Dara's already bid £100. Legend.
Oh, what a guy. Jesus Christ. I don't know what one of these fucking is. It's one of them nature bollocks bastard ones. It's got 4 letters. You can't do sound likes or anything like that.
Nah, you can't.
Oh, Jesus
What
Christ.
is it, like a gnat or something?
I'll tell you what. I know an easy way to get this. Watch how I drop the football stuff. Frank de...
Burr.
Correct.
It's
Boar.
Same thing, spelled the same, isn't it?
And when you come to an agreement with all the team, that's...
Consensus.
No.
Unanimous.
Yeah. That's it.
Stop. 1 minute 15 seconds.
Boom.
Decent.
Not bad for a piss head, right? Have I got to put a timer on?
I can do it on here if you want.
You
please.
Trust me. Help my life.
Yes.
Go on
Right. 1 minute 15 to beat.
Go.
Start. He was an old Greek philosopher, and there was also a footballer as well with the same name.
Socrates.
Yes, correct. What do you use to open? This is a place. What do you use to open a lock?
Key.
Correct. And the north, south, east.
West.
So put the two together.
North, south, east, west.
No. What's the first word? To open a lock.
Oh.
To open a lock. You said it.
What?
What do you use to open a lock? You said
key.
Yeah, and north, south, east.
West Key.
So put the the
Not
other way around.
Key West.
Yeah, Key West.
Is that one of Kanye's
Where,
kids?
my wife puts all her dirty clothes in this. I leave mine all over the floor, but she puts them in the...
Key West.
No, this is a new one now. We've done Key West.
My
wife puts all her dirty clothes...
In the laundry.
Laundry what?
Basket.
Correct.
Wait, so serious?
What does a bee do?
Sting.
No. The bees don't have a sting. Wasps have a
Eat
sting.
fucking honey.
No. If you were saying like, what type? Give me a type of bee.
Queen bee, king bee,
No.
bumblebee,
Correct. So if you were the first word of that is.
bumble,
If you were the verb for doing that, you'd be
bumbling. Is that it?
bumbling. I'm bumbling and I'm bumbling. Right. Okay. This is you'd beat them around the head with a club. It's an animal.
Baseball bat.
No. They're like. Wah, wah, wah.
Sarah and duck.
Yeah.
Quack, quack, quack.
Yeah, it's a water creature. It slides in and out of the water and then comes out and then it balances a ball on the
Seal.
end of its nose and stuff. Yeah, seal. If you don't like waiting for things, you are
Impatient.
1 minute 46. That was pretty rubbish.
Ah.
We got destroyed by Key West. I couldn't get you to figure that one out.
Alright.
Here we go.
Alright. Boom.
Some people are leaving.
Not bad for a piss head. Nah. Chat looks good to me. Numbers. Appreciate the love,
94
kids.
people.
You can join in your own time. You by yourself. Ready, Suj?
Ready, James.
American singer likes to stick her tongue out. Used to do country shit. Likes to grab her fanny as well.
What? Dolly Parton.
No, more modern. She's all like,
Britney Spears.
nah, more modern than that.
What? Christina Aguilera.
No, more modern.
Knows. American
Kid.
singer.
Came in like a wrecking ball.
Katy Perry or
I
something?
came in like a wrecking ball.
Katy.
Oh, no, it's not going well, is
I don't
it?
know who she is.
Alright, you've heard of the band Something Hill?
Cyprus.
Close. First name.
Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, you think that'll do. Near where Chelsea play, rich fucker of an area.
Knightsbridge.
Close.
Kensington.
Yes, the one. When you, the thing on the wall, when you turn it on or off.
Switch.
Weird, but what is it?
Light switch.
That's the one. When it's the end, you're over.
That's
it's
6
all
a.m.
over.
Dead.
No, yeah, but like as an action, you need a.
Dying.
Yeah, that's the one. We've all got coronavirus. We really shouldn't be picking up this kind of shit. You pick up crap when you touch bad things. Bad, don't wash your hands. You got
Hygiene.
No, the terminology for it.
Personal hygiene.
No, like I didn't
Habits,
wash my
bad
hands.
habits.
I picked up.
Coronavirus.
I don't know how to fucking describe it.
That's a bit of a problem.
All right, I not forward.
Backwards.
Start of that word.
Back.
And I didn't wash my hands. I've got. What's the start of that word?
Back.
Yeah, go on, go on.
Bacteria.
Yes, that's the one, fan. And
Bacteria.
And if you had the old injections, you couldn't catch the old disease. You'd have
Vaccination.
Yeah, but you're now.
Immune.
Yeah, but
Immunity.
That's the one. Boom.
That took a little while.
Yeah, that was long. That was tough, yo.
It was indeed. What's the bidding on the podcast?
I'm gonna see. I'm gonna have a little look.
People trying to get me to down a can of beer for 30 quid. It's not gonna happen.
Right, listen. I ain't taking one of
It's
my.
50 quid
I ain't
now.
taking my correspondence money.
Oh, is it Dara?
Yeah.
Dara.
You have to. I'm gonna tell you straight now. You have to outbid Dara. There's no way I'm charging Dara to come on this podcast, so we ain't taking his money. He's a Planet FPL correspondent, so you have to outbid him.
Yeah, that'd be stupid.
That's straight.
I'm not doing it. I can't down a can of. I'll puke. Just
Right
50
then,
quid.
hit me, motherfucker.
Right. Let's do it.
I came in like a
It's gonna
wrecking
be a
ball.
game. This one will do. Okay. Ready?
No.
He's an actor. He's on the beach. He was in the beach. Also.
DiCaprio,
Yeah,
Leonardo.
Yeah. This is a country in South America. It's made up of two parts.
El Salvador.
Yeah, correct. If you had shoes you wear, if you had things you wear for work, nice
Shoes.
Yeah, you would to keep them clean. What would you do? What would you have?
Polish.
Correct. If you're moving around and being a bit of a busybody, it's an action for being that.
Cunting?
No. Hustle and.
Oh my god.
Hustle and.
I'm hustling.
No, it's like we say, oh, he's hustle. There's hustle and something in the market. There was a lot of hustle and. Oh shit! How else can I?
Over my head. No.
All right. Do you remember we had that issue with what the bus or the bus team that I call for always cheaters
Busting.
bus team? What did you call it there?
Bust.
Yeah.
Busting.
Okay. Almost close. You're nearly there. It's hustle and
Hustle and busting. Hustle and busting.
bustling. We got there.
Bustling.
Fucking hell. This is a fat bird that lays really fat eggs.
It's a what?
It's a bird that lays
Hen.
really fat eggs. No, a different type of bird. We can buy them in the supermarket, but they're not common. They're rare.
Really?
Mm.
How big's the fucking
A
bird?
type of game bird.
Game bird?
Yeah.
Which she's up for it, or
Yeah, exactly.
cockerel?
It's,
Cockerel's always up for it. He started texting.
First letter is the same as. Oh no, how am I going to do that one? Tell me different types of birds that lay eggs that we can eat.
Hen,
Yeah.
cockerel.
Nah, cockerels are male. They don't lay eggs, do they?
Really? I don't know if it's a boy or a girl.
Cockerels don't lay eggs.
What's the
do they?
difference?
Someone.
One's got a dick and one ain't.
Someone says 75 quid. Everyone's putting money in for me to down this can of beer. I can't do it. You're wasting your time. You can all club together and come on the pod for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but they need to put the money in. If they put the money in, I'll do it.
Quail.
Quail what?
Quail's egg, man.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck that is.
I need to check how much money we've raised, so I'm going to do that.
Alright, do that.
Oh my god. What has happened?
We're now on 3,600. People have withdrawn their funds.
No. The opposite. We are now at £4,279.
Oh, wow. Boom. Thank you, guys.
Oh, fucking hell. £4,279, guys, including gift aid.
Oh, that's a shame. I just seen a message from the Fancy Champ Man account saying £4,000 by 1 a.m. and I'll give you a transfer exclusive on Champ Man. I want it now.
By 1 a.m.
Yeah, I don't know who sent that.
That was ages ago.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, we got to 4,000 now. So thank you everybody that's donated. We're now at £4,279.50, including gift aid. I'm impressed with that. It's impressive.
Thank you, people. I love you all. More. I feel like fucking Rachel Stevens.
Trying to get me to down this beer. You're having a laugh, everybody.
How do you like it? How do you like it? Are you going to knock it back? Or?
No way. I can't. I'll puke.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I've got a medical condition that doesn't allow me to drink that fucking fast.
What? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Right.
It's me, isn't it? I got to do it.
Yeah, it's you. Go on. Jay's going to explain. I'm
fucking good at explaining.
We have a few guests still left to come. Go on.
I'll be back.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Something Celtics in America.
Boston Celtics.
NBA players would play this sport.
Basketball.
And if you were trying to avoid a coronavirus, you might get an injection, so you were avoiding it. Therefore,
vaccination, immunity.
Yeah, it's an action. So,
immunization, immunizing.
Yeah, that's the one. This happens apparently to girls on. They ask a guy for something and then they get blanked. What do they call that shit? Like they get ghosted. Different word for like ghosted.
Ignored.
Opposite to a dog.
Catfish.
That's the one. And oh shit, I lost that. Southampton. Nickname but removed the S.
Saint.
That's it.
Nice.
Smashed it.
£75. Everyone wants me to down this beer.
Go on in.
I can't down it, man. Who's got the money? That's what I want to know. How are we going to know that they're going to pay the money?
I ain't got a clue.
This is fucking 6% shit as well. 5.5.
Why are you drinking 6%? Oh, is that the beer I picked
probably
up?
my last one.
That's it. I'm in loopy juice, and I'm in the over 5% zone.
Yeah. Well, we've gone over 20 hours sitting here now. 20 hours, 34 minutes. This is mad.
Tomo says, he sends a tweet out. He says, "Hope you're still awake in 56 minutes. I'm ready for you, mofo."
Nice. You must have sent that a little while ago.
Whitebeard, thanks for the support. Dara, I love you so much. I'm not taking your money. I'm not taking Dara's money. I absolutely refuse to. Unless he does £200, in which case I'll take it.
Taylor Wilson wanted to listen to Articulate.
FPO Irons, don't quote the tweet. Just put the fucking bid in, you dickhead. Thank you very much. Love you.
So a helicopter going overhead.
I can hear a helicopter, yeah.
Yeah, it's mental.
Removing Mourinho from White Hart Lane, hopefully.
Rap.
Boom. Got to ask me some shit.
Now you've got to do it. You're doing the describing and articulate, mate.
I just did it.
Oh yeah, we killed it, didn't we? Right, we're gonna do it. Off we go. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. We'll come back to him last. Real.
Madrid.
What's bigger than a church?
Cathedral?
Yeah. If I was talking very quietly in your ear, I'd be
Whispering.
correct. It's like a green reptile with big teeth and snakes.
Alligator, crocodile.
The second one. If someone doesn't stop doing this, they are. He never stops. He's in.
Talking.
No. How would you describe someone who never stops?
You.
Trying to do things. Exactly. Yeah.
Incessant.
Yeah, that's a very good word.
Is that correct?
Last, yeah.
Ah, boom.
First, he's a writer. He's a nature writer.
Oh, fucking hell. Stop the clock.
First letter and the surname. Okay. Chelsea defender. You know Chelsea.
Roque Jr.
No. You know Gallas.
Yeah.
What was Gallas's first name?
William.
Okay, a short version of William.
Willie.
No, even shorter.
Will.
Nah, even similar to Will.
Why?
Nah.
How many? I can't shorten it anymore.
What's the
you call me
nickname?
W.
Nah, what's a nickname for someone called William?
Billy.
Shorter version of that.
Bill.
There you go, Bill. Bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will
we got
Bill.
that.
Oh, okay. Is that the answer?
No. Bill
Oh,
is
fuck.
the first name.
Jesus Christ.
The surname. I'm trying to think of a footballer with his name.
Tell me his name, and I'll tell you what.
There was do you know sprinters? There was a Canadian sprinter, Donovan.
It wasn't Johnson, was it?
Nah, that was Ben Johnson. Donovan.
Bailey.
Yes. So put the first word and the second word.
Bill Bailey.
Correct.
That's you go.
We
That's
got
the
there
way to
in the
work
end.
that shit. Yeah,
Got there in the end. Oh, working it, mate.
Fat guy, comedian. He's often on random shit.
Peter Kay?
Oh, fucking, yeah, he's not Peter Kay. No, the other guy, fatter than Peter Kay.
What?
Where do you go on holiday? If the ultimate place, casinos, all that.
Vegas.
And
Johnny Vegas.
that's the guy, yeah. Oh, what the fuck is that? Right, so if you put water in a fridge or freezer, it goes. What'd you get?
Ice.
And I might want to meet you at the Tube.
A station.
And if I was an animal that was black and white, I'd be a
Zebra.
and put all that fucking shit together.
Ice station zebra.
That's your motherfucker. And if I was shouting from this big thing, I'd be, ooh, I'm shouting from this. I'm talking
Megaphone.
over it. That's the one, mate.
What's an ice station zebra?
And you see all these pricks who their contracts are running out on June the 30th. They need to be, if they want to sign up again, they are what their contract.
Signing.
Yeah, but they
Agreeing, negotiating.
No, they're doing it again, so they are.
Renewing.
That's the one, mate. Jesus. Do you remember that Nigerian fella who used to play up front for Portsmouth? Top scoring African.
It wasn't Ben.
Nigerian.
It wasn't Yakubu.
Yeah. Short of that.
Yak.
That's the answer. If you want to look for something and it's not in the front, sometimes you need to look through the back of the book. It's called the
Index.
That's the
Glossary.
one.
James is on a roll.
I'm a fire.
Oh,
I'm not bad for someone who don't know fucking shit.
you just got to talk fast, and we know James is alright at talking.
I mean, yeah, I like the sound of my own voice, innit? This girl is on fire.
Oh, we really are in the home stretch now.
2:40, 3 hours 20 minutes. I might go for a nap, you know.
If you
Imagine.
sit low enough, I've tried to maneuver this angle. I'm just testing it on the live stream, where my head just slips conveniently behind the microphone.
It's nice to see the chat so fucking alive as well.
Yeah, man.
I like Steph.
Was thick, innit?
Rip vape. Yeah, I got it, mate. It's all good. Don't worry. I bought a whole spare vape because I realised tonight I might lose my shit. Fat comedian, lol. It's your go, Suj. We're playing articulators. So that's what we're doing this.
If my head's in exactly this position,
Are you okay?
people
Live, boy, live.
People won't know if I'm asleep because
Get
my
live.
head's masked by the.
I will talk these fuckers through the last 3.5 hours.
Nah, I'm good. I'm still going strong. I'm looking forward to getting Sion somewhere in California, right?
Paul Coleman says, how much for James to down another can? You tell me how much, Paul. I'll tell you if it's worth it or not.
Who else bid on the podcast appearance?
I don't know, blood. Dara's winning. I'm not taking Dara's money.
Yeah,
It's
so
different.
someone needs to outbid him.
You need to outbid Dara. Dara's bid £100. You need to outbid him. Simples. Go to @Planet FPL Pod.
Yeah, I might drink coffee soon, you know.
If you don't outbid him, I'll take his money. It's your go.
Let's do it. I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea. Someone in the chat will know whether drinking.
I'm not
coffee
taking my
now-
correspondence money. Let me put it to you like this way: if Dara wins that at £100, I'm putting the money in. Simples. Next, go. And I'm gonna put in the money for any shortfall anyway. Go.
I'll pick this one.
Hit me.
He was a actor in the movie My Left Foot.
My left foot.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, his surname is double barreled.
What, like Button?
Something like that. The first part of it is you've got seconds, minutes, hours,
Days.
day, and then the day hyphen something is actor.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No. What's his name? Day. All I can see is Mervyn Day. Some fucking old bastard who played for Leeds
I
in
think
goal.
a footballer with his name, but I'm having a complete
This
mind blank.
girl is on fire. I can't. Oh, shit. Daniel Day. Is it him?
Yeah,
Daniel Day-Lewis?
yeah.
Yeah, got it.
The big main street in France is called, in Paris is called the.
Oh, the fucking Champs...
Yeah.
Champs-Élysées, is that right?
Yeah. What's a nickname for the capital city of Holland?
Damn.
Yeah. If you go.
Isn't Rotterdam the capital?
Nah.
I suppose they're both dams, aren't they?
Yeah.
Carry on.
If you go underwater, you are going with
uh,
like a mask and all that. You're going
Scuba diving.
or just diving, but yeah. that'll do.
Yeah.
It's a type of snake.
Rattle.
Nah.
Boa.
Nah.
Constrictor.
Nah.
Python.
The dojo in
Judo.
Karate Kid. The bad guys were in Karate Kid. You had the good guy, Mr. Miyagi, and then you had the bad guys. They had a name for their dojo. Do you remember?
No.
Karate Kid. Daniel-san, you know.
Daniel,
Think about it. It's a type of snake anyway.
Daniel-san snake.
Nah, in the
Python.
No, you said python already. It's a different type of snake.
Little lizard snake. Oh,
Nah.
Little fucking snake.
Nah.
I don't know. Help me out.
Did you watch Karate Kid with?
Yeah, I
Daniel
can't
Wilson?
remember, man, what the fucking snake was called. Don't pay that much attention to this
He
shit.
didn't have a.
I call my wife
pet
baby
snake.
because I can't remember her name half the time.
He didn't have a pet snake. I'm saying that was the name of the dojo where all the bad guys used to train. Everyone in the chat's got it.
Is it? Cobra.
Cobra Kai. Come on, man. Cobra Kai.
Jeez, I wouldn't mind. The chat's on a 30-second delay.
Yeah. So, Cobra Kai.
Cobra
And
Kai.
then,
Cobra Kai.
Another word for a feeling. Like if you
Emotion.
no, like a physical feeling. How many? You have 5 of these. Sight, smell, taste.
Taste.
What are they called? Your
Touch.
yeah. What's a combined name for all of them? Your 5.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
I didn't learn that at school.
Yeah, of course you did.
No,
you know
I
this
didn't.
word.
Nah.
You don't have any common
Senses.
sense. Okay, so what's another word for feeling around with that?
Touch senses.
It's a feeling. What's the verb? What's the sense?
Sensing.
No.
Feeling.
It's a fantastic.
Touching.
It's a fantastic. Use the word that you got. Sense.
Touching, sensing, feeling, bumbuckling.
See, Paul Meehan's on it. Paul Meehan.
Pull me in.
And I
Sensation. I got
would
it.
have a great
Got
game
it.
of Articulate together because he's getting everything that I'm
Cheers, Paul.
explaining.
Paul's all over this.
So I don't know if I'm being shit or James is pissed, one or the other, or probably a combination of both.
Yeah, a little bit. Paul Coleman says, grab an empty can and fake it. I'm a ask. Don 1904 says, James is bad. James is alive. James is struggling.
But we'll make it.
We're
We're
going.
We'll make it.
I might go. Right,
Go
brilliant. England striker, match of the day, big ears.
Gary Lineker.
Is this the type of bike? Kind of sounds Japanese.
What type of bike? Motorbike.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I might be chatting out my arse. If not, I'm in trouble and you'll never get this.
I don't know what that is.
You know women, right? When they talk too much, they're constantly in your ear and they're whining. What are they doing?
Trapping, chatting, moaning, whinging.
No, they like to.
Nattering.
Very close. Same letter starting with. They like to
Nagging.
go. Yeah. Start that. Now put it into.
Nag.
Now put that into a Japanese bike.
Nagasaki?
There you go.
It's a city, mate. It was a city where they had the first atomic bomb. Nagasaki. What's the fucking name of a motorbike, mate? Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Oh, James is destroyed. Japanese motorbike. Fucking hell. That's the end of it. Oh dear. We lasted 20 hours 47 minutes and then James died of laughter. Fucking hell.
Oh my god.
I don't know what's wrong with James. Something's definitely wrong with James. I think he's just killed himself over thinking of Nagasaki as a motorbike. Fucking hell, James. Come on. And people in the chat have figured it out. You're confused with Kawasaki. So Kawasaki is the make of motorbike, which now I understand why you could get confused.
Woo. Next.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
When you was a kid, you just kept pictures of players and you used to put them on a wall. What are they called?
Stickers.
No.
Posters.
Yeah, that's the one. You go down to a certain station and you put you vote for Conservative, Labour, whatever.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Voting.
Yeah. And when you kiss the bitch under the thing at Christmas.
Mistletoe.
Oh fucking hell! It's politics. Okay, there's a country in Africa, and the second word is republic.
Congo, no.
Nah. Actually made me fucking cry.
Shit.
Alright, do you remember that Argentinian dude? Do you remember that? Do you remember that Argentinian dude who played centre half for Man City? He used to have a big long hair.
Not Otamendi, obviously.
No, he used to have long hair. Going back a couple more years.
Argentinian dude at the back for City.
Yeah, big long fuck off hair. He was really old. Nah. Oh, jeez.
Well, they had to have a letter, but then he came to us, but he had no hair.
Nah.
Nah. Don't know he played for City at the back.
Fuck it. It's democracy. It's your go. I'm too stunned from Kazawaki or whatever it's called.
Who played at the back?
D. Michaelis.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to work my way into democracy, and all I could think of was D. Michaelis. I don't know why. I like this comment
Mix
from
on
FPL Panda. James has reached a level. No one knows what that level is.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting in the last few hours. Oh my days.
Actually fucking cried. Donate, you fucking cheap bastards.
Oh. I should update the total.
Yeah, what we on? Quick, have a look.
I'm not sure, but we're coming up to
What's the time? 2:51.
21 hours now.
Wow. O'Brien says, I think he's saying, thank God Suj didn't down that can, or there's no chance of finishing this. He didn't say that, but I think when he said, thank God Suj didn't down that can, that's what he's thinking. Mig says prayers for the next guest.
Oh shit!
It's Sai. We're talking Newcastle takeover.
I don't even know if Sai.
FBO Iron's got it. Democracy. Amazing clues. Oh Jesus! You know what I hate when the video goes full live, the whole chat doesn't stay there. Like when I do the Champ Man streams, the whole chat doesn't stay there.
Oh, okay.
So you can look back on it and he just picks out random chats. And I hate that. I'd love to just go back and look through
See
it.
the whole
Because you see
chat.
there's so many comments, nice, good, bad, whatever, and you think, oh, I missed them. And there's no way of me being able to go back and look at all these chats.
Too much.
Nah.
But I know a lot
class,
of
man.
the
Thank
people
you
that
so
were
much.
on earlier,
Oh,
especially after Champ Man, in that slot between Champ Man and like 9 o'clock, had a lot of love in the chat. So I'm hoping they took screen grabs of it because it was wicked.
is there anything? Fuck articulate, but it was good fun. I think we had enough laughs out of. I can't remember what it was. What I still fucked. What was it? Kawasaki. what was
Nagasaki.
it? Nagasaki. What's the fucking Nagasaki?
Nagasaki. It's the city, right?
Is it in Japan?
Yeah.
That's
Got
so
bomb.
funny.
It's Hiroshima is where they dropped
Yeah,
the first.
they
It's Hiroshima
dropped
and
the bomb and
Nagasaki were the
whatnot.
two places they
Oh.
fucked them up.
All right, that's good to know. Yeah, I think you got enough fucking entertainment on that fucking one. Is there anything before we have Sai on? Is there anything you want to talk about?
Now I'm going to keep checking on the money. Plenty of people on.
What are we on?
Nagasaki.
Let's let us know.
We're at 4,000 and ridiculous. Oh, it's logged me out. Good. Keep logging me out.
McTavish says it's a bad place for you can think of D. Michaelis. Mate, I can't explain where my brain
Shit.
goes.
There's an outside chance we might make this $5,000.
What we on? Come on, man.
Oh, I'm going to update the screen.
Let's talk FPL. Put a 251. Go to sleep. I can't, mate. I'm not fucking allowed. It's amazing the amount of people in the chat put D. Michaelis and don't know where it's going.
Oh, dear. Is yours rotating the amount of money we've raised in the corner still, James?
I'll let you know in a minute. It's on the timer at the moment.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'll wake up Captain and be
But I'm
sorry
well
about
behind. He needs to. You need it up there really, but not that it matters
that.
particularly.
Nah, it's fine.
But
yeah,
no, I've only got the clock.
It's supposed to be 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. So we'll have a look and see what's happened. Otherwise, it might not be picking it up anymore for some reason. In which case, I will drop it in the chat and let everybody know. It's not rotating, is it?
I think FPL Panda is the best comment I've ever seen in a chat ever. James has reached a level. It makes me so happy. It's the best comment ever. You're not telling me I'm a prick. You're not telling me I'm good. You just James has reached a level. Rest of you fuckers can decide what that level is. That's brilliant.
Yeah, the rotator's not working anymore. I'll keep putting the running total.
Is that what we're on?
Yeah, 4,451.
Shut up,
you bastards.
Is that what we're on?
I said that's what we're on.
Oh my days. Are we really on 4,451?
Yeah, I'm not making it up.
I'm gonna fucking cry if we don't hit this target.
Yeah, we're getting very, very close. Very, very close.
Fucking hell. 3 hours, 4 minutes to go. Alright.
There are some very,
you know
very generous people.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Smash out the likes on this video, and if you got spare £2, £5, just fucking throw that shit out.
If we get there, we may as well go home.
And we ain't doing that. I'm going for a week.
I think it's fair. If we hit our target, then we should be allowed to go home.
I'm going to come back with a sensible head from my 2 correspondents that are coming on to help us.
I need some blackout blinds in my house. I don't even know I'm going to sleep. I might even sleep in here. Jay's wobbling.
Yeah, well, I'm on the fucking Brewdogs now, so I'm in trouble.
Just watch the cables. As long as you don't kick out a cable, we're all right.
Have we got 550 quid to go?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Yeah, we are doing all right, James. All good. We got our next guest site on in a few minutes. Hopefully, as soon as he comes up on Zoom and is there, then we will be getting him on. Followed by Tomo, who's on. Then we've got half an hour to relax. Then we have Alex Waterbaby, and then we have a last Zoom phone, and we've got a couple of other guests coming in as well. FPL Panda. Essentially, there's no way of describing that viewing. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I'll be honest with you. But James was trying to describe the city of Nagasaki that suffered incredibly. With a motorbike company. So, Alex Ball's got his tweet out 6 hours ago saying that he's coming on at 4:30, and Gary Hallwood, shout out to you, Gary, saying that he doesn't like his chances of getting any decent sort of coherent conversation, judging by the state of Planet FPL Pod. Never. I'm gonna tweet back. We are sober. Right. James is all over it. Oh dear. What fun today, guys. Jump in the chat. Tell me what's the highlight of the day so far. For me, it has to be James just pissing himself all of a sudden right now. I enjoyed the content hour where we had quite a few friends on, which was quite nice. Tom was funny as always. All our guests today, man, have been solid. Emma was amazing earlier. Everybody just, yeah. I want to see that tick time over into 21 hours. I think we have a guest. I'm going to be letting our friend Sai in to the meeting now, guys. So we're ready to move on to our next guest. We don't even know how long James is going to be. So, yeah, I think I'll just get Sai on. Let's see. Gonna find out where in California he is. Just get your audio working, mate. Testing, testing. I think it's not activated, your mic. Sorry? I don't know if you can hear me, but I think you need to switch your mic on. I think your mic's not switched on, sorry. Chat. Your mic on. We'll be getting Simon any second. He's there and we can see him. Now we've got audio. Hello.
Suj, how you doing, mate?
We're still going strong. How are you?
Well, you are. I can't see James. Where's he pissed off to?
You haven't been watching. You haven't been watching the last 5
No,
minutes.
I saw him. I've been watching it for the last 20 minutes. You two just giggling.
So I think he laughed so hard some wee came out. I have no idea what happened there, but yeah, he just gone for a little piss break, and so it could be anywhere from 30 seconds to 30 minutes.
So you guys have been going 21 hours?
Yep, we just ticked over the 21-hour mark.
Jesus, congrats, mate! I tip my hat. That's a tremendous effort. And your target is 5K. Is that right?
We're about 500 quid away now, so getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm currently unemployed, but I did put some money in.
Oh, you're so kind.
Toot my own horn.
Where are you right now?
I'm in California. I've seen across the banner. You mentioned that. Yeah. My parents are retired and they've got a house out here. So while we wait for James, I guess I'll just fill you in on the backstory. Yeah, so I had this epic once in a lifetime road trip across America planned. Been thinking about it for about 6 months. Me and my girlfriend got to around mid-March, quit my job, kind of went freelance with them. So for anyone who doesn't know or heard me talk about before, I worked for a sports marketing company in London. So I quit that, had 5 days to pack my flat up. Then obviously all this coronavirus shit show started. Wow. Then the travel ban kicked in. So I had 1 day to pack my flat up, had to move all my flights forward. Eventually managed to do that, got my brother to come and help me. It was a nightmare. I basically did another 24-hour shift like you guys have done, but not entertaining anyone, just packing up a flat. Yeah. Spent a couple of weeks in Florida with my girlfriend's parents. Road trip had to get cancelled just because everything was shut. And I've been in California just kind of chilling really for about 2 months. So
nice.
Can't complain.
And obviously, you've no idea when you're coming back or what your plans are or anything, really.
Well, funnily enough, so I missed the travel ban on the way out by about a day. And I've just booked a flight to come back a day before the 2-week quarantine period starts. So I am going to self-isolate and all that. I don't know if you've seen the rules. They're like, apparently, if they're going to do spot checks on houses, and if you're not in, then they can fine you like £1,000.
Wow,
and it's it's nuts. So, about another 2 weeks and I'll be... back in the UK.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think people are starting to try and get their travel moving and get home and that.
Yeah.
You might be lucky within two weeks.
It's on the 8th that it starts. Anyway.
I have no. They're crisps.
That's your crisp choice.
Well, do you have a crisp choice?
No.
He's fucking taking my crisps and then moaning about my crisps. Sorry. Like, what the fuck's with this guy?
I'm surprised you got any snacks left if you've been going 21 hours.
I've got a bag of stuff over here. To be fair, I haven't eaten a lot today. I think just didn't want to overdo it. Do you think by the time you get home, this deal's going to be done? The Saudis are going to sort it out?
I hope so. I think so. I think I've been on 3, 4, 5 times talking about various different takeovers since I started writing for you guys. But I mean, this one seems like it's legit. It's going through. I've heard maybe next week something might get announced. I know they've got a period of exclusivity which runs out, I think, at the end of this month or maybe next week. So if they don't conclude it by then, some other rival bidders could come in, but I don't really see that happening at this point. I mean, it's taken...
that hasn't come forward already?
No, it's taken about 12 years for this take. I think Ashley's wanted to sell it since he got caught drinking that pint at the Emirates in his first couple of games.
10 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's 13 years to the day. I think 2 days ago that he bought the club. So it's not been a very fun time.
Excuse me. On reflection, the one thing I actually always said to play devils to the criticism he's had at Newcastle. Do you feel like he always said he wanted to sell to someone who would progress Newcastle? Do you feel like, I mean, what a way to go?
Yeah, I think that's a bit. I think that's a bit of PR spin. I think he wanted to sell to the person that was going to give him the money he wanted and could prove, like, yeah. I mean, you can't really argue with the amount of money that the Saudi Arabians have. So,
do you think they've got a bit?
Yeah, a little bit. I think just a bit knocking around.
It's not even football money. We talk about the astronomical money of money in football. I mean, they blow Man City out of a different level. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I was looking at the obviously I haven't done any research on this until about half an hour ago, but I was looking at the financial fair play rules, and apparently you're allowed to be 135 million in debt over the course of 3 seasons. Yeah. I think they count it back 2 years, including this one. So this will be the 3rd year. And because Ashley, actually, I mean, the one thing in his favour is he has managed to stabilise the club, and net spend is, I think, about 2 million. So I mean, they could potentially spend in excess of over 133 loss on top of whatever money they would make, and then you've got, you know,
then it covers on to the next year, right? And
I think so. I'm not an expert in things, but
135, it's not a lot in this day and age.
That's loss though. So if you include things like we've got a new kit deal coming in, so we're finally getting rid of those shit Puma shirts. They haven't. I don't think they can announce that till July, who the new kit provider is going to be. We've got obviously like new shirt sponsors. I'd imagine there'll be some Arabic writing, which is I'm fine with. Coming from Arabic descent, I can might be able to read some of that. But yeah, I mean, it's just quite nice to be on and actually have a bit of a positive outlook. It's just weird that it's happened during this time when you just think there would be like no reason to be talking about Newcastle United, but it's just kind of how mad the club is, really, that it still manages to get itself in the news.
Can I ask a really different question, Si?
Sure.
For the neutral, how do you think the neutral perceives Newcastle United?
Probably depends how old they are, like what generation.
Let's say
me being in my 30s.
Let's say our age.
Yeah. I think everyone associates them with that, obviously, that kind of great. They had a couple of great teams. The Keegan team, that was a top podcast you guys did on the Keegan era. Really enjoyed that. Then you've got obviously like Bobby Robson. He's such an enigmatic character and like well-loved football in person that I think everyone just kind of endeared themselves to that team as well. So for people in their 30s, I think there's been a couple of teams that have not necessarily been like, fans' second team, but teams they at least like respected. They had an identity. They played some good football. And then I don't know. If you ask like a 20-year-old, I don't even know if they've been able to name like 5 Newcastle players unless they were like really into it. So I don't know. You'd think like, I don't know. I couldn't really name, trying to be neutral, 5 other clubs that I'd think off the top of my head. Like I really hope that they get some investment because they deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I say that is I think for most people, if you said, look, someone's going to get dropped with this money, I think most people would pick you. If someone's going to have it, go. Like, as in our age, remembering the Keegan years and then loyalty of the fans, etc. If you consider a comparison to, say, Man City, where we kind of talked about the yo-yoing, and you've had this period with Ashley, etc., where I think everybody from the outside are going. And the one thing I've heard as a theme from Newcastle fans is it's not even about being what's potentially the biggest club in the world or the richest club, if you will. Is this idea that Newcastle fans just want a team they can support.
Mate,
that's it. That's all they really want, is to go and believe in it and love it.
Yeah, I think love it's the key thing there. I think, you know, you look at the support that Newcastle still gets every time they play. It's incredible, and it's particularly like what they've gone through in the last 13 years. Like, I think I was thinking about it earlier. I think I've boycotted Newcastle 3 times since Ashley took over, in terms of like not going to games, not buying kits, not doing any of that stuff. And then over the last year and a half. In between, well, that's the thing. Like results speak, right? And you kind of you get to like know a different team that evolves over a couple of years, and you kind of fall back in love with it. But to be honest, it's just been apathy the last couple of years. Like particularly since Rafa left, like this season has been just horrific. And I just there's a couple of things that I think like every Newcastle fan really wants. Like the first thing is like buy a fucking striker, like just someone who can score.
Like 40 million Joe Linton.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know, but that's part of the point, isn't it? It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but you don't know. I think I said previously, like how these deals are constructed and like agents. I think Newcastle still, they've got a decent scouting network, but relied on agents. You know, look at some of the players that have come through our club in the last 10 years. You just think like, what? Like, how? And I don't know. You think when you get the infrastructure right, and I'm talking about not just manager, because I think like if it was up to me, I'd get rid of Bruce immediately. Like I wouldn't even waste any time with it. You look at like Man City and like Mark, like what Mark Hughes did. He kind of just
louder than us.
Yeah, Mark Hughes. He look at Man City, and when Mark Hughes was there, they kind of just treaded water for a couple of years, bit of a transition period. I'd get him out now. We need a manager in that can bring a philosophy in, style of play, knows what sort of players he wants, has the respect of the board. Don't know who's going to be on that board, apart from the kind of key figures that have been mentioned. And then it's like top to bottom, you know, need a new academy, like just investment there. There's talk about the Saudis potentially buying clubs in different countries, kind of similar to what Man City have done, but I don't think it's as much of a kind of Man City brand thing. I think it's just investing in established clubs to build up the academies. Our training ground is a joke. That needs like a complete overhaul. And all this is stuff, all this is money that can be spent if the investment's there and the kind of passion projects there that doesn't count towards financial fair play. So I think the first thing is just need to get that striker in, rebuild the squad. I'm not even that mad about if they carry on with this kind of strategy of buying players under 25 with like high resale value. You know, I honestly just
it'll have to, however much money is available.
I think the difference
all jokes
is
aside, you're probably not going to be able to just go and buy Mbappe, for example. You're still going to need to
no Newcastle fan thinks we're going to do that. You want to go and invest in the best young, not just talent, but the ones with the best reputations that are coming up that can play at least for the next 1 to 3, 4 years, can play a couple of seasons. You look at like I remember when Suarez went to Liverpool. Like that's the sort of player you want, someone that's kind of tearing it up in the league. You pay decent money for, and you kind of eventually know that he's going to go to one of the big Spanish clubs. And I think that should be our model for the next couple of years. What we've not been able to do is invest into that kind of tier of European talent or Premier League talent that we kind of know is. You never know if like something is a sure thing, but isn't as much hit and miss as what we've had for the last decade.
Yeah, I just feel like. To take a step back, you'd been Bruce. Is that fair?
It's inevitable. I would.
No, I get that as well. There's a little bit of me. We spoke about it earlier, and we thought that'd be quite harsh. You're saying the season's been bad. I'm not sure it has been really. From an outsider looking in, going, well, you know what? They're safe. There's no danger. But I know what you're saying as well. Like. If these guys come in, Steve Bruce is not the manager that's going to end up winning you the Champions League or whatever. So why bother? Just because it's been all right. Is that kind of your feeling, or are you just against the way you've played, or what's different to Benitez?
I think Newcastle fans are just. I think this season was one season too many of playing the same way. That kind of cautious. Counter-attacking by like default mode, and we just need a change. Like I don't see Steve Bruce being able to get anything more out of the current players, and I don't see him being able to work with and improve the top European talent. He's not been proven, and I think if the new investment fund's serious about what they want to do with the club, it's just going to be a level or two beyond what he's capable of. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know why you would, particularly the current sort of scenario. Like, yeah, if the season comes back and there's 10 games or so, given those 10 games, but those conversations should already be happening and taking place about who's going to come in and what that new manager wants, and identifying that talent, and and that goes through to things like the technical staff hires as well. Not saying we should get another Joe Kinnear in, but we do need a complete overhaul from top to bottom, and that's coming from not just a fan, but as someone who worked with the club for the last year on the kind of marketing and digital content shoestring. Some lovely people that work at the club do but you look at the numbers, and I've worked with a couple of different Premier League clubs, and they've got less than half the staff of all of the others, and that's going from people that run the social content through to the commercial teams and everything else. It just needs a complete overhaul top to bottom. It's had no investment in over 10 years.
It sounds like it's coming. What's the... Because there's a backstory which I think me and Suj are going to cover at some point in the next couple of weeks in terms of the ethics of... Is there anything in you that feels it's dirty money or anything like that? And I know it's difficult because we spoke with Johnny Pringle at FPL Pringle about this before, about Man City in terms of that where the money has come from Man City. And his take on it is, I can't affect it. Like, whether it's right or wrong, what do you want me to do? Stop supporting my football club? Is there any feeling about that in terms of a fear, in terms of a perception, or where that money's coming from? Or is it just a Geordie desperation that it could be, I don't know, there isn't limits, right?
The thing is, if you start like thinking about like the ethics around where that money comes from, like where does it stop? It's infiltrated everywhere. Like, a bit of background. So like, I have some Arabic family. My dad's Lebanese, so I kind of have a small understanding of the kind of the Middle East and the different countries and things involved. And what I don't think a lot of people appreciate is like the Saudi Arabian money. It goes beyond oil. Like, it's a family-run country and state that they've been rich for a long time before any of this kind of integration with the West has happened. So like, that's deep rooted wealth. And at one point they had pretty much all the oil in the nation. Now, it's quite interesting. You look at them against like Qatar, for instance, and all that shit that happened with Richard Keys and beIN Sports, who are owned by, I think, a Qatari investment fund. And I'm not saying that the Saudi Arabians are any better or worse. They're obviously, their human rights records pretty atrocious, but I don't think, like, in terms of like dirty money, it's hard to say, but I don't necessarily think that their money is like dirty, and the money that's going into the football club has been raised through existing wealth, and they're just investing it. Like the fact that they've been accused of doing certain acts and have obviously got like some culture differences to the West that people don't agree with. I don't necessarily see how that impacts on investing in a football club. When you've got like the US government, the UK government, all of those investing in Saudi Arabia and giving them weapons and stuff. I don't know. Exactly. It's so intertwined, and that's why I thought it was quite laughable, the idea that they might interject and not push this deal through, because like, at the end of the day, money talks, and these relationships have been established for decades, well beyond the Premier League and what the Premier League might be able to do or not do. So I think as long as they run their checks and everything's above board, and we're not the first, like other clubs have done it, like you said, Man City, and other clubs around Europe and stuff. It's just, I think the kind of the way modern football's going, and I'd rather be in that than out it, having had a different kind of owner, more of an old school owner. Like, you look at Mike Ashley, where does his money come from? It's like business, retail. But I mean, he said it himself, he can't compete nowadays. So having been outside of it for 10 years or so, I'm quite glad that we got the opportunity to actually progress and compete and just have a football club that I'm kind of proud of, and like actually engaged with watching them again, because it's been a while since I've kind of sat down and really looked forward to a Newcastle football game.
It's interesting. I think if you take away the idea of, or even whatever's been said about the illegal streaming of TV rights, is that this is one of the things, isn't it, where these guys have apparently been taking the feed of beIN Sports and streaming this shit around the world. Is one of the ideas.
That's what I was saying. They're owned by a Qatari investment fund. So Richard Keys, being the mouth pony that he is, I think that was what his motivation was behind that. So
it's not in the Premier League's interest, from the Premier League, not the clubs, the Premier League, to not want this money, especially now in the league. Mm-hmm. To have someone who's in there and can go potentially, and the name we always say, and you and I said this name last summer was Mbappe, like for jokes, but to even speculate on the idea that Newcastle United could buy that calibre of player. The Premier League wants that. The Premier League is not going to be in the interest, in my opinion, to decline this sort of money business and go, oh yeah, well, we've got all these big clubs and now we're going to put Newcastle in the top league. And the way it's going, even in spite of all this with COVID, etc., we're looking at I think we're looking towards a potential status where you look at the Deloitte Money League at the moment, where 8 of the top 10 could conceivably be Premier League clubs.
8 of the top 10.
That's where we're going now. 8 in the
top 20 already.
Maybe 7 of the top 10 if you include sort of Bayern or Juventus in there. But the mid-table clubs in the Premier League, the money that they're making, etc., and it's part why I think there's so the desperation to finish the season, are blowing out like the top 3 or 4 in, say, like your Atletico Madrids and stuff like that, blowing them out of water, mate, in terms of what's available financially. So it's not. I don't think it's in the Premier League's interest to turn the Newcastle takeover away. I don't see unless they're really worried about it from an ethical point of view.
Yeah, and if you think the Saudi Arabians have got an investment in one of their franchises, seeing some in America for you got to think, like, when it comes to TV rights deals in the Middle East, like,
they'll do well. I mean,
how much they're gonna, and how much money they're gonna pay and compete with the Qataris to get that deal, so they can kind of control and promote themselves. I know a lot of people say, like, the reason they did this is for, like, the external PR out into the West and everything else. But you got to think that's a factor as well, the amount of money that the Saudis are going to put into the Premier League if this deal goes through, outside of Newcastle as well.
I don't know. It's a fine line of. Do you know what? I'm going to let Suj summarise. Where are you at in terms of your feelings on it, Suj?
What? It's a can of worms that you can't really open. It's like if you have a go at the Saudis about this, and you open that can of worms, and you start looking into the finances of a lot of clubs.
Man City.
And then you're looking at Paris Saint-Germain and everything else that goes with it. But it's not just the foreign-owned clubs that have financial stuff that it's a can of worms you don't want to open. You could ask so many moral questions about this, that, and the other. If this is okay, why is that okay? Why is that okay? And before you know it, most of the owners in the flipping Premier League are dodgy one way or
another. From my point of view, like, and it's interesting. I haven't heard anything on the Man City news and whether their ban is going to be lifted or upheld.
There's a court date in 2 weeks.
Couple of weeks. It's going to be fascinating to see what comes out of that, because if they, well, in two senses. One, if they uphold it and they stick to the financial fair play rules, then again, that's obviously my preference. It's a competition at the end of the day. It's a sporting competition. I want everyone to have a level playing field. Like I've already thought about, like, the ways you could, obviously maximize the amount of money you can invest in a playing squad and your losses and stuff. But that then becomes the competition itself, like off the field. Everyone's on, like, not everyone, but you've got 4 or 5, 6 clubs on a level playing field. What can they do with that? But if Man City manage to overturn this, it's just going to be like the Wild West. I don't know how they're going to regulate it, and what's to stop, like, all the interests and influence that the Saudi Arabians have, and we just talked about. What's to stop them leveraging and leaning on that to bend the rules, because if Man City can get away with it, we can. I'd be surprised if they don't come down on Man City now, or at least stick and hold firm now that there's another major Middle Eastern superpower that's come in and is invested in another club. I think the kind of backlash might be, I don't know, it's be quite hard for them to come back from.
I think the major interest to continue on the Man City conversation is that to make that stick now, in spite of the things that we've covered in terms of why we think it should stick. It's fair, isn't it? From our investigations,
it should stick.
We think it should.
If you're going to set a rule, you stick to the rule.
We're not necessarily saying that they should be banned, but based that they look guilty as, right? This is generally how it looks. But I think one of the things I've been repeating for a couple of weeks is that if they get off, I think an open field window, part because of coronavirus, is going to open. And I think at that point, if Man City manage to get off the appeal here, the window for them, if this takeover happens, is they could buy whoever the fuck they want now, and I mean go mental instantly. And I think they would smell it, and I think they would do it. And I think maybe nothing would be off limits. And I mean genuinely from the perspective that they would go to Barcelona right now and go, how much would you consider it? I genuinely think that it would be such an open table that they'd go, where are we? We are going to buy a football team. We're going to do it right now. Mm-hmm. And why wouldn't you? If because on the outside in 2 years they then stop it. As much as it's bad, really. But then you take advantage of a situation, right? If that's openly available.
We'll find out in 2 weeks, right? I think.
I'm not suggesting that Lionel Messi could go and play for Barcelona, but I think if that's what you're going to do and build a football team and you've got an unlimited resource, the first thing you would do is go to them and say, "Oh, how much?"
James, there's one other thing I wanted to mention to you. I don't know. Did you see the quotes from Danny Rose about? Yes. Coming back and playing.
Yes.
As someone that's more invested in him and has obviously followed him a lot longer than I have.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts on that and him talking about Premier League footballers being guinea pigs?
Very good question. Danny Rose has suffered mentally badly. And we never consider that sort of thing. So it's always a money thing. I know Danny Rose, the closest hospital to us is the Whittington Hospital. Danny Rose donated £100,000 to them fuckers. Down the road, the closest hospital to where me and Suj are right now. And he doesn't need to do that thing. There's been rumours going around about there's a Premier League footballer who hasn't taken any money for years now, in terms of he denotes it all. A lot of people think that person is Danny Rose. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm very conscious with Danny Rose because basically when we had that great season in 16-17 and we pushed Chelsea, everyone always goes on about the Leicester thing, but the team that pushed Chelsea was so much better. And Chelsea just had a phenomenal season, finished on like 93 points and won the league. We finished second on 86. It's quite a high total if you eradicate the City-Liverpool stuff going on now. In January, Danny Rose got injured at Sunderland, and in that team that was exceptional, at that period when Danny Rose got injured, he would have walked Tottenham's Player of the Year. That's how good he was for the season. It was phenomenal. And he suffered incredibly on missing out in that run-in for the title and then the run-in for the FA Cup, etc. Mentally, many of you might have seen the stuff that's been on the BBC with Prince William, and they've got players in, and he had obviously this interview where he came out and people frowned on it, the fact that he was he basically said how he felt, and a lot of it was
he strikes me as a very honest guy.
Really struggled, and a lot of it have perceived it as he doesn't care about football. It's not. Danny Rose does care about football, and he hasn't recovered to be the same player since that injury, and I've visibly seen that player suffer on the pitch, and he played for Spurs for 8-9 years, and you think, man, I've watched him go from genuinely incredibly average to a major peak, huge peak, to sort of being in that team with Kane, Ericsson, Ali, and all them, and going, he was the best player in that team that season. To come right back down from, he was in the Euro 2016 England team, etc. And then actually, what a lot of players won't do is come out and speak about his issues, and then we want to start criticising that. And I know some of the things he said, you don't have to agree with it, but he's coming out and being honest. And we never, one of the things Suj and I have spoken about recently, or certainly I at least have on my Friday streams, particularly around, say, like what Troy Deeney said. Why would Troy Deeney go back and play football? We'd never consider the mental issues of the footballer at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think Danny Rose is in a place now where it was well known to everybody at Tottenham from even before that season that he wanted to go back up north. And he was honest about it, and he got criticised for it because he was regularly, every week, going back up. I think his family's in Doncaster.
Okay.
Regularly going back up north and travelling to see family and stuff. And I think he's really struggled mentally. And I'm very conscious, truthfully, knowing that, and I love Danny Rose, loved him, of criticising when I know that he struggled mentally.
It's interesting. I think it's fascinating that people haven't not necessarily considered, but it's not talked about whether players want to come back and play in this current environment, and whether I don't know. I just get the impression from him that you say he still loves the game. Do you remember? David Bentley? Right, he used to obviously play for Spurs and stuff. Like,
that's a different case. We can talk about that if you want as well.
I don't know. You've got another guest coming on now, but
Tom was in the waiting room and he didn't wait for no one.
I followed him in his entire career, because I actually used to go to school with him, like very young, before he went off to Peterborough and went through his youth experience. Then obviously had the career he had. But I remember seeing an interview with him after he retired and just saying, like, he fell out of love with the game, and he did. What people couldn't understand is that as a professional athlete that gets paid a lot of money, that you could take that position of, like, this isn't making me happy, I don't want to do it anymore. It's just not something I don't think a lot of people consider, that like Premier League footballers might not want to play in while this stuff's going on this year.
And I'm not, and if there's any older Spurs listeners in the chat, I'm not meaning to compare or anything to people like Cyril Knowles or whatever, or anything like that, right? Just consider the fact that he was in the best Tottenham league season since the double winning side of 60-61. He was the best player in that team that season, and his season got finished and he couldn't finish it. We never think about the mental consequences of that, and that's where it all went wrong for him. And he's openly said that, and said he was depressed, and the club tried to help him a bit, but it's a remarkable how it's changed from 2016-17 to being very taboo, when now I think it's finally becoming acceptable for a footballer to come out and say, I don't feel right. Like, we never just consider that. We just go, there's the money, that's what they're on, they're entitled, and look, they live, the majority of them, a wonderful life, etc., and get the earnings that the business dictates, etc. But we never consider the consequences of what that is. How would we feel if we woke up tomorrow and Danny Rose had done something terrible, right? Then we all go, morning, we should have seen the signs or whatever, or we don't think about it. So, and I think Danny Rose has really suffered, and he will know and I think he's suffered further because he's regressed as a footballer. He's not at the level that he was. And then consider the mentality of that as well, to going, now I'm moving on. And with respect, at the moment, and it might not be in 12 months, but going from Spurs in the Champions League to play for yourselves at the moment is a step down, right?
Yeah.
That might
Well, unless he gets a fat new contract from the Saudis.
Listen, he might be playing the ball up the wing to Messi in 12 months. I don't know, mate. But
I'm going to admit, Tom, because he's waiting in the waiting room, and
fine.
All right. Leave him in there for too long.
We'll come back to the Geordies. So
once it's done.
As soon as the contract's done and signed and sealed and the Saudis are in, we'll have you on every week.
It's imminent. It's happening any time. Thanks,
Yeah,
that's fascinating.
Cheers, guys. I'll get some content up on your site if people are still going to that.
Oh, it's all
yes,
over it,
please.
mate. I've got
Is
an
it?
article from Dara as well. I ain't give it to you. I just remembered.
Okay. All right.
I have give it to you, so I need to give it to Suj.
All right.
Nice one. Cheers, Si.
Cheers,
Have safe
guys.
travels
All
back,
right.
mate.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Si. All the best.
Everyone donate if you haven't donated already.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Sell yourself. Take your top off.
Tomo.
No one wants to see that. I've been drinking beer too much. All right. See you guys.
Nice one, mate.
See you, mate.
Tomo, sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Tomo.
No worries, how you
You
doing?
have been with us
Cheers, Slancher,
for
mate.
ages.
What time you get in the chat?
He's been in for hours.
6 a.m. my time.
What's the time
So-
now, your time?
10:30.
Whole fucking day. Lovely jubbly.
I got sunburnt like a lobster yesterday, so I couldn't go on the beach. So I don't watch you guys all day.
That's what happens when you go to a nice
It's
hot,
all right.
sunny
Just
pace,
paint yourself some white stripes and just merge in, mate.
How you guys doing?
I'm about to run to the fridge to get another beer. I think
Get a
James
beer,
planned this well. Like, your energy at this time is exactly what we need. It's like the shot in the arm that's going to get us going.
Glad I can help out.
Yeah, come on, Tomo. You'll get us through the next half
Tomo,
an hour.
for those
You'll
on
definitely
YouTube,
get us through.
for those on YouTube who might not know who you are, who the fuck are you?
Let me get my...
I'm FPL Blade. So I'm the Sheffield United correspondent. So I think everybody knows me in the chat by now.
Nah.
I've been there all day talking shit.
Let's firstly, because I want to talk some champ man stuff for you because I need the energy right now. But
Awesome.
let's talk first the Blades, because when we step away, and it's easy to do that now that we're not playing football.
Yep.
One simple question: how proud are you?
I'm on dreamland. Honestly, it doesn't get any better than being a Sheffield United fan right now. It's hard to put in words, really. You know, they go out there every day. They give 110%. It's fantastic football to watch. Wilder's just tactically amazing. And when we don't play well, he comes out and says it. I don't know what else to ask for. You know, it's night and day from where we were 4 years ago. So I'm just appreciate it and enjoying every minute, really.
Okay, just very briefly, I don't want to touch on this too much, but what did 4 years ago look like?
It was Nigel Atkins and 12th in League One. So we had no direction. We had players who didn't want to be there. And I remember the last game, Nigel Atkins, the fans stayed and booed them off the pitch the last game at Bramall Lane last season. And it was turmoil. We didn't know where we were going. We weren't going anywhere. It was 6 years in League One. So it was bad.
The greatest feeling, and this is hard to explain and comprehend to people, but I hope a lot of people get this. The greatest feeling that you can have as a football fan is not necessarily the gold at the end of it or the silver or whatever. Is the feeling of belief relentlessly within a football club to know that every single week they will give it for you. And if they win, they win. And if they get beat, they get beat. And you can know before a football match has even started that when the game is finished, no matter what happens, you'll be proud of them. And I've had that for a few years, and I think that is where every single Sheffield United fan is right now.
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, they give 110% every game. I mean, you've seen us play. The style of football we play, it's fantastic. It's good to watch. They give 100%. They dig in when they need to. They put their bodies on the line. Everybody wants to be there. There's no bad apples. And Wilder's greatest achievement is how he manages the players who aren't playing every day. It's the squad players that he manages and how they come in. And this has happened since he's been there. How they come in and step right in and they're straight up to speed in the game. And you don't skip a beat. I mean, look at Lundstrom.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't play he played 5 or 6 games.
Who?
The Lord.
He's some FPL.
Played 5 or 6 games the season before. and then he walks in. I mean, we talked about it at the start in the 30.
Let's not go there.
Listen,
you're a credible correspondent. I don't want to kill you off.
But I mean, he's just been fantastic, Lundstrom. So, it's just dreamland. That's all I gotta say. And it's where every football fan wants to be. I feel really lucky. I'm going to enjoy the ride. And that's it, really.
I tell you what, Lundstrom, just very briefly, because a lot of the guys in here will obviously be interested from the FPL point of view. The fascinating and shocking thing about Lundstrom is, and I can only think in my head, my God, he must have had some pre-season, because he was barely involved for you in the championship, and he's come up with you, and then he's playing every week in the Premier League. And I think that's the faith of a manager that's seen. And I think one of the things that's gone very unnoticed about that, and you'll confirm and tell me if I'm right or wrong, Tomo, the very slight tweak, and actually it's more than a slight tweak, the tweak in formation from the team that came up, rather than being this 3-4-1-2, to give you that more of a 3-5-2, can we say, is what's allowed him to now be a part of that team. That's the tweak, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's square pegs and square holes. Like, they're playing people to their strengths. We're not forcing people into positions that they don't play or don't want to play. And that's been Wilder. Lundstrom is built for that position that he plays. He's very athletic, always a good passer of the ball, great energy. I mean, his fitness levels are insane, right? And he just fits in that team. And, we played with that 10, like you said, for 2 or 3 seasons before that. We signed Luke Freeman to come in, who I thought was going to take over from Duffy's position and push on. But, Lundstrom played all preseason, took his chance at Bournemouth, played well. And then, obviously, we know what happened in the Crystal Palace game. Scores the goal and never looked back, Yeah,
there's a clear reward in this squad. You play well,
absolutely.
You stay in the team. Very clear.
Absolutely.
Unless there's multiple games in a short period, then yes,
I mean, Lundstrom,
one game,
kind
if
of
there's
sort
one
of
game
lost
a week,
his place
you
to
stay in the
Sander
team.
Berge a bit, but then kind of won it back, came on. I remember he lost his place, but came off the bench and scored a goal.
Yeah. Sander Berge, though, Sander Berge plays Norwood's position. That's his true position. So when he's played in those couple of games before we stopped in Lundstrom's position, he's not looked totally comfortable. So I don't know how that's going to work now when we get back, but I wouldn't be shocked if Lundstrom's back in the team when we get back.
I think I've only seen glimpses of Sander Berge. I watched a game. He played against Bournemouth, didn't he?
Yep.
And it struck me to think, we talked about this position that he was picking up kind of like a De Bruyne position, if I can say De Bruyne, that Sander Berge was playing. And it just struck me from highlights that I'd watched of him previously, and I think we all had to do a little bit of investigation on it to find out what the status was for Lundstrom and stuff, was that, yeah, he really liked that channel, but watching that Bournemouth game, it really struck me that I thought that he would probably be better suited to play the position that Norwood plays. And I'm not saying he should take Norwood's place at all, but I think it just gives you different options in that area where Berge could potentially play that position. Berge covers Norwood position. And then Fleck, because of, in our community, Lundstrom's bit, Fleck has been a revelation, mate.
He's been amazing.
He's been so.
Might be our best player.
Yeah, I was hoping you was going to say that, because you'd make a case that you could put him in team of the season. He's been that good.
I would think
Fleck.
so.
Absolutely,
he's
brilliant.
been amazing. What a player!
He spent a good amount of time in my FPL team at £5 million. Bargain, mate.
He's in my FPL team now. Yeah. When we get back for the double game week.
Oh, no one knows who's in their FPL team.
You've been enjoying your Champ Man FPL?
Oh, I love it. Love it. I started a group chat for Champ Man, and we got up to 75 people in the group chat, all playing. Yeah. And we can't, apparently that's the limit for the group chat on Twitter. So, the Wolfpack's in there, Badger, tons of people in there.
Yeah.
So I kind of threw out the winner would get a Lundstrom jersey. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, FPL Irons is winning right now, and he said he's going to burn it. So we'll see how that
goes. Oh dear.
I think that you'll know what I'm going to ask you now, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I just said.
I know.
You'll know what I'm going to ask you. I never thought that we'd get to a position.
Yes, Tommy.
Good lad.
Yeah, my man.
Have we got any shots?
We don't have any shots, Joe.
Jason Yule. Talk to me. And for those not playing Champman FPL, people think that's taking a sudden change where David McGoldrick is so bad that he's going to come and take his play. David McGoldrick's not a bad player, but he can't hit a fucking gal's arse with a banjo.
He hasn't scored this season.
And Jason Yule was that man for Tomo in Champman FPL until the second he sold him.
Yeah. So I looked at the fixtures. I looked at the fixtures, and I like Charlton's fixtures too. I looked and I said, Jason Yule's a pretty good shout. He was only a couple % earned. So I got Jason Yule in for 6 game weeks. And I think Charlton scored like 15 goals, was it? 14 or 15 goals in those 6 game weeks. And Jason Yule didn't get a single return, single bonus play in 6 game weeks.
Unbelievable that they actually had a really good run as well. You'd highlighted the fixtures. Charlton did well. They were up to about 6th or 7th at one point.
Yeah.
And this man, no assist, no nothing. And it became a running joke in the stream. And then this man goes, he doesn't take it on the chin and go, he doubles down, captains the prick in the double game week. He does nothing.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh yeah, sod that. Sells him today, and everybody in the Champman FPL community with a certainty, Jason Yule's scoring today, and sure enough, he did.
Wonder goal.
It just shows like that. 70-yard run as well, just to rub it in. Like what the fuck?
That was the icing on the cake. Because James, I remember we did Champman together. He'd gone off to the toilet, came back, and Yule had scored, and he'd seen Yule had scored, and then I read the description of the goal, and he was like, "You're making that up just to wind me up." That was the actual description of the goal.
Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
I know.
I reckon that was right for you, mate.
It was right.
Don't worry if it's anything. Jason Kumas went to fuck over Tom from who got the assist as well, haunting him after he got sold as well.
The worst part about Jason Yule's when I'm watching the stream with James, and it's Jason Wilcox. And how many returns did Jason Wilcox get?
Plenty.
5, 6 returns.
So I've been doing all right with Jason Wilcox, to be honest with you. After he moved from Leeds to Charlton, I think that's one of my best moves of the season. He's been
good.
Along, picking up points at his price.
James knows how to play it now. James was like, Jason
Wilcox. Well, I didn't even realise because I've done it a few times. And a few people said to me, oh, you missed an opportunity there. And I'm well aware that there's a few different ones, like you can do Stefan Selakovic and Stefan Everson. I'm well aware which ones. And it just adds to the drama and stuff. And it's good crack. I know you've been well involved in the community. Like, I'd love to hear at this time of night to keep me going. Funniest Champman moments so far. Have you got any that spring to mind? We like, man, that was hilarious, or
I don't know. The Sheringham goal the other day was fantastic.
Wasn't it?
On the stream, it was just epic.
Was you watching that live?
Yeah, I've watched them all live. It's been great. Honestly.
Yeah,
I love
that
it.
Day that was one of the funniest evenings of all. I remember.
Was you watching it live?
Yeah. That evening for me, for example, I had Elliot sent off. I had Van Nistelrooy subbed off early. But then I picked Laurent Blanc ahead of Ashley Cole, and he got a goal and a clean sheet, and Ashley Cole got a red card, so I was happy with that. And then I owned Seaman in goal, but Sheringham up front. So when this guy's jumping up and down for Sheringham scored, I'm just thinking, do you know what? Sheringham's ownership's probably lower than Seaman's. I'll take it. It was a real up and down night.
What you don't know, if I can just cut in quick on the Sheringham goal.
Yeah.
And you both know this. He's I've recorded in the spare room, and Harry's learnt how to push the door open and that. He's only 18 months old, so he pushes the door in, and he comes in and she's like, "Come back," and I'm like, chuck him over. It's 89th minute. What? And Andy Martin knows what's about to happen. FPL tactician, and he messaged me afterwards. I thought he was going to kill your son, mate. And he said he was genuinely worried. He said Harry came on the stream and he was shitting himself. He was like, if Harry stays there for 5 minutes, he's in trouble. He's getting launched in the air or something, mate. And obviously he went off a minute later, but yeah, class.
That entire double game week was the best thing ever. Imagine if that was FPL, people would have been depressed for weeks. So I think it's a good thing with this champ man that people can see, but people can see the light side of it. It's a game in the end of the day. It's jokes. No one's negative. Who cares? That's how you should be in FPL. You know, don't take it serious. And I think one of the biggest things about FPL is the history. People care more about the history. Oh, having a bad season, it's going to come in. Who cares at the end of the day? There's a lot of worse things going on. You know, and I think this champ man thing, I'm enjoying it more than FPL, honestly. So it's awesome.
I mean, it's a little bit different for me. I'm obviously heavily involved in it with the streams now and stuff, but I don't disagree with that. Just enjoy it. And there's no pressure on the rank or anything, and you'd love to win. You know, if you win it, if I won it, I'd be so happy. But there's no pressure on it or anything. Yeah. It's just good balance, good enjoyment. It's just good fun. Was there any other particular? You said you watched most of them. Was there any other particular hilarious moments where you're like, "What the fuck have you done there, James?" Or,
there's been a lot. It's hard to recall. It all kind of meshes together from what we've watched, but the double game week in general was just fantastic. Have
you got any?
The red cards.
Champ man.
Yeah, champ man.
That double game week was good.
Oh, you're selling it there. Fuck me, looks dead.
When Van Nistelrooy bagged a couple and Henri bagged a couple, that was a high scoring week. That was interesting.
We're talking about
this was a good game week. Yeah.
I want you to tell me about the moments like
this just was the best.
Gary Smith not knowing what day of the week it was and stuff like that.
Gary Smith was fantastic. I forgot about him. Yeah, he was so funny.
I missed that on the stream. So I've missed the sex bit and I've missed the Gary Smith bit. Yeah.
You don't want to know about the sex bit.
I might have been the sex bit.
Gary Smith moment was, and did you see Gary Smith called in earlier today?
Yeah,
we had one. Fantastic.
So good.
I wish he got the day wrong. I wish he didn't know what the day was.
I expected him to be someone who was struggling. I was like, you're all right, aren't you, Gary?
He was unsurprisingly normal.
What would where are you in the league at the moment, Tomo? The Blades.
7th? Yeah, 2 points above Spurs, right?
Get it in, yeah, nice.
No, fully deserved as well.
Nice.
Listen, the best news about COVID calling the season off is we ain't playing at Bramall Lane because we'd have got battered. Fully deserved. Yeah, Bramall Lane's a great place. As it stands right now, to be confirmed. As it stands right now, you'd be in a Europa League spot if season does done.
Yep. We've got a game in hand against Villa. Right.
Does that take you into 6th as well, or?
Yeah, if we win that, if we win that game, we jump Man United to 5th, I believe.
Wow.
I think so.
Yeah. How many points do you have, Chelsea?
I think it's 8 points. Oh, it's been a long time since I looked at it.
With a game in it. Go on, get league table up, please.
With a game in hand.
With a game in hand.
It's going to be 40 anyway. What are you boys worried about?
No, they're playing, man. I mean, they're dickheads. They're going to start, and 2 weeks later they go, no, we're not playing. But they're going to start. They're going to try, absolutely. Any chance to put it bluntly?
Why not? Why not?
That. I have a feeling, Tomo, and you'll probably disagree because I know you're so positive. I think...
I've got the table. What do you want to
know? Yeah, how many points off Chelsea?
48 minus 43, only 5.
With a game
it's only 5? Wow.
29, Chelsea on 48 points.
Yeah.
Sheffield United 43 points with a game in hand. Yeah.
So 5 points off with a game in hand.
Yeah.
I think,
You'll
Tomo.
go fifth if you win your game in
Yeah, he just said that. Yeah.
above Man United.
I think, and you can argue the case on this, mate. I can't think that behind closed doors would be worse for anybody than you. I think it will affect you worse than anyone, is my instinct. And I've got nothing statistical or anything to back that against, or I just feel the momentum, the positivity of the crowd, even in away games, you've spoken about that in terms of, and I saw that. You brought great support to Spurs, and that's underestimated a lot. I feel the way you play behind closed doors is really not going to suit you. Argue against. It's not criticism, it's just my instinct.
Yeah, so I agree with that because obviously Bramall Lane is arguably one of the toughest places to go in the league, I would say. With the atmosphere, it's an old school ground, tough place to go. But at the same time, on the flip side, if it's 2 games a week, I think that suits us. We're one of the fittest teams in the league. And you know Wilder's going to have them up for it. So there's going to be a lot of teams going back who are going to half-ass it, I would say. So behind closed doors will be a negative, but I also think there could be some positives with 2 games a week. Since we've been in the championship, we know how that goes. And as fitness levels will be good and Wilder, I'm up for it. So, and we've got nothing to lose. So there's any chance, anything can happen at this point. So, I'm pretty positive. So I think Europa, but you never know.
The biggest compliment I could pay you is to say, after the game at Tottenham, I've gone for 30 years. I can count on both hands, or with all my fingers and thumbs, the amount of times I've enjoyed watching the opposition, and that was one of them. And it's not so to say, best team ever, whatever. I enjoyed watching something that I hadn't seen before, tactically live, and I knew it was coming, but to see it live for the first time, it was fascinating. It was brilliant to watch. And if anybody wants to know what the result of that night was, get yourself on Twitter and use the hashtag #ScrapVAR in your search box, and you'll see a video that fucking blew up.
No, that was a fantastic video. That was Lundstrom's big toe, right? Big toenail.
I felt it, and the reason I expect it wasn't Pochettino was Spurs manager for a start. It was worth saying. That was the final straw on me for VAR, and to say that about a goal that was scored against my team that was disallowed was the final straw. I was like, I can't deal with this.
No.
I've had enough.
Yeah. We had it pretty tough for VAR.
I sat in the stadium. I was like, give the goal. Fuck off. Just give the goal. Stop this shit.
Yeah. Well, they disallowed that goal, and we could have folded, but we went right back at it. I think we scored 5 or 10 minutes later. That game.
Thoroughly deserved.
But that's every game, James. It's been like all season. I mean, the Man United game. Remember the Man United game when we were 2-0 up cruising?
The Man United game was such a straight game. In hindsight, actually, I think if McBurney had not equalised, it could have gone sideways for you.
Absolutely.
Quite badly,
I agree.
Because you dominated them in the first half. It was so good. There's a big difference between, and don't take this disrespectfully, the big difference between saying you were so good and you were so good. And what I mean by that is you were so good at being Sheffield United in terms of the way you were playing, but you also, and you'll be honest about it, you played the percentages at the right time as well, right? And they couldn't deal with it.
Yeah,
and they did nothing. They scored, and 6-7 minutes later they were winning. And suddenly it had gone from this, they're good very defensively, to they've collapsed against a very poor Manchester United side. And I think that McBurney equaliser, which meant that everybody left that ground that day not questioning and still going, all right, that was a positive, leaving on a high, was a really big thing actually in your season, where it could have put some serious questions in, because actually that 10-minute period, for whatever reason, what happened there was the sort of thing you would associate with a side that would get relegated, and I think instantly people would have gone, yeah, that was nice. Now we know how they do it. And would have forgotten the whole first half and all of that. Whereas he scored and it was still positivity.
Yeah, we're missing Henderson and Egan that game, and that really come to hurt us for that 10-15-minute spell.
I don't think you can blame who played in goal.
Simon Moore, he didn't do anything wrong.
You couldn't blame him for none of the goals.
Yeah, Jagielka played really well for 70 minutes.
He did, tired, but then he had a little sloppy position, I think, particularly on the second or third goal. I can't remember.
I mean, James Rashford, Greenwood, I mean, the pace that they had, Martial, I mean, the pace they had at the top of the pitch, Man United that day.
Well,
the 10 minutes they played was fantastic.
When they're at it, they can be that, and I think it's part of the frustration for many United fans that it's there.
Yeah.
Show it.
So I wanted to add one more thing. So I listened to the Peter Crouch podcast the other day.
Is it better than ours?
Yes.
No, I don't know if you heard it though with Pulis.
I've never listened, but I reckon it probably is.
I'd go with
that. So Pulis was on, and he said that this team reminds him of that Stoke team back then, Sheffield United, the way that we're together. Maybe not the way we play, but just good characters in the dressing room. And I kind of want to ask you guys a question: where do you see Sheffield United going next season? Do you think we can? You think we're going?
No, I don't.
I think we can be a mid-table Premiership team for a few years.
I think my first thought on that, Tom, is to throw it back on yourself and go, because we expected a little bit of a decline on Wolves this year. I think, in fairness, and I think they're a stronger side than you. I think they're a stronger side. They've got.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, they are.
They have more talent, but
they are.
At the end of the day, it's not about 11 individuals.
I think
it's
tactically
about a team.
and the way they're coached, very, very good, Sheffield United. I think Wolves are better than Spurs. I don't think they're better than us.
Yeah, I mean, what you're for me when I see clubs that do well, it's because they have a manager or throughout the leadership, there's an identity of what they want to be, and you get that at Wolves. Ferguson years at Manchester United, what Klopp's instilled at Liverpool, etc. So for you to do that, stay mid-table, top half of the Premier League for the next 2 or 3 years, would be about Chris Wilder staying, because it's his vision. Basically, he is his vision. So without him, it doesn't work. So then you need someone else who can replace him. And then I can't answer that. If Chris Wilder stays, 100% you'll be top half of the Premier League for the next 3 or 4 years.
It's worth saying, if I can jump in just very quickly, I think I relate to our Bournemouth correspondent, Neil Grover, AFC BNG, who speaks so much about Eddie Howe and whether people think he's a good coach, bad coach, whatever. The second he walks out of that football club, I'll tell you, he'll shit himself. Whereas their football club, with respect to Bournemouth, Sheffield United are ready to be an established Premier League football club because of the fan base. You won't want me to mention Wednesday, but I'll do that with Alex in an hour. Yeah. Like, in terms of the size of those two Sheffield football clubs, they're both big enough to be Premier League football clubs. If you get it right, you'll stay there. You're bigger than other clubs that have been around for longer, like with respect to Bournemouth, who eventually, no matter what they do, will go. I think even Neil knows that, right? Enjoy the ride as you are. Whereas Sheffield United could build. Is there any plan? One thing I did want to ask you: is there any plans stadium-wise? I know you want to take the pillars away off the home end. Is there anything else planned?
Yep. Yeah, South Stand as well. Yeah, they're going to extend the South Stand.
Which one's the South, Tomo?
Tony Curry Stand, which is...
So if people are camera facing, which way is
left of the Kop. Left of the Kop. If you're on the Kop, left of the Kop.
Left of the Kop. So where the camera is to people's viewers now. I understand. Is that... two-tier. I have seen the plans for that,
Yeah, 42,000, I think the plan to go to.
All right, cool.
But they need to do some of the training ground. We got the training ground... Probably it needs us some work, so I think that's what they're going to do first.
Good, and that's always the right decision, by the way. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but they've already started plans for that. One thing I wanted to ask Alex when he comes on, and I chat with Alex all the time. Ask him about point deduction, Sheffield Wednesday, because they were close to the point deduction. And I wanted to see what you guys wanted to talk about point deductions now if the football goes back, because it's an interesting topic that no one's touched on. So something you can talk about with him.
I don't know where that's going actually, Tomo. I've got to kind of second guess that a bit.
I'll have a quick look before we get Alex on.
Sheffield Wednesday point deduction Googles.
Yes.
It's supposed to be 12 minus 12 that we're supposed to get was the rumor, but which would put them in the relegation zone. So
you do know he's coming on to keep us going through the night. I don't want to scare the fucker off, right?
No, he knows. I mean, I'm not just them, but there's other teams as well, right? And there's one or two more, I don't know who, but it's something interesting, right? So
all right, Suj should have a look. We'll let you go.
Financial shit,
Thank you, Tomo, for
you're a star,
giving us your time, man. You bring so much
Cheers,
energy.
lads.
Much love.
So
you guys have been amazing.
Appreciate it.
No, amazing. I stuck the money in for Jason Yule.
Yeah, we did see that was a big amount of money as well.
I didn't.
Large amount. So thank you very much for that.
If anybody enjoyed Tomo, he's not doing comic relief. If you enjoyed Tomo's,
I don't know how they
please donate money. What we on, Suj?
It was still £4,516.
You taking a piss?
Nah.
You ain't moved.
No. Ain't gone up. But don't worry, it's all good. Tomo, you're a star. Thank you very much for your time.
Love you, Tomo.
Cheers, guys. Cheers. Good luck. See you for the night.
Mate.
Cheers. Bye.
I ain't moved. Are you taking the piss? I'm gonna cry.
I'm gonna check it again.
I'm actually gonna cry.
We have half an hour till we got Alex Waterbaby on. Our American friends have DM'd me on Twitter and confirmed that they're gonna jump on after 5.
I'm actually gonna cry.
Why?
Because I'm gonna cry if we don't hit this target. I swear.
I mean, to be honest, I have to be honest with everybody. We're getting closer. 4588, but 400 quid off.
I'm gonna fucking cry if we don't. Maybe some people want to see me cry.
You said you'd top up the last 300 quid, but we'll make it, mate. We'll make it now. After I put the appeal out to a few friends and family and stuff that wouldn't have watched the stream because they couldn't give a shit about football.
They ain't going to answer your call at 5 o'clock in the morning, mate. I know you've got like 89 people in your family.
Don't worry about it.
Why am I still wearing these fucking headphones?
Right.
I think what we should do. What we were going to do now is we were going to do Would You Rather.
Yep.
I think we should put that to the people who are being loyal to us in the chat. And it's very simple. The question is, would you rather? And that has to be your question.
Yeah, but I don't trust the people.
All right. Well, if we don't trust the people, then we don't read out what they say. We've got Alex on in 23 minutes.
Yep.
You can take a shit and a piss and eat something if you want or whatever. I think we should go in YouTube. You have to ask a question, but it has to be.
Would you rather?
Would you rather? That has to be the start of your question. Stephen White, just fucking pay me the 400 quid. Thanks, man. You're saying 2 hours, 400 quid off. Come on, boys. I know. It's not fun. I'm not enjoying it now. Just pay me the money, man. I'm getting really selfish about it. Fuck Patreon. Just pay me the money.
To be honest,
they can't hear you.
the second Patreon month covers it. Assuming football doesn't start by July.
Yeah, probably. That's not what I had in mind. I had in mind to do it by 6 a.m. Yeah. Thanks all the guys in the chat. Paul Meehan saying 4588, £412 off. Jesus Christ, 2 hours. I mean, we couldn't have cut this finer, can we? Like seriously, if it's in a state of go and wake your fucking mum up, like wherever you are. Yeah, Tomo was good when he good stuff. Says Gary Shepherd. Shivan Satri says, "Why are you crying, James?" It's a bit like it's a bit like following Spurs, mate. You get that close. I can't be 6 o'clock and going, what are we on? £4,920. I'll tell you right now, I'm telling you at this stage, whatever money is short, I'm getting my card out and I'm putting it in. That's where we're at. So you guys can either make the money up or I'm paying for it. I'm not walking out of here at 6 a.m. after 24 hours and missing this target. I will put the fucking money in myself. I don't care. John Murphy says, love watching balls. Very well managed. Yeah, aren't they, Sean? They're a pleasure to watch. I think you come off thinking that they're very negative sometimes, Wolves, but no, I'm fascinated actually by the way Nuno manages. Suj is a big fan of the way they play. I think he likes watching a side that can defend well. You know what I mean? It's tough for him. Okay, we've got some would you rathers. I love this. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna hold these would you rather ones for when Suj comes back, if that's okay. Alex Ball's in the chat. He's going to be with us in about 20 minutes or so from New Zealand. Ram ain't doing your one. The answer's no. Andrew Day said, we'll get you there. Please get me there. Fast there, you'll reach target. We better. I'm going to fucking have a meltdown if we don't do it. I went from pissed to, we got Cy and Tomo on, to, alright, cool, let's talk football. And now I'm a bit like, I need the energy of the guys again now. And I'm a bit like, I'm not in tired mode. I'm in mode of, I don't really know what words are coming out my mouth. Thanks, Ben. You're such a fucking hero. Ben, call in at 5 o'clock. For those in the chat now, by the way, we will open the chat in again at 5. The Zoom in at 5 o'clock. Do call in and come in and say hello and stuff. We'd love that. Particularly those. Obviously you can if you stood up in the UK, but particularly those. Ben, I need to speak to you. You have to call in to that Zoom in at 5 o'clock. I think Suj has got someone. A bit of a cheater might be joining us at 5 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Always cheating is our friend, Such. You might have someone at 5 o'clock. I don't know if that's confirmed, so I don't really want to say it's happening or it isn't happening. But yeah, hopefully. And then we'll obviously open it up for everybody else as well. But yeah, if you're in the chat, if you're hanging around with us for the next 2 hours and appreciate the support massively, then we're going to open the Zoom up again. Get yourselves calling in. Where are you, Suj? You fucking Clark. We got some would you rathers. I don't know if they're any good or not. Would you rather? Would you rather? Right, here you go. This one's brilliant. Patrick O'Meara. I'm going to let you sit down for this one. What?
I'm about to go outside for 3 minutes.
I'll go outside for 3 minutes then.
Tell me we'll do it rather.
Alright, I'll do it myself. Don't worry.
No, let me. Go on. I'll do it fast.
Would you rather swap wives or football clubs?
What with you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'll swap anything but the football club. I can take the child as well. I can take the wife and the child.
Both.
In fact, Suj can keep the lot. Just let me keep Spurs.
Both. In fact, I don't want a wife and I don't want a football club.
For those of you who might not have heard it, Suj said, I don't want a wife and I don't want a football club. Paul Meehan says, would you rather a Triumph or a Nagaski? I'd definitely take the Nagaski. It's Nagasaki. You see that state of me. Shivand Atri says, would you rather have kept this for a 12-hour stream? No. I think in fucking hindsight, we should have made it a fucking week-long gig and just spread it out and let... if there's a regret on this today is so many people we spoke to and I'm like, that should have been an hour. That should have been an hour. That should have been an hour. And even with some of them, like particularly we say like Emma earlier and a few others, I'm like, I'm not even sure an hour was enough. Let's just fucking reconvene on this and do another podcast and we'll do it. Jeff Holt said, would you rather be in bed or be at White Hart Lane? Or White Hart Lane, without a shadow of a doubt, Jeff. Give me another minute in that place. Kirsan Chopra says, would you rather watch Spurs win a double and never watch them again, or watch them forever but never finish top 4? I would rather watch them forever and never finish top 4 again. All day long. What's the point in that? You hit the utopia and there's no football no more, which is obviously what a lot of us are in. Spoke about this a lot when we played at Wembley. I think a lot of people didn't really get what I was saying. I was like, I've lost something. Something's taken from me. It's Tottenham and it's not in Tottenham. I'd said it a lot then in terms of like, the fuck out whether we're good or we're not good. Take me home. David W says, would you rather get ridden by Trump or ride a trumpet? I'm open to both, to be very honest. O'Brien, would you rather collect £10,000 tonight for the NHS or Tottenham get Champions League 2020-21? Well, I know which one's more likely. I'm more likely of making £5,000 in the next 5 hours and 45 minutes, or 1 hour and 45 minutes rather, than I am a Tottenham Hotspur win the league in 2060-61, then won 2021. But on a serious, yeah, I'll take the Champions League. Fuck the charity money. Stephen Hammond says, James, how many City players can you name from the starting lineup of the 8-1 defeat to Middlesbrough? I'll donate £2 for each correct answer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. State of it. To fucking hell. What a shit team. I'm going to go for Isaacson in goal. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Just before the takeover. What a mess. Richard Dunn got sent off. Which is part of what fucking led to that capitulation. Ilano scored, so I might as well stick his name in now. Christ almighty. Oh, so bad. He was so bad. Fuck me. Let me think about it. I could Google it. I'm not gonna do shit. Fuck. Start putting answers in the chat if you can. Who played for Man City? Oh, God. I could start just naming names. Can I have a clue. Play for City in the fullback areas in that team. So bad. Excuse me. Who played for Man City against Middlesbrough in 2007-08?
Who played for them?
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out. I'll get £2 for every correct answer.
Oh, you got to know the whole team?
I've got 2.
Fair play.
I might have 3.
That's
He lost 8-1.
Shit. Can't I Google it?
No, you can't.
In the meantime, I'm going to read this article about Sheffield United getting docked 8 points, mate.
Yeah, you can do, mate. No, Stephen, I haven't forgotten you, but you can put £6 in if I'm right so far. Let me know.
Those charges against the finance director. And
Fast
the CEO.
Air says, how many drinks did you drink during this stream, do you think? I think I turned up with 16. And I think there's 2 left. But I'm not sure. I don't really know. Dara, correct. Think man, how you doing, man, Dara? James, would you rather... Oh, no. Would you rather Mourinho's style footy forever and guaranteed Champions League or exciting footy and the prospect of finishing lower than Arsenal Mercy? Give me the football back.
Football.
I'm not joking.
I would take the football
Give me
as
the
well.
football back. I'm not joking.
You know, they sold there was some dodgy dealings around Hillsborough. They sold it. And
Oh, a little bit like what Villa and Villa
some
Park.
shit like that. That's
okay.
why they were going to get fucked.
Jeff Holt said, would you rather walk home in 2 hours or be carried home in 12? Nah, I don't think I'll walk home in 2 hours. Suj James is 3 hours. I think that's optimistic.
What? No, it's free. It's like 5 miles, man. Fucking, we'll jog it home. Alex Waterbaby is ready and waiting. Should we just get him on?
You did just say that. They'll all be going, oh, donate if you jog it home. Film yourselves jogging home. We'll be fucking streaming till 9 a.m. No, we're not doing that.
This guy from New Zealand's 10 minutes early. Should we just let him on?
What?
Alex.
Yeah, let's let him on. Fuck it. And
let's ask him what he'd rather.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, yeah. Oi.
Wait, we've got to wait for his audio.
He's like, oh shit, I've been let in 10 minutes early.
Yeah, we saw you popped up 10 minutes early. We thought we'd just let you in. How are you?
Until 9 a.m. No, we're not
this
doing
guy
that.
from New Zealand's 10 minutes early. Should we just let him on? Now we can hear an echo of ourselves. How's it going? You well?
Ask him what he did. All right, boys.
Exactly you need to switch us off on your computer.
Turn the old YouTube off or something, Alex.
Oh, you all right? Wait, you got to wait.
Right, how's that?
That's much better.
Brilliant, mate.
I'm looking at a blank screen. I don't even get to see you anymore, boys.
Unfortunately not.
You can put us on YouTube, but it'd be really weird because it'll be 30 seconds after you speak.
No, you're all right.
You can too. I love, by the way, that so many people who've joined us today have put their football shirt on.
Yes, they have.
So many.
They have.
No,
so many.
Boys. 24-hour fucking stream and you put me on after a blade. What the fuck's that about?
Yeah, it's for you to have
you need your right of reply.
Yeah, exactly. Right of reply. I mean, I wouldn't do the comparison right now. It's not going to go very well, pal.
Yeah.
Mate, we've had years of fun with that. They can have their.
Yeah, Chris Waddle and all that.
What the fuck's wrong with Sheffield that we've got a Blade in Atlanta, Georgia, and a Wednesday fan in New Zealand? Why are none of them in their own city?
Very quietly, they're big football clubs.
Oh.
Hey Serge, I have to say, mate, I did think that as well. I was like, we're not really selling the city particularly well. We don't even move like to somewhere else in the country. We just move to the opposite side of the world.
Yeah. Well, look, you're in New Zealand, and New Zealand is now coronavirus free.
We've had 5 in the last 6 days. We've had 1 case, I think it is.
Wow.
Fuck. I was going to say, what does that mean? But I think you just answered it.
Exactly.
1 case.
Yeah.
1 case, yeah.
They've managed to there is an end in sight for everybody.
Where's the plane? Take me there.
So I've been practicing this word, so bear with me. The epidemiologists, which are the clever bastards that I know, you're impressed with that.
I love it, mate. Sound like a position in the Kama Sutra, mate. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, that's the one. It's the one next to Dirty Dog or whatever it is.
Yeah. Page 23. If you have a look, you'll find it.
24, I think it is. 24.
Okay, mate.
They're worried about the tail. So apparently, like you look at places that have succeeded, it's you get to this point, and then if we stay like this for another week, we're probably all good. But yeah, if we have a spike in the next 5 days, then we're back to square one. But touch wood.
What's the spike for you? 6 cases.
Oh yeah, we had about 4 clusters where there was about 70 cases in each cluster, and we had about, I don't know what the final total was of deaths in New Zealand, but it was somewhere around.
I was going to say you just kind of did it, but we should probably clarify for the listeners who you are and where you're calling from, Alex.
So I'm Alex Ball. I am calling from New Zealand, and I'm from Sheffield originally. Been over here about 15 years.
You don't sound like you're from Sheffield. But neither does Tomo, in fairness. Is it just like, oh, get me out of Sheffield, I can't suffer that Yorkshire accent? Or...
But the funny thing is, James, if I go back to Sheffield, everyone says I sound like a Kiwi, but everyone over here says, oh, shit, you sound like you're from Sheffield. So
no, you definitely sound like a Kiwi, mate.
I'm all good. My mum was quite posh, so I think it kind of dulled my Sheffield accent anyway.
What's the script with Wednesday at the moment?
Oh,
don't
great,
say
mate.
nothing. We know.
No, it's not good. Tomo's set me up with this one because things are not particularly good. So we had a manager. I don't know if you remember him, called Carlos Carvajal. He went to Swansea after us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. He was probably the last time. Since we've been relegated, and we went, we did a Sunderland and went down a couple of divisions, got back to the Championship, and we've been stuck there for a while. But since Carlos Carvajal, we're battling. We're really battling, and like Sergi just mentioned before, the big thing is that we did that thing where our chairman sold the ground Hillsborough to himself, and then they've had a new EFL. Chairman come in called Rick Parry, and basically he's come in and he's shaken the whole thing up. So it used to be that they seem to be letting the thing slide, but now they're really clamping down. So I think Wednesday could be one of the first teams to to really get hit. I think, what's the other team? Like maybe Derby? No, it's not Derby. Yeah, no, it's Derby. Rooney's there, isn't he? Yeah, it's Derby.
I'm going to go for a week. Can you elaborate on this? Because I think are you reading on it?
We talked about it. Well, I read about it, yeah.
Yeah, just go for it with Alex. I need a week.
Yeah. So, and Villa not going through a similar situation as well, I think James was saying as well.
Birmingham.
Stadium. Oh, Birmingham.
Birmingham, yeah.
It's dodge.
It is dodgy, yeah. The upshot is it was a thing that in the past other clubs I think had done, but under the previous EFL chairman had kind of got away with, maybe a bit of a fine or slap on the wrist, whereas they're seriously looking at taking points off us now. Yeah. And of course, Corona came along at a time that's just delayed the whole situation. But
they dropped the charges though against the chief executive and the finance director.
They have, but they were separate, so they kind of messed up. They went after them personally, and that was all wrong. That was all, that everything was proved against, and all good. They just moved on from that. But the whole thing around with Chanasai, who's our chairman, and selling it, there is potentially a case to answer there. And I think that once things get back to some sort of normality, get back to some sort of normality, we could be in for point deduction. And unfortunately, since Christmas, we have taken, I've got mates that still season tickets, and they've seen maybe 2 home goals.
Wow.
They've just, we've been on. You went back to just before Christmas. We were 2nd or 3rd in the table. And we were flying, man. It was crazy. We were doing so well. And then, funnily enough, it was one of those weird situations where because I don't go anymore, I'm not quite as in touch as a lot of the local Sheffield fans. So anyone in the chat might be able to correct or alter. But a lot of it was around. So we had Steve Bruce as our manager.
Yeah.
And it was one of those weird situations where we'd actually bent over backwards to get Bruce in, and we were really keen. And he came in last season and actually did a great job. We were really happy with him as a club. He was building the squad. Everyone was really pleased with what was happening. And then of course Newcastle came knocking, and he basically, I think it was one of those strange situations. I can't think of another one. You and James might be able to, but I can't think of another one where both sets of fans are actually pissed off with the manager leaving. Wednesday didn't want him to go. Newcastle didn't want him. So it was just one of these really fucked up situations where everyone was pissed off with it. But anyway, he went, and we got, I can't remember what his name is now. I'm going to have to Google it. I knew this was going to come up. Hang on, bear with me.
You feel for Bruce a bit, because if the money comes into Newcastle, there's every chance that he's going to lose his job there. There's someone more high profile, maybe a Pochettino or what have you, but he's not done anything to deserve to lose his job at Newcastle.
I think he's had I'm good friends with a Newcastle fan, and he was basically saying that they just hated the idea of him going there. All the inside knowledge was how shit a decision this was. It was terrible. He was the 9th choice. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, I agree with you. He's gone in difficult situations, and he's, they're not going to get relegated this year. And I think most Newcastle fans, before the start of the season would have been, bitten someone's hand off for that. So no, I agree with you. I do have a little bit of sympathy for him, but as a Wednesday fan, I'm well pissed off because we got Gary Monk. So that was the manager that came in for us. And it's just not worked. It's just not the right fit. Players have just not played. Some of the defeats have been just embarrassing, just seriously embarrassing. Games we should be winning, and just getting thrashed, absolutely thrashed. So it's been a right mess. And the real damage with that is we're not in relegation trouble as things stand right now. But if the EFL pursue this and they decide that we have breached it, we could get a points deduction. I think the maximum is maybe like 10 or 12 points. I could be wrong there. It could be a bit more. Could be 9 actually. But anyway, the upshot is it could actually throw us down into the relegation zone. And the performances we're putting in at the minute, we could be in real trouble. We could get relegated this season if it goes through.
And what happens if football doesn't restart? That's another kind of situation, right? If the points deduction if you got the points deduction now and it was 9 or 10 points, you'd be in the relegation zone. So then you'd be gone.
Well, this is the funny thing, mate. You're exactly right, because it leaves us in that funny limbo zone where if we get relegated or put in the relegation zone, but then the season stops and there's no promotion or relegation. Well, Wednesday will probably go, we've dodged the bullet. Let's just play on. But everyone else around will be like, well, hang on, that's not fair. The team that maybe Wednesday that should have come up, that Wednesday have kept in the League One, they'll be arguably saying, well, this is ridiculous. So then do they roll it over to next year? And do Wednesday start next season with a points deduction there? So the upshot is a really messy situation. The other thing to put in is Wednesday's lawyers are really fighting this. So there's a real feeling that putting the ethical issue of what Wednesday have done aside, because I actually think there is a real something we've done wrong there and probably broken some rules. I think at some point they've been told it's okay because they are busting a gut to fight it. So I think they've got something that says what you are about to do, what you did to sell the Hillsborough was actually okay. So yeah, it's a very messy situation is the upshot. But our current form, having Gary Monk in charge, the points deduction hanging over us, I think there's a real chance we could be finding ourselves in the relegation zone if things carry on and we get the points deduction.
It's going to be difficult. What's your views on Gary Monk as a manager? I mean, I never really thought he's that good.
No, mate, you
don't like him at Sheffield Wednesday.
Yeah, mate, you've summed it up. You've probably understated it for me. Like I said, we were gutted to lose Bruce, and I think it just rubbed insult to injury to get Monk in because he comes in and he says the right things, but I mean the performances weren't there, and the performances before Christmas were there. You know, we were second in the table, so he comes in, and you can't, we can sit here and argue for an hour about whether it's the players and they're not playing for the manager, but they should play for the fans, and not scoring goals and this, that, and the other, and we've got players out of contract and stuff. But look, the upshot is I don't particularly like him. I would rather have, we had Lee Bullion, who was our assistant coach and has always stepped in when we've had times. I think, to be honest, I'd have probably just given it to him. I'd have been quite happy for him to take it on rather than.
I'd like to pick up on that comment there. He's always stepped in when we've had times. Is that we've changed managers so much for the last 20 years that it's become a customary?
Well, yeah, mate. Look, I don't even dare look at the list of managers we've had because, like I said, apart from Carlos Carvajal, when he came in and stayed with us, and we had those 3 seasons where we got to the playoff finals twice, and we were a good team, and it was good to go and watch us. And we were one of those, you were back where you just want to look at your team and go, look, it doesn't matter whether you're bloody Luton or Wednesday or a big, perceived as a big team. You want to look at it and go, fuck, I'm just proud to support this team. What we've got, this is the best we can be doing. And I really felt that, when Carlos was there and those 3 seasons, I was like, yeah, shit, look, if we go up or we stay, we've done as well as we possibly can with the players, and we're proud. I'm proud to be a Wednesday fan. Everything else around it just feels like a clusterfuck. We always have off-field dramas. We always have issues going on, and we're still paying players that are on Premier League wages, for fuck's sake. I mean, we just can't afford that. It's just. Oh, I mean, I heard you talking to my good mate Tom about Sunderland Till I Die, and I'm not saying it's the same situations, but when I watch that series, there are parts of it where I go, that's the same shit Wednesday are going through. That's the same problems we're having. And it just it's just horrible.
I know you probably don't want to cover this, but is it intensified worse by what they, who I mean by they, have done in the last couple of years?
Me personally speaking, as a Wednesday fan, and I'm slightly detached, obviously being in New Zealand. No, Sheffield for me is my home city outside of where I live in New Zealand, and therefore I would have the Blades in the Premier League over no team in the over no Sheffield team in the Premier League, personally. And yeah, of course it stings a little bit when you look at worst case scenario, we're in League One next year and they're in the Premier League and doing well. But all being equal, I'm happy for it.
You don't have to be nice because Tomo's still in the chat, because I know that he would go fuck Wednesday.
Nah. But see, maybe that I've lost my kind of that. That when I would be going to Hillsborough, and when I went back in the day, like you were talking about before, James, about I used to go and watch Waddle and Hurst and Di Canio and Tony, and we had Chris Wood in goal, Carlton Palmer. Des Walker.
I even go a bit further, a little bit slightly earlier. when I first went in the early 90s, you were one of the best sides, mate. I think like the John Sheridans and stuff like that. Very good football side,
mate. It's one of the reasons I love playing Champman FPL. Like I'm not, I've never really played Championship Manager, so this was all new to me. But you go through it, and Heskebo, like he's on it a lot, and he's a Wednesday fan as well. And he put out a tweet today, and it was I can't remember who it was, but Sabone who scored, who's the guy that's just gone to where's he gone to?
Did you have a little cry or Sunderland or?
Cry about it? Yeah, no, it just gets you, mate. It gets you, reminds you of the good old days, and those days where it used to go and watch. Cost me a £5 to go and watch them stand in the Cop, and it was brilliant. Those were the days.
How long have you lived out there for?
About 15 years, 16 years now.
And did you used to go to Hillsborough regularly?
Yeah, I was an outdoor. I'm a teacher. Well, yeah, an offcut of a teacher. I support students with learning and behaviour needs now. But before that, I was a teacher, and before that, I was an outdoor ed instructor. So I used to teach people sailing and kayaking. So that's where you keep calling me Alex Waterbaby, and that's my handle and my email address. It was because I was a sailing instructor for a long time.
Okay.
So I would travel around. I worked in the south of France and Spain and a few other places, for sort of all over England. So I kind of didn't go to Hillsborough as much, but whenever I was in Sheffield, and even now, we try and go back every 2 or 3 years, and it'll be, my time in England will be planned around going to see Wednesday play. So
you weren't there when Klinsmann scored, were you?
No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. I've never seen
the most iconic celebration in Premier League.
Oh, mate, still remember that. Still remember the celebration.
It's so iconic.
Mm.
I know I'm biased on that, but it is. I think it's the best celebration of all time, because when he did it, and when everybody saw it the first time in '94, because he came with such that rep of a diving cheat.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. To then do that, and then go, and then what happened? What people might not remember is a couple of minutes after he scored that headed goal, which essentially sealed the game, was he had a terrible clash with Jurgen Klinsmann. He actually with Des Walker, and he actually went off stretcher. He was mildly concussed, and he had a really cut lip and that. And there weren't no fucking about. He was back on Tuesday. He scored twice against Everton. There's no pissing about it. I loved Jurgen, but that Wednesday side was like what you said. David Hurst was always someone. As a kid, I was like, he felt like probably every 6 months as a kid, I was like, he's gonna play for England,
Injured. He's
gonna play for England. Injured.
Who were you talking about earlier? The West Ham striker, was he in your quiz? Ashton. How he was just. Ashton was the epitome of unlucky with injuries. Well, Hurst was the same. Like Man United wanted him, and he would have been if he'd gone at that point. It would have been the world record fee for a player. But I can't remember. I can't remember if he chose to stay at Wednesday or injury curtailed it. And he was just never quite the same player. But look, fuck mate, he's a Wednesday legend.
He was absolutely brilliant, David Hurst. I would say I'm going to give Suj a rub here. Dean Ashton was the better of the two.
Yeah,
but David Hurst was.
Neil Murray's just popped up in the chat. You just fucking woken up, Neil, again.
Neil Murray.
It's just popped up in the
tell
chat.
Neil put more money in.
Nutter. Yeah. But yeah, Dean Ashton was there.
One of the reasons we obviously got you on, Alex, is to keep us the fuck alive. Appreciate it.
Yeah, mate, I'm trying to keep you
in. 1 hour, 20 minutes to go, mate.
Love it.
Well, before you ask the question, James, just going back to Klinsmann.
Yeah.
How old are you?
When Klinsmann scored that goal.
No, how old are you now?
I'm 36.
Oh yeah, so I'm a bit older than you. I've just turned 41, but similar-ish era. And the thing I always remember about Klinsmann and that celebration is, when you were down the park playing footy, everyone did the Klinsmann celebration when you scored a goal. That's my memory of like that era and Klinsmann as a whole. And oh fuck, I just love that. That you'd be on a wet pitch and it would you'd slide from one side to the other. With your run up, and oh man, it was awesome. Loved him in that.
I mean, that's part of it as well. Inspirations and one of the fears in terms of refereeing. It's a whole conversation in terms of miking up refs, for example. And we often talk about the reactions of players in terms of how it, and it's overanalyzed now in terms of your knock-on of effects. But then in those days, in like the mid-90s, that was it. You used to see certain things on the highlights or whatever, you used to try it. And that celebration, that's what I'm genuinely, it's a biased comment, but it's the best celebration in Premier League history because everybody, all the adults saw it and pissed themselves laughing, and all the kids went, "Oh,
I'm doing that.
He's good. I'm doing that." Yeah, and that was great, and everybody got a good rub out of it and whatnots. Yeah. And yeah, we wanted to talk to you obviously about what it's like. Your 11 hours difference, is that right?
Yeah, what time is it with me now? 3:40. I've just been having a beer with a mate, afternoon beer with Jace. So that was, because we're allowed to see each other now. So yeah, it's about 20 to 4 in the afternoon.
Good man. So
11 hours.
If you've got a Friday night deadline at 7 o'clock, what do you do?
So
Friday night here, I should clarify, which would be 6 a.m. for you. How do you manage that as an FPL manager?
Yeah, so I'm probably quite lucky in one thing. I'm an early riser, so that means that
because you're an FPL manager.
Yeah, exactly. I've got no choice. I generally like the 3 o'clock kickoffs and things. They're pretty much a write-off. I miss those. But the afternoon, the late evening kickoffs, sort of 5:30 in the UK, I'll generally wake up for those. And the same for deadlines. Like I'm quite happy to get up at 4:35. Just as I've got older, I just don't sleep as far. So I'm quite happy to set my alarm and get up if I need to check anything. I'll have someone like.
Is that a set an alarm to do it?
Sometimes, yeah. Wow. Well, I'll tell you, who was the first guest you had on? No, second guest, FPL coach, was it?
Yeah.
9 o'clock, yeah.
Fuck me, mate. That feels a long time ago for me. I don't know what it feels like for you boys.
About 3 days ago, mate.
We're crawling towards 5 o'clock.
Hey, boys, you
hour. And
you boys,
like minutes, not hours, and then it's going to be seconds, not minutes, and then I'm going to crawl over to the computer, end stream, and then just sit under my desk for a little while.
I ain't fucking going home till we got $5,000. I'm telling you, mate. I'm gonna sit here and keep going. I'll tell you what. He's FPL captain. Can he stop the clock? Does it stop automatically?
I don't know.
I'm gonna keep going, and until there's $5,000 in that pot, I ain't going anywhere.
4, 6, 5, 4.
Oh my god!
Oh boys,
so brutal.
What was in there? So it was interesting listening to Coach, and he was talking about the like being addicted to it and stuff, and the unhealthy aspects of it, and I can relate to that. I've been playing FPL about 12, 13 seasons, and up till about 2 seasons ago, my worst rank was 60k. So I'd always finished higher than that in 10 seasons.
Your worst rank?
My worst rank, yeah. So for 10 years, my worst rank was 60k.
You could total all of your ranks for like 10 years, and that would be 1 year for me.
Sorry, love. I've only got 7 inches today. You're right with that. The fuck?
Amazing.
But, and this is my dilemma. So like last year, I had finished about 500k, and then this year I'm about 250. But the thing I find, and this is where you take the piss out of me for saying that and stuff. But that balance and that line between where it's fun and where I'm taking it too seriously is something I've really noticed. That especially last season, getting for me a shit rank. I was finding that quite hard. And actually, that's where it was really interesting listening to Coach, because I could totally relate to what he's saying, and I think it's quite an interesting time we're in, where there is a lot more players, there's a lot more content out there, and it just makes you. I think you just sort of reflect on the importance of a game. Like I can tell myself all the rational things of I've got a family, and that's way more important, and I'm healthy and all that sort of shit. But at the end of the day, I didn't catch the one where you were talking to the person about gambling addiction. I'll find that and watch that one afterwards. But it's funny, whatever your vice is, whatever your your thing is, whether it be a beer, whether it be fucking alcohol, whether drugs or gambling or FPL or whatever it is, finding that fine balance is something that we all struggle with. And I've not managed to get there yet. And that was something that last year really hit me hard with. You know, just I realised that this isn't good. You know, it's impacting me more than it should. So yeah, and actually I think that's one of the things that I actually quite enjoy about being FPL over here is I don't really get the games. You know, I just wake up and I've maybe got one game left for the game, you know, for the game week, and all the games have already been. And I've had a shit week, I've had a shit week. If I've had a good week, I've had a good week. You know, you just roll with it and move on.
A phenomenal record, mate. Jesus Christ.
Really good.
So what do you do, like, if Wednesday you're playing at 12:30 on a Saturday? UK time, I mean.
Yeah, so
it's about 11:30.
It's 11:30 at night. It's probably not too bad, is it?
No, I watch that one, and we get a few late kickoffs as well. So you know, like a 4 or 5 in the morning, I'll generally watch that one. 3 o'clock, if I've got the chance, I'll get up and just watch it delayed. But I've got young kids. I've got a 7, a 5, and a 3-year-old, and you know they're waking up about the same time. So I don't know. Your priorities change a little bit when you can't watch it live, if you know what I mean. So. Yeah, I try. I don't dare say, like, you know, I listen to you boys talk about, you know, going to Spurs and going to West Ham, and you know, you know, especially you, James. No offense, Suj, but especially, you know, you're the lengths you'll go to see Spurs play and where you've been, and you're just, you know, you'll bend over backwards, and I love that, man. I, you know, listen to you talk.
I'm always bending over backwards for money for my fucking charity stream.
If we're talking about addictions and issues around addiction,
exactly.
I don't think I take offence. I think James should, because you're addicted to that, James.
So I think I'm probably a little bit more of my following of Wednesday has mellowed a little bit, you know, and especially. Yeah, it's just hard. You know, it's harder. You know, if I was still in Sheffield, I'd have a season ticket without a doubt. You know, I'd be going every Saturday, taking my kids with me. You know, but when you can't, you know, they say they support Wednesday. And I've actually got a nephew up in Auckland, and he's like, he used to be a Man U fan just because his dad worked there for a while. And he's now taken on Wednesday. So he's like, we always send him Wednesday shirts for Christmas and that. And when he comes down, we'll watch a Wednesday game and stuff. And he's like, he'll text me and be like, good result for Wednesday overnight and stuff. So, you know, that's cool. I enjoy that aspect of it. But I think, it just changes slightly with the way you look at the game.
How do you catch the games? Is a priority to... Is it easy to watch Wednesday, or is it a priority to watch the Premier League, or...?
Probably like it's a lot easier to watch the Premier League. We have it's cost me about about £10 a month, and basically I get all the games streamed live. I can watch them live or delayed and highlight packages.
Every Premier League game, to clarify.
Every Premier League game, and if there's multiple, so if it's like 3 o'clock and there's 5 games on, there'll be 5 different channels, 5 different streams set up.
Watch whatever you want.
Yeah, or they've even got the it's called Goal Rush, and they'll choose one main game, and you know, whenever there's a goal in one of the other ones, they'll cut that, or someone's hit the bar or whatever, so you can sort of see all of those sort of things. And then you know, like I said, if I wake up late, I'll just, you know, rewind and watch from the start or whatever. And
how long have you lived outside the UK?
16 years.
Yeah, about 16 years in New Zealand.
Do you find it quite laughable that we don't have that here?
Oh mate, it cracks me up. It just makes me laugh that I'll come back and I'll be within spitting distance of a Premier League ground in Bramwell Lane. Like I live my mum lives very close to it, and I'll just you know, it's going to cost me as much as it cost me a month to go and just watch one game if I, you know, rented it or got it however you get it in the UK. So yeah, I do find it funny, I especially now as it's my way of living. You know, it's what I'm used to now. Ever since I watched the Premier League, and I signed up for the Wednesday, you know, one as well, which cost me, I don't know, 10 or 15.
And that's is it the iFan?
Yeah, that's the one you've been talking about.
Yeah, I'd like to elaborate on that if you can, because we touched on this a little bit the other week about this idea of, and it probably wouldn't be a problem for a club like Wednesday, but in terms of new season, this season, I think in the EFL, and I think even for the Championship, it's probably finished. Although I think the Championship are really trying.
Yeah, so it's I follow, and it's exactly that.
I follow, that's it. Yeah,
I follow. Yeah, and you know, it's just a streaming system. You know, it's just you get highlights package, you get the game live, you get the game delayed, interviews, all that aspect around it. very similar to the thing I get for the Premier League, but obviously this is specific for Wednesday. And you know, I don't know how much money goes to Wednesday, how much goes to iFollow, but I believe all the other Championship clubs sign up for iFollow as well, so they all do it within that. But I would sign up specifically for the Wednesday one, and you know, someone else would sign up for League.
If Wednesday you're playing at 3 o'clock at PM UK, that's what, 2 a.m. for you?
Yeah.
So what would be a routine for you?
Depending on the circumstances and what we're doing that weekend, if it's very unlikely, just because of like I'll just go to sleep just because I've got young kids, but I'll usually wake up at about 5 or 6 and then watch the game.
And it's easy enough to avoid the score. And
yeah, well, I'm asleep, so I just don't turn my phone on. Just come out, grab my laptop, grab a cup of tea.
Your neighbours aren't over the wall going, "Oh, the Owls won 2-1." Or
well, funnily enough, the people that live just there are English. They're about my age as well. They've moved out, but they're not big football fans. So now I play the local team that I play.
I don't suppose they were going to tell you the Wednesday score anyway, mate.
If I said Sheffield Wednesday to them, they'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Wouldn't have a clue. So so it's pretty easy to do. I just don't turn my phone on, basically, and then just watch the game.
Yeah, standard. I mean, I think it's we touched on it a little bit about the global tool, and it is easy for a club like Wednesday, etc., in terms of how you could, and you'll get the followership. You pay what, £10 a month?
Yeah, but I don't think it's even that much, but yeah, it's something around that.
Would you, just out of interest, if that became, because of what's happening now, if that became a £10 a game, would you pay it?
Me personally here, no, I wouldn't. No. It's just I think it kind of comes back to that thing that I was talking about before. Probably my like will always say I'm a Wednesday fan. End of story. That's my team. But I think I probably mellowed a little bit as my what I would do to
for so long.
Yeah, and like I said, as soon as I go back to Sheffield, first thing I'll be doing is messaging my mates. Right, boys, I can be back for that game. Let's go, and straight down. We'll go to the pub first, fish and chips. On my usual, straight back into the routine of what a Saturday would be for me. Yeah, exactly. And then pub afterwards, and we'll if it's an away game, we'll be down the pub and stuff. But and at first when I came over here, it was very hard to not have that. But now, so many years on, it's kind of the routine of where we're at. Maybe again, because we've struggled to have success in that time, as maybe daft as it sounds, made it a little bit easier to sort of step away. And if we were doing a Sheffield United and we were sort of really succeeding, maybe I'd sort of be struggling a little bit more. But it is what it is, you much as I love Wednesday, my life in New Zealand is now more important. My family's here, and this is where I live, and so Wednesday has to take a little bit of a back seat as a consequence of being in a country that I want to be living in. So yeah, it sucks at times, but it is what it is.
No, I appreciate that was an honest answer rather than I'd pay it, because I think my assumption, and I'm what I'm like, my assumption is you'll pay it.
Yeah.
So it was refreshing to hear you say, no, I wouldn't, actually.
No, but I also recognise that I'm probably in a minority of people. Like, I think there'll be a lot of people that would. And, like I say, I was listening to your interview with Emma, and which great interview, by the way. I really enjoyed you. That you really need to get her back on again. But I just really thought, that you talked about that IX moment, and fuck me, that you got me. You talked there, and I was like, yes, that is the moment I'm missing. That is what, for all the the seasons that Wednesday have not been doing particularly well. I think back to those last minute winners, or the going to Wembley against the Blades when we beat them at 2-1 and stuff. And you're just like, those are the moments that I'll never get. While I'm here, I don't get that. So, it's kind of that, for 90% of the time it's fine, but fuck, I miss that 10% of, those moments that, for us being football fans, only football can bring us. It's, my family's amazing, my life in New Zealand's amazing, but there's something about, like you said, and Emma was saying it, quite outright. She was like, that was the best moment of my life, end of story, and you sit there going, yeah, only a football fan, or if we were talking rugby, only a rugby fan in that specific moment would get it, or another, American sports would get it in that. But for us being football fans, that fucking moment of Ajax for you, or, whatever Serge has done when West Ham did something, those moments are the moments that make the 99%.
That Bobby Zamora goal.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look, I'll show you. Sorry, I'm taking you on your tour of my house.
Well, while you're touring, I was just going to say, just in defence of, yeah, 93 semi-final, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't remind me we lost to Arsenal the next day, but that's the thing for me. Every time I think about that Sheffield Wembley semi-final, I remember that we lost to Arsenal the next day. That's all I think about.
So, Tomo, I hope you're watching, mate. I hope you're in the stream there.
Alan Cork.
He was there a little while ago. He was there a few minutes
I'll impress you, Alex. Alan Cork equalised. He had a beard like Dave's simple goal FPL, and Mark Bright got the winner.
He did. I love Bright. He was a real legend. He never. He was more linked. I think he for him, Palace was always his connection rather than Wednesday. And but he was another great player that we had.
Yeah, with Palace.
Paolo Di Canio. I was thinking about you, Serge, when I was thinking back through my players. Paolo Di Canio pushed the ref and then came over to West Ham and was a hero at West Ham.
Oh, he still is.
Don.
He still is. He can do whatever he wants there.
Well, that's if you look at my Twitter profile, it was all my favourite Wednesday players. So there's Waddle in there, Hurst in there.
Yeah.
And if you look at the top left picture, it's Di Canio pushing the referee over.
Yeah.
Because this for me was an iconic moment.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah,
he's funny.
Yeah. Di Canio, he put a video out on his Twitter. Just when the lockdown started, coronavirus, he was doing keepy uppies, but he did keepy uppies whilst singing I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles. He sang the whole first verse and did keepy uppies throughout the whole first verse. And then he just goes, "Come on, you irons!" And then just ended his video in his Italian accent. He couldn't pronounce the word irons properly. It was, "Come on, you irons!" And then that was
irons.
Yeah, Di Canio is funny. He's a legend.
Yeah, he's class. He was good. He was a great player. Absolutely great player.
I know our friend FPL Blaze still in the chat. I often get the question, who would you most want back in the Prem? Who's outside it? And I often say yourselves.
Yeah. That's nice.
I think it's no way. I'm selfish. I haven't been to Hillsborough as well, and I feel like historically, it's the one ground in Britain, and Tomo's going to get more bags. I ain't been to Bramall Lane yet either. I feel like I just for whatever reason I hadn't been to Sheffield before, and I feel it's very sad for you. I actually, just to ask you on this, when people say Hillsborough, they don't think of Sheffield Wednesday.
No, well, bro, even just when you were talking about it then, James, instantly my instant response was going to be, I think a lot of football fans want to go to Hillsborough for that, the reason you're talking about, which isn't Wednesday and isn't football, but that is what it is. Again, it's what I said before. I think you'd be doing a disservice to everything that happened there if you didn't acknowledge it and say, every time I walk into Hillsborough, I think back to, I used to go to the games when that happened, and obviously I wasn't at that game, but I was going around that time. And so I think you do reflect. And even to this day, I still walk into Hillsborough and you have moments where you think about what happened there and that it was at your club. And, it was through probably bad, not going to go into that, but, the reasons for it. But I think it brings a different element to a football game going to Hillsborough, knowing that's happened, that you probably won't get in other places, if that makes sense.
I'd like to share a true story with yourself, Alex, and listeners. Is in '82, Spurs played Wolves in a semi-final, and I think Gary Shepherd's. I'm hoping he's gone to bed because he won't like what I'm about to say. Oh shit, he was in the chat 8 minutes ago. It's Wolves. And Spurs played Wolves in the semi-final. It was at Hillsborough. and my dad went with my mum. It was about a year or so before I was born, and they gave Wolves the big end, the cop. Do you call it the cop?
Yeah.
Yeah. And bizarrely, that day, and also bizarrely in '89, when they gave Forest the big end, should have given Liverpool the big end. I mean, that's which nobody ever speaks about. It's the first fucking problem. You got Liverpool playing Nottingham Forest. Give Liverpool the fucking big end, like, if we're going to be honest. Otherwise, don't hold it in that stadium. And it was the same when Spurs played Wolves. And there's videos that you can find on YouTube, which was 7 years before, obviously, what happened in '89, where you can see from the Spurs Wolves game, Spurs fans in the middle of the game being walked around the pitch to go on to the cop to join the Wolves fans because there was too many Spurs fans in the Leppings Lane. It's Leppings Lane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
exactly right. And then, so 7 years earlier, there was a huge problem when Spurs played Wolves, and then that happened in '89. And my mum and dad weren't on the Leppings Lane end, by the way. Were there 7 years earlier and could have told you 7 years earlier there was a massive problem with holding games as a neutral venue at Hillsborough. And then that still, even from learning from, should have given Spurs the big end. And I know Wolves fans, what are you talking about? Listen, stop this shit, right? Yeah. Spurs should have had the big end. And Liverpool should have had the big end in 1989. It's not to excuse anything that happened outside, inside, whatever. It's the worst tragedy in British football history, basically. But those who were Spurs and Wolves fans were there in '82 could tell you there was a problem that was coming. And in '89, obviously, that horrific incident then happened. And I just to speak to you about it, I wonder if what I said, that when and to others listening in, if I say to them the word Hillsborough, they don't think of a very historic football club of Sheffield Wednesday. They think of 1989.
Yeah,
and I've never, do you know what? I've never got a Sheffield Wednesday view on that ever.
Again, I like I said, I don't know. Maybe your views soften and your things change as you get older, and like you, mate, you when you're a parent and stuff, you look at things differently. But you can either, as a fan, or when something like that's happened, you can either just go, oh well, that's bullshit. You should be thinking about this. You should be thinking about Wednesday. That's our home ground and stuff. But actually, you shouldn't do that. For me certainly, you should acknowledge what's happened there, and then the way you respect what happens to those fans at that ground is by acknowledging and accepting it, and actually being prepared to go, yep, that is part of Hillsborough, and therefore it's part of Sheffield Wednesday's history, and we can't change that. And you've just got to, acknowledge that it happened. And like I said, even as a Wednesday fan that used to go roughly around the time, I'll often think about it when I go into the ground and stuff, and it gets you a little bit. And there's part of it that gets you because you sit there going, it feasibly could have happened to me. Do you know what I mean? It's unlikely because the situations were totally different. Neutral venue, like you said, mistakes were made around the policing, mistakes were made around who was at what end, all that sort of stuff. And a Wednesday fan at their own home ground, the away fans are always going to be in Lepping Lane end, so it's unlikely. But at the same time, we used to stand there with those fuck off big fences there, and we used to have those same problems getting out of that ground. It's part of us, or it's part of me as a Wednesday fan. I don't want to say everyone, because other Wednesday fans will have different views, but for me, it's kind of like I still think of that as every time I go into Hillsborough. And wow. I went to uni in Liverpool, and it was interesting. You'd go and you'd go out for beers in Liverpool and stuff, and as soon as you told people you were a Wednesday fan, it was this, I don't know, it was like a weird connection, even though you've got no real connection other than that. And it was kind of like, especially when I was at uni, which was a fair few years ago, and therefore closer to the time it actually happened, you sort of had a little bit of a, I don't want to say a bond because that makes it a bit like strong, but you had that bit of a connection that you understood that, it kind of comes back to what we were talking about before. People that aren't football fans can't understand what we're talking about when you talk about your Ajax moment, or I talk about going in and talking about Hillsborough being there and being part of me. And it was that same thing. You can't really explain the bond you've got with another club because they had that incident at my football club, and it's a weird thing to be thinking about.
It's a really weird. They had that incident at my football club.
Yeah, it's very
horrific.
Yeah.
That you go, and every time you go, you think about that.
Yeah, I do. It's again, and I'd often go and sit in the Cop, and it's totally different. Back in the day when I used to go, it was standing, and you had the cages and all that. And now, of course, it's all seated, and if there was a problem, you'd just go straight down onto the pitch, and there's nothing to stop it. But it was a different time. You didn't know anything different, when you went there.
That happened in '89. I started going to football every week in '90. So I was, and obviously at 90, I didn't know what that was as a 6-year-old in terms of what had happened there, and you only know about it years later and stuff. So I literally came in just when the Taylor report was getting implemented, and just after that era of fencing. I mean, Ken Bates at Chelsea famously said the fencing's not enough. I want to elect. He wanted to make the fences electric. He wanted to make them electric.
Yeah.
Alex, we've got. Sorry, I was going to interrupt you. We've got people waiting to come on. We've gone past the last final hour, James.
It's 5:06.
Yeah, tell me about it. We got. We need to extend this more.
All right.
We're going to have to get you back on.
Can I just say, Gary Shepherd has said in the chat, I didn't know that, James. What a shame it wasn't heated, and I agree that Spurs should have had the bigger section. I thought he was going to kill me for that.
Alex, tell everybody where they can find you, mate.
Love you, Gary.
Alex Waterbaby. Can I just mention very quickly, Serge, because I know you've got to get going. Champman FPL, get voting. We've put in the money for the points. We had a fucking scream a week. Oh, there you go.
Yes, you have.
You wanted to know about the downside. Well, when your bloody person you're managing a team with, whilst you're asleep, goes, right, well, we're going to put in £1 for every point, and then you go and get 101 points. So you wake up £101 down on what you went to sleep. But I'm only taking the piss. It's going to a good cause. So
is it in the account?
It is. It's already been.
We need it now.
It's already.
Yeah.
Just put it in now, and I'll refund £101 tomorrow. Alex, thank you so much, mate.
Nice to see you.
Great. Take care.
Cheers, pal.
Bye.
What's up, man?
James, we're into the final hour.
Oh, please give me a total.
This is into our final hour.
Give me a total.
Let's get these boys on first.
Give me a total.
James wants to know how much money we've raised. Do you guys have audio? Marco does. Marco, say what's up.
Hey guys, how are you? How's it going?
Oh, surviving.
Thank you. 2 people in.
Yeah,
one of them's got a flag. I mean, you ain't.
Oh, Gooner's in the house. Come on, we just got to get through the last hour. How are you boys doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you guys doing? It's the last hour for you, isn't it?
Yeah, literally.
We're there.
We're now down to like 55 minutes to go, and probably about £55 to go. I'm trying to refresh how much money we've been trying to raise, but yeah, it's
£55.
And basically, this table is 3 beers of mine.
I've got 45.
No, it's a bit more than that. It's a bit more than that.
I love it, guys. Jake said he'll do whatever he's got to do. Jake will do anything to get that last 55 pounds. He said he'll take his shirt off. He'll dance. Anything you guys need to get that last.
First thing you can do is take the fucking flag down.
If someone are not, because you should probably in a second introduce who you are, but I think quite a few people in the YouTube chat will know who you are. If someone donates 100 quid, Jake, you'll take another minus 80. As soon as the game reopens. So game week 30, which is, that's right? Game week 29 or game week 30 is the next game week. You'll take a minus 80. If someone donates 100 quid.
As soon as I can. I mean, I don't know if it's done the transfers, but yeah.
Why don't you give us a quick...
Can I just say, the most epic hit in FPL history. Let's not lie about it. It's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Why don't you tell everybody who you are? Because we've just gone into talking.
Yeah. So I'm Jacob. I have been over here in America.
Since the day I was born. It's been really good.
We said we've got 55 minutes to go to the end of the live stream.
Run out of time here, bro.
Tell us your life story, bro. Come on, man.
I somehow wound up in the worst place in America, Florida. The one.
Yeah, it's because it's Trump's home state now.
Yeah, exactly.
There. As soon as that happened, the whole state went to shit.
Yeah, so we don't believe in COVID. It's great. We've just been living our normal lives here, and yeah, that's me. Yeah.
But you're a fake doctor by profession, right? So you got to have access to some hydroxy. What the fuck's it called?
Yeah, I do not.
Okay.
Surprisingly, we don't use that drug because it's not super safe. So nope, we don't have that.
Chloroquine, so. That's the one, isn't it? Yeah. Chloroquine.
Yeah. So
Marco.
Yeah, Marco, and I'm the other co-host on The Art of the Dive. Jake and I started our pod, just like quick for people that don't know. It's like we started our pod. Jake, was it like well, it's probably roughly the same time you guys started yours, a couple years ago, right?
2017, so the start of the 2017-18 season.
Yeah. So roughly the same time. I think we started a little after you guys, and yeah. So I'm actually by profession, I'm a soccer coach. That's what I do for a job. And so this is just kind of something fun that we do. And so, yeah, thanks. I mean, I guess to just say thanks for having us on. It's kind of fun.
Thanks for coming in and opening us going, mate.
We were trying to plan our time differences as well, like who's waking up and going to sleep at different times throughout the day. Obviously, Alex, who was on before you, is in New Zealand. He's the other side.
What are you guys doing at the moment? Because I know that you felt, because you did a pod the other day. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, it was the first. We actually hadn't podded for a while.
Yeah, there was you didn't feel the motivation to do it. I think it was a bit frustrated and stuff.
That was part of it was just like, not being motivated. Part of it was like, things here were a little, I mean, just like with you guys, right? It just got weird for a while.
Yeah.
And honestly, like my wife's in healthcare, and it was just like we were kind of looking after ourselves for a while, and we're in a weird state too. Like Jake was making jokes about Florida and how people don't believe in this pandemic situation, but like we deal with that here. I live up in Wisconsin, and we also deal with that here, and it's a weird thing. So yeah, we weren't super motivated, were we, Jake? We were just kind of taking care of ourselves, huh?
Yeah, I think a little bit of a break. Also, just dealing with all the other stuff, getting things in order. But it felt good to be back. It was good. I actually was thinking, we need to keep this going, maybe on a weekly basis until we get some soccer back.
Who runs the Twitter account, or is it both of you?
Marco.
Jake, tell them who runs it.
It's mostly Marco. Yeah, it's officially both.
Yeah.
Officially both.
Both.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's been the frustrated woman over the last week or so. But I've seen some retweets, and I like to tweet. I saw the other day, it was like, yeah, we're recording. I was like, yeah, good lads, do that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just get it out there and let your people know how you are as well. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing for us was just like reconnecting with some of the folks that we've developed good relationships with, and yeah, the other thing for us, I mean, the real reason we started the podcast was because Jake and I were college roommates. We played soccer together in college and spent way too much time together. And then Jake decided to leave me and move across the country. And so this was like a great excuse to keep in touch and talk about something that we loved. And so, yeah, I'm happy we're back on it. It's insane,
basically,
though, the number of
and record it and publish it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not very nice to Jake.
Is.
Yeah. And he deserves most of it, but it's nothing like, I mean, how do you guys, we were talking about it. How do you guys manage to turn out the number of pods that you guys do? I mean, you guys are constantly producing.
It helps to be in the same place every day together at work. I mean, if we weren't physically in the same place now,
Such and I have seen each other twice in 2 months.
Yeah, so prior to that, it helped be in the same place at the same time. But now, obviously, the situation being Zoom and stuff, and just getting it done. We don't edit anything, to be fair. Intro on, outro
the
done.
Fuck you think I'm doing, mate?
And Yeah, but honestly, like if you think about, we don't record for 2 hours and put 1 hour out. What you see is what you get. We literally mic's on.
Yeah, it doesn't get cut.
Half an hour later, it's out.
Boom,
so
go.
That helps a little bit. Just stick it out.
Yeah, I mean, it shows with your production quality. So.
You said it. You know, the first 50.
I think we just got slapped now.
No, Manchild got slapped. So Manchild's the one here who's allowed to. He didn't fucking turn up for the entire stream, did he, Manchild? So
I thought he was going to turn up today.
He said he was going to turn up, but he didn't.
Marco, who's your team?
Yeah, that's a good question. The joke that I always have is that my team is my FPL team. Whoever, that's who I end up cheering for. I grew up like as a lot of American kids without a team, and didn't have a team to support, and we weren't able to watch it. So in recent years, I've really enjoyed watching Wolves, mostly because I identify kind of with the way the club is structured and what they've done in terms of player development and rebuilding that club. So that's a team that I guess I could say is kind of my team, but I'm not a proper supporter like Jake is. He's a proper sad Arsenal fan through and through.
How he definitely be sad.
Yeah, just sad every day.
Jake, is that flag always there?
Well, actually, this room.
I'll tell you what, if you put it up for my benefit, you made a mistake, mate.
It's been up for a few weeks. Me and my wife just bought a house in September when we moved. First time homeowners, and so I've been working on this room since we moved in. And the wall behind you is not as impressive, but we actually built a brick wall facing in front of me, kind of from scratch, because there was some. It's 106-year-old house, and that probably doesn't seem old to I don't know, European houses, but I honestly don't know. Maybe it is, but a lot of
in Florida years, Jake, that's like a million years old.
Yeah, I mean, most houses in America are like, built recently, so this is a pretty old house. We live in a historic district, and there's a lot of issues that we've been fixing, which is what we've been doing while all of this has been going on.
So that's why you have the Arsenal flag.
Yeah, I mean, man cave, it's where I plan to walk.
Way, that's why the
fucking hole in a wall.
Right, we get it.
Yeah.
Shit, Marco, you must need to do some editing sometimes on the pod.
Yeah, never. No, never. Yeah.
Boys, thank you for joining us this morning. Marco, obviously your lockdown beard game is strong. We've had a few people that have jumped on today with strong beard games. But I think we've got someone that's
I've been working on it, trying to get it nice. My wife wants it gone though. So, and the hair too is like really long and out of control, but I don't know. I just have given up on myself during the quarantine.
Nice.
Hey, if you got hair and you can flaunt it, not all of us can say that, right? So take it, go with it.
Good.
I'm going to roll with it then, on your advice.
Just give a shout out to your Twitter handle so that anybody that's there who doesn't follow you can find you.
Yeah, it's DiveFPL is the Twitter handle, and then we've got divefpl.com. It's our website, and you can just find the podcast basically everywhere, right? Just like everybody else is now. So
can I add? And I wouldn't normally do this, but if you do like us, you might like the American version of them.
The thing that you guys have that is you can't learn is chemistry.
Brilliant chemistry, the two of you.
Abusive
really
chemistry. Abusive chemistry in a lot of ways. I feel for Jake sometimes, but I don't as well.
It's actually, I would say, in terms of comparable podcasts.
Yeah.
We are most like them.
I don't listen to many, but I listen to you guys as regular as
no,
I
it's
can.
not.
So
that's nice of you to say. And actually, yeah, we've received that
transfers or free hit or wild cards.
I love the abuse shit. By the way, I love it. Like more. That's like insulting Suj and stuff. I need more of that on Dive.
Yeah. So
well, I can be more brutal. I mean, I really can tear Jake down.
What was that hit again?
Yeah, it's to the point sometimes where it's like his 108-year-old house, right? You can only rip so much away when there's holes in the wall already.
Can I ask? Do you know the episode number?
Of the -80?
Yeah.
It's called Minus 80, the name of the episode. I couldn't tell you the number of the episode off the top of my head.
He's probably the greatest FPL podcast of all time.
It was.
I'm sorry,
good.
Jake.
Now
Take your
everyone's
flag
got
back.
to listen to it.
That's good.
We're gonna love you and leave you because we're gonna go from the most abusive American FPL podcast to the least abusive with Josh and Brandon are jumping on, and also Brandon that wants to come on, and his beard game is gonna fuck up everyone's beard game from.
I
lockdown.
know
It's gonna kill everyone. That's why we left him last. Honestly, that's why we left him last.
Why did you do that to me? I was hoping.
Oh, man.
We got you on first. Take it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, appreciate
Cheers,
it.
lads.
Guys, enjoy.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Take care.
See you guys. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Oi, oi.
Sorry to keep you up.
We go from one gooner in America to another gooner in America. I mean, how are you, lads?
Hello. Great. How are you guys? You guys are still awake, let alone us.
We're still here,
and
we're nearly there.
Loving the fact that you're here with us right at the end.
Yeah. What do you guys have, like 40 minutes left or something like that?
Josh, you look absolutely depressed.
Oh, I'm an old dad now. This is like, it's 12:20. I was playing with a 3-year-old all day in quarantine, so I'm like, I'm done.
How is quarantine in America?
Well, it's in New York, it's kind of awful, right? Because there's nothing to do. It's probably like
there are degrees of awfulness with the quarantine in New York. You talk to somebody who lives out in the country here in the States, and there truly is nothing to do. At least in New York City, we have plentiful delivery, grocery stores within walking distance. So, but I don't have a 3-year-old, so I have not a lot to complain about.
I know. I feel so scrubby. I mean, the last time I saw you guys, I was like, I was at the meetup in London, and I had like a nice. Like, I think I pressed all my clothes,
My fans are coming. I must look sharp today,
Well, yeah. Now it's like my hair is like shaggy. Good. It's like I know. I haven't cut my hair since before the trip.
Try staying awake for 24 hours. You look like shit.
I'm gonna ask a really silly question. Do we need to introduce these two?
Go on, do it. Just for the one person in the chat
who might not know, who's like the one guy in the chat who's like, who's these Americans?
Who's gonna do it?
Brandon, you can do it.
We are always cheating. I'm Brandon, and this is Josh. And yeah, you can find our podcast at alwayscheating.com. And we love Planet FPL.
Hung out with you guys both UK trips.
Yeah, we're going to be using that in advertising on Facebook and stuff.
I tried to get these guys tickets to Spurs at Wembley when they came over.
Wembley.
Oh yeah, I was getting it sorted, and then I was in the chat with the guys. I was like, yeah, I can get you sorted. And then after a couple of days, like, don't worry, James, we got it sorted. That was it. I was like, okay, I'll take the beer in Camden then.
That was our trip, October of 2018, I think it was, and
brilliant.
We had a meetup at I forget the name of the bar in Camden Town,
pub in
but
Camden. Yeah,
both of you guys came out. We'd never met you, and you guys were terrific. You were clearly hustlers, and look at you now.
That was the same day we met Steph and Tom,
and also
these guys that are selling beer nuts and all that. That was the
am
same
I right
day we
in
met
saying,
them for the first
guys, that since you two fuckers came over here, we ain't had no football?
Yes.
No. Yeah. We went to.
So you
came
right, okay.
We literally saw the last kicks of the season.
Yeah. The last 2 matches. Yeah. We were at Leicester. We were at the.
They were at Leicester Villa game on a Monday night. You were at the Manchester Derby on the Sunday.
Yep.
Where were you on the Saturday?
The Arsenal West Ham.
Sorry
Terrible
about
match.
that. Yeah. But Sunday and Monday must have been good.
Oh yeah.
How did you get all the tickets for the Manchester Derby?
You know how it is. You know.
We know a guy. It was all very like meet somebody in this nondescript location. He will discreetly slip us a ticket, and then we met up with him at halftime, returned the ticket, and we saw Scott McTominay score that wonder goal, and neither of us give a shit about Manchester. So I mean, the clubs anyway. But it was an amazing game and an amazing atmosphere, and it boggles the mind to watch these Bundesliga games and probably what we're going to be seeing now in the Premier League with no fans, to see what you're giving up there.
Well, just like, yeah, I mean, didn't you hug a complete stranger, Brandon, when McTominay scored that goal?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was like 3 days later, it was like the world shut down.
I'm going to look weird.
Exactly. It was a classic guys just needing to do something with their hands, so we just hugged.
Let me tell you, as someone who's been around the country in away ends, you often hug strangers. It's a doable thing.
Well, this is like the worst part for me is like handshakes, hugs. I mean, like that meetup was like we created like a melt, like what's the word, like a petri dish of like coronavirus. It was like 100 people in a basement in London, you know. So it's like because Sam from Family got it right. And didn't Jules Breach get it too? I think she may have.
Yeah, and we saw her on the FPL
the night
show
before. So
yeah, we are patient zero.
Yeah,
super
my
spreaders.
son was coughing a lot afterwards. Thanks,
Sam
guys.
definitely had it. I didn't know that Jules Breach had it. But Sam definitely.
They actually brought it from America to us.
Yeah, well, we didn't get it. Neither of us, as far as I know. You know, unless we just didn't show any symptoms.
We just have that Midwestern immune system. It just falls
dirt in our mouth, you know.
At the Manchester derby, one of you, I think, has footage of Martial's goal. Is that correct? I've seen that. Who was filming it?
I was filming it, and it was
Watch
brutal.
the football. Stop filming.
I know. You know, it's how it is.
We're content creators.
There's a level.
I thought it would be fun to have players in all the matches. You know, on the trip because the last UK trip, for whatever reason, I didn't have like any players in the matches. It's actually horrible. Like I wanted to just enjoy the matches, and I had transferred out Martial. That like going into that week.
Oh, even now.
Yeah. So yeah, I think so. It was. I was like, the worst was Brandon, the Leicester match.
Right.
Because,
right.
I brought in Jose Perez instead of Barnes.
Mm-hmm. That was the whole fiasco.
We
knew by the Leicester match we were definitely spreading the coronavirus.
We had Tom Campbell on this morning, utterly TC. Doing a quiz.
Mayor.
You guys didn't see that, I'm hoping.
Missed it, but I did see. I saw the tweets about it. Sounds like it was a pretty difficult one. Though.
Yeah,
one of the questions you asked about the last game before football ended was that Leicester game, and it was who got 2 assists in that game. Do you remember?
Ooh, that's a good question.
You were there.
He asked me today.
Well, Barnes got 1 assist because he drew the handball for the Vardy pen.
He had a goal, and didn't he have 2 goals and an assist?
He had a brace and an assist. So then, would it have been Perez? Goals. No, well, because you had Perez.
Didn't play.
So
Perez didn't play.
Lovely.
Ricardo Pereira.
We've got 33 minutes left till the end of the stream, boys. Just letting you know.
Just gonna list all their names off.
I know the answer.
What was it?
I know the answer.
Someone let the shit.
He's not a regular starter.
Oh, I remember who it was.
He's not a regular starter.
Not a regular starter. Oh, this is bothering me now. No, it couldn't have been Chowdhury, could it? Well, who had the assist on the Barnes
while
goal?
they're thinking about it, you can still donate to the Planet FPL Live 24-hour stream. If you go to my bio, I think Suj is, while these guys are thinking about it, he's going to copy the link into the stream again. And they probably won't get the answer in the next 32 minutes.
I feel bad just listing every player.
All right, I want to throw one more out. Mark Albrighton.
It was him, yes.
There we
Mark
go.
Albrighton. Josh wins.
I'll tell you what, I have been watching on YouTube these 25-minute classic highlight packages of Premier League matches, and I just watched the highlights of City Leicester when Robert Huth scored his brace, and Mark Albrighton. We've joked on Always Cheating a handful of times about how hilarious it was last season, how it seemed that Puel wanted to run the entire offense through Mark Albrighton, but you do forget during that title-winning season, Albrighton was just delicious crosses from either side of the pitch.
Yeah, and also, very importantly, obviously playing on the opposite side of Mahrez, they could shuffle along to to kind of compensate for Morris's lack of defensive ability to allow him to be the great player that he was that season for Leicester as well.
Prime Albrighton, yeah.
And he had a brilliant role to play. I mean, which one of them Leicester assets, you'll know better than us, were any of them more than 5.5 million?
Cheap.
That's a good question. Maybe Vardy.
Maybe 6.5.
Might have been 6. Yeah, Mahrez was 5.5 to start the season.
Did anybody finish that season without Vardy or Kane?
I remember, Josh, you were stubborn in bringing Jamie Vardy in, but it was hilarious. Stubborn FPL managers can wait a long time and miss the hauls, but you could have waited half a season and still got in early on Jamie Vardy.
It was like Mo Salah a couple of years ago. It was like, I feel like it wasn't until like that first year Mo Salah was in the league. It was like February before everyone
the golden boot.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it was. It was like I think it was that.
How long can it keep going for before?
Yeah.
I will never forget where I was when he scored that goal through De Gea to get the consecutive goal record. It was at Woodwork, this bar in Prospect Heights, Brooklyn, around the corner from me, an Arsenal bar. Terrible fans showed up every weekend.
Yeah, you ain't wrong, mate.
But it's closed now. I mean, it would have been closed after the shutdown.
Obviously,
anyway.
mate, they weren't going to fill it.
This bar will be closed for like 20 more years, and Brandon will still talk about the fans there. It's like some of this every time we hang out, this gets brought up.
But James, we talk about the Black Horse, our beloved Brooklyn headquarters. It's a proper Spurs bar. The owner is a Spurs fan from North London. You'd love it. You have to come to New York, both you and Suj, and come.
I'm already loving that.
Yep.
The number of cities that are in the queue to try and do a Planet FPL live or a meetup is just getting bigger. But New York's just too easy, man. It's just
it sounds
6
like
hours
fun,
across.
though.
I've been 3 or 4 times now across to New York. Love it.
Yeah, you were talking about coming. I feel like you were maybe going to come this year before.
I still want to. Now, obviously, this has been a bit of a cock up. We've got a year of celebrations, my 10-year wedding anniversary and my 40th in October, November. So if the world frees up, I want to be there for the election day. It's always the first weekend in November, right? Election day.
Yeah.
It's going to be
a Tuesday.
Yeah,
a glorious election day or a terrible one.
I'm hoping for the glorious one. So I want to be there for that. I was there in 2008.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, because the marathon is always the first weekend in November as well, and I ran it in 2008. So I was there for Obama winning and the marathon at the same time, and that was a wicked few days to have that.
We were in the East Village 2008 when that happened.
Nice. You got interviewed by some Australian journalist.
I was on Australia's version of ABC. I guess you guys don't know what that is. It's like a national.
Did you mention the podcast?
Yeah,
didn't exist.
Yeah,
my name's Josh from Always Sheep.
I also
feels like we've been around that long.
I also made it onto Australian news this year.
Oh yes, you did with your VAR rant. The video that you did about VAR.
Yeah,
I remember
Australian news picked it up quite randomly.
Yeah, that was in the fall, right? Was that in the fall?
After the Sheffield United
it was October, November time. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Oh,
God, yeah.
I almost forgotten those.
When you hate VAR, when you hate VAR so much, you're angry that your opposition has had a goal disallowed.
I do hate it. I hate it so much that there are times when I worry that it's gonna drive me just away, because it drives me so bonkers, But make it better.
Divisive to say, but it's a little bit like talking about politics too. Like we've gone so far down this hole of partisan politics and all of that. Like I'm sick of talking about it because it's just too painful.
I'm not weirdly. My anger has it's unquenchable
until it returns, and we're talking about that again.
Yeah,
that's the reality.
Yeah, I watched some Bundesliga today. I watched the Dortmund match, which was pretty good, and a little bit of the Bayern match. It was you get. I mean, I think it'll work in the Premier League. I think that you get used to it after a weekend or two, and it's it's not ideal, obviously, but I think it's fine. I mean, it's better than nothing. It really is. You
guys are covering the German football in your pods at the moment, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
As much as we can.
Yeah. We're no experts,
Listen, we'll attempt anything. We've left that one to you. We've actually said on our pods, listen to the cheaters. They're doing that's crack on.
Well,
we're doing our best.
We're leaning into our our new fandom, I guess, and it's similar when building a Bundesliga fantasy team. Is you just have to embrace. It's kind of a good antidote to FPL, where we're so entrenched in the players and the narratives and the data. To jump into the Bundesliga fantasy game has been fun because I don't know, and I'm taking risks and playing it for fun.
I was saying to Brandon earlier, it's like it's good perspective because it's like if my wife suddenly decided to play FPL, and it's like she knows like 30 players, like she knows like a handful of people, right? She knows Harry Kane, she knows like whoever, and so she would just like put like the 5 players she knows in her team, and then just fill it up with other people, and that's kind of what I'm doing with fantasy Bundesliga too, and then you sort of like, but of course I'm also like I'm doing stuff that she would never do, like like reading like roundups of fantasy Bundesliga differentials.
And, she's not studying, no.
It's sadly no. Yeah, I've never been able to. Do you guys' wives play FPL? I've never been able to get my wife to do it.
The wife does have a team.
Okay.
She regularly beats me. What happens is about an hour before the deadline, she says, "What I need to do," and invariably I give her the perfect transfer every week, but I don't give myself this same perfect transfer.
It's a little bit like having an FPL podcast, right, guys? So it's somehow when you're looking at your own team, all your biases come to bear. But when you're giving advice, whether it's on the podcast or to your wife or to your friends, you're unburdened from all of that, and suddenly you're giving really terrific advice. And that's why, like Josh, you always say on the podcast, we're like tennis coaches. We're not actually playing tennis for you, but we're just trying to give you the tools to play yourself. And that's always the way it seems to work.
I think my advice is shit.
Yeah, we'll go with that as well.
Yeah.
We're definitely not going down the expert route.
You can't do it.
Not in a game like this.
I think it's hard to pull off. Like I feel like only a handful of people can really do the expert thing and pull it off. I think it's way better off if you're just like having fun.
Well, I don't know. There's three people on this conversation who've been on the old FPL show, and I'm just gonna
probably have higher ranks than you.
I'm just gonna back off for a minute here.
So, what time is it where you guys are? Remind me, is it like 12:30 at night?
12:36.
Oh man,
I'm usually up. I'm usually up at this hour anyway.
To catch games, you can catch.
Where are you both in America? For the guys who might not know,
we're both in New York City. We live in Brooklyn, and we both have day jobs that take us into Manhattan. And that's where we get all of our podcast listening done. I'm not listening to any podcasts right now because I usually listen to everything on the subway when I go in and come back home. But yeah, being in New York City is a wild time right now, just like you guys in London. It's
how long have you two know each other?
Oh, there's a story
20
there.
years. Yeah, we dated the same girl in college. And
I'll let you do the story if you can raise enough money in the next 23 minutes.
Has any money come through since we started talking?
We're up to about £4,650.
No one cares.
We've bled everyone dry in the last 24
Fair
enough.
Not at all. With 23 minutes. Give me a total up while I've got the cheaters on.
Let me put this charging cable.
Oh God!
Let's do it.
We got to charge something to get a total. 23 minutes, 22 minutes to go.
Okay.
Come on, everyone out there watching. You just pull up the seat cushions, find some change.
Just take your mum's credit card.
4748, James.
That's close.
4748.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, so that's a big jump from like even
I'm
like
done.
Yeah, I was tracking the last hour or so.
I'm getting the card out. Fuck this shit.
Just wait till the end.
I ain't fucking. I'm telling you, I'm not fucking. 22 minutes. You need how much money?
I'll tell you in 15 minutes.
Whatever money we're missing in 15 minutes, I'm paying.
So it's around £5,000 was an immense amount of money to even think about raising, man. I thought, we'll stick to a good run, and the community always comes together, and today's been pretty mad. We had a lot of donations based off Champman FPL. You boys are playing or not playing?
No, not playing. I'm playing the virtual FPL game on the FPLlive.com, I think is the website, which has been fun. But the Champman, I actually know nothing about it, to be honest.
Championship like Football Manager, like that stuff is just like has never really crossed the pond, you know. And so like I know like Tom Cantle I know is like a big Champ Man person too, and or was, or like, you know, he played or Football Manager, that is. But
what happened to Tom? Is he passed?
He's still here.
Brandon, he was talking to us about 4 hours ago. As far as I know, he's fine.
I did talk about him like he was dead. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
It's a shame. It's a shame about Tom. Wonderful guy.
Oh, gents. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks, lads.
Oh, our pleasure. Yeah,
seeing us through the final hours. You know what
I really hope the fun. Yeah. I think you're going to get there. I feel.
I do as well. I know James is desperate to get.
I'm telling you now, we're hitting the target because I'm going to fucking pay for it.
So
yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, amazing effort, guys. Yeah, love the pod. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Same.
Let us know if you ever come to New York. All right, see you later, guys.
Defo, I want to be in that bar.
I'll be staying in your spare room, Josh. Don't worry about it.
Please do. Yeah. All right. See you guys.
See you later,
guys.
Bye.
Thanks so much.
Thanks. Cheers.
Lads. Fucking legends. Jesus Christ. Is there anyone we ain't fucking had on this fucking stream today and we still ain't at target? Fucking
we've
people.
Been on long enough, mate. James is worried we're not going to hit our target.
I ain't worried about it because I'm telling you, we are hitting the target. There is no fucking issue.
We are now into the final 20 minutes. I want people just to jump in the chat and tell us the funniest, best moments of the day. Come and remind us. These headphones are coming off. I want to start just rolling out a sleeping bag. I think I need to fucking curl up in a ball for a little while before we even think about getting out of here.
So we got 19 minutes to go.
Yeah.
We got 19 minutes to go. It's not a bad fucking. Genuinely, how much money are we short?
Not much.
I'm serious. How much money?
Yeah,
are
but
we
you
short?
don't have to put it in now.
I'm fucking putting it in.
Yeah, there's other people that will put it in. Everyone DM James, tell him he doesn't need to donate yet. But you can donate whatever you like. Wait till the world wakes up and they realise that there's 24 hours of video of them to watch. And especially once I slice up that bit where you piss yourself for about 5 minutes and we release that, we'll get the donations.
How much money are we short? As I need to know.
250 quid.
All right, cool. Here's where we're at. There's 18 minutes to go. You got 15 minutes to fucking find me 250 quid or I'm putting in 250 quid. As simple as that. Because I ain't fucking leaving here until there's $5 grand in that fucking account. I'm telling you straight now. So go and hunt whoever you need to fucking hunt. I'm done playing. I've been here for 23 hours and 45 minutes.
Tell us. Everybody's...
If I end up...
Yeah.
If I end up... I'm serious. If I end up 200 quid short, I'm a fucking rage. So I'm just putting the money in. It's not happening. There's no way we ain't hitting that target.
It's time to down those remaining beers. They're all empty, mate. There's none left. Steve-O's coming on a Nagasaki motorbike. Steve-O coming on. They were the highlights of the day. People are putting in after Champ Man Paul Meehan says he knows people that are putting in more money in.
Yeah, do it now. I don't want to put 250 quid in. I'm going to put in whatever's the shortfall. That's exactly where I'm at. Well, what's the people saying on YouTube?
Are you all running up Nagasaki, mate, and your Japanese geography? He's just calling you out on that.
That was class. I'm going to go for a wee, and then we're going to finish with a little... What's happening on... Those who are supporting us on YouTube and still with us, like, immense, man.
Oh,
fucking love it. So, but, like, seriously, go and fucking wake your mum up and put some money in the account. That's it. Oh, shit.
We are really well and truly in the final stretch now. Been live streaming for that long. Immense. It has been immense. James is at it enough. I need to pack up all my shit. Get in a cab and get home by like 7 o'clock. Curl up in a ball and fall asleep. I almost had a coffee about 3 or 4 hours ago. Now I'm really glad I didn't, because otherwise I'd be dead. 43. It's now really, really painful watching these minutes go down. Jump in and ask any questions. Pirlo's Pen morning. This stream will go down in history. Thank you, Harbour Boy. Really appreciate it. Hippo07 Legendary saying Emma chatting about Germany was really interesting. What a day. Andrew Daly says he's donating shortly. Donated again. You'll get there. Are we doing Zoom call-ins? We're done now, Sham, with the Zoom call-ins. Final 17 minutes. I can't be asked to reset the Zoom. Oh, is people still jumping in on the stream? Tom from WGTA jumping on with some good drinking was fun as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You boys rock. Pictionary was gold. Yeah, Pictionary was funny if James wasn't so shit at it. We're getting there. We're getting there. So, thank you everybody that jumped on today. Oh, can't believe it's been 24 hours. But it's not even been 24 hours. Because I was up for an hour and a half before that. So, I'm now up for 25 and a half hours. And it'll be another hour before I get home. So that's 26 and a half hours. Fucking hell. And that's an effort. That is an effort. So let me give a shout out while I can to a few people that helped us. Manchild, the producer, definitely needs a shout out. He didn't come to the studio today to social distance, but we didn't need him, to be honest with you. He set up all the mics and all the audio, and him alongside Chris, FPL captain, getting the graphics working, getting the Zoom working, getting everything streaming out and working all right was an absolute effort and a mission. What you see is like this much of the screen. Behind here is an absolute sea and mess of cables and wires and testing, and we were here till 8:30 yesterday when I wanted to go to sleep by 9 o'clock. So yeah, Manchild deserves a massive shout out, as does Captain, who did all the graphics for us as well, getting us there. Immense effort from everybody. Right. Let's see if there's questions. Am I a marathon runner? I've run 4 in my life. Tomo bigging himself up. It was the Blades fella who came on.
I have an important announcement.
Yes.
My favourite person in this whole community is Ben Miller.
Why?
Because he just donated £100.
Oh, what a ledge. My shit's not refreshing anymore. It's fucked.
Which means I only have to donate £150.
Now, other people have said in the chat that they've donated as well. But I can't see the total because it's not fucking refreshing. James, anyone you want to thank?
Everybody, everybody, particularly everybody in the chat today, everybody who fucking come on the show. I'd also, especially more than anybody else, like to thank you, Suj.
Oh, thank you very much.
For being a fucking don for the last 24 hours, mate. Thank you.
I feel fresh. To be fair, I've drunk a quarter of what you drunk, so fair play. But yeah, feeling fresh and ready to rock and roll. See that number underneath the 46? See that number?
We done it.
5198.
Yes.
52.
Yes.
Danny's sick of it.
Yes.
Always cheating stuck on.
Stop donating. We've done it.
No, keep it going. We'll do what you want to. Guys, you're too kind. Everybody that's jumped on and donated towards the NHS.
Yes, I put my card money away. I'm going to take my wallet back. Ben Miller, I'm going to get on YouTube.
And everybody that jumped on right at the end. The boys from Always Cheating chucked 100 quid on just now.
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Danny Sikovic chucked it. Oh, guys, you're just immense.
Oh, wow. Oh, genuinely, it's done.
Yeah. I mean, have you got the chat in front of you? How would they feel about just watching us lie here like in this position for about 7 minutes?
They're good with it, mate. They're fucking... we done it. I'm so fucking happy.
That's fucking stupid. To think about doing a 24-hour live stream and have £5,000. That was pretty fucking stupid.
I was generally going to record a video and tag my mum in. And so, mum...
Help. I don't... Yeah. I don't think I was very confident we were going to do it.
Is it? It's done.
It's done.
Wow.
But we're still streaming.
Celebrate good times. Come on. It's all right. We ain't kidding the stream. Fancy going till 7. That's a fucking amazing. Oh my god, so much love to all of you. I'm so fucking pleased. I can't afford it. That's fucking wicked. To do that as well with like what? How long we got to go? I mean the clock's wrong. We've only got 10 minutes to go. Do you know what? I'm gonna fucking hang around till 10 past. Yeah, fuck it. What wicked. I'm so fucking wrecked. As in, I'm so tired. I hope that everybody in the chat, Suj is like, we got the money. He's got them fucked off. I hope that everybody has enjoyed this. I think it's the best thing we've ever done. And I'm so fucking pleased. I'm so pleased that we've done it. So, it's £5,000 in a scheme of a charity that's raising, I think it's 23 million or so. But you all know what's going on and whatnots, and they're going to put the money in the right places, and it gets spreads over several charities and whatnots, and it's our little bit of giving back to shit we're fucking in, and we can do it, and we've done it, and you've done it, and that's fucking wicked. And I'm go home now and fucking hug my son. I don't even care if he's sleeping. I'll pick him up, cuddle him, wake the bastard up. And then I'm going to sleep. I might even order a kebab. Nah, kidding, I ain't ordering a kebab. But to all the nice people, just all the people in the comments and stuff, overwhelmed. Because I never... Actually, that's a lie. I knew we could do it. I didn't think that we could do it. Instead, you said five. It's like $5,000. Are you mad? $5,000. We've done it. That's... Yeah. Give my cap. Yeah, we done that shit. We done that shit.
Let's see what's on YouTube for the final few minutes.
Lots of comments. If I start reading them, I'm going to start fucking crying.
7 minutes, mate. Oh. Check if there's any Ubers in the area, mate. First thing I need is a fucking taxi.
Well, there is a small problem.
Yeah.
Clock's wrong. Apparently we're about 17 minutes ago, and I'm... Well, you can fuck off.
Who said we got 17 minutes ago?
Well, the clock's wrong.
On where?
On a clock.
On the TV?
On a clock. On the clock, there's 16 minutes to go.
Mine says 23:53.
What, on that? On YouTube?
Yeah, 23:53.
What? Mine says 23:44.
Ah, James, you're behind. You're not live on the stream, mate.
What are you talking about ain't live?
You're not up to date.
Oh, shit, I'm not.
James is going to sit here for another fucking 10 minutes.
I was
more.
what? I was genuinely going, I ain't leaving till that clock hits 24 minutes. We are 6 minutes. Now we can celebrate. I'm watching it back now because we're on a delay. We are 6 minutes away from 24 hours. I'm also overwhelmed by the amount of people that are still fighting it out with us, and so many familiar names
for fucking hours
who like have been here with us for so much of this journey.
You're amazing.
Alex Ball, has the 5,000 total been hit?
Yes.
The answer is yes. We've done it.
5.
Thank you so much to anybody. What are we on, Suj?
Over 5,200 now.
5,200, Suj is telling me we have done. We are, yeah.
Plenty.
We've smashed it.
Big week this week as well. It's like, this is done. I'm going to rest it out. It's Sunday. I have no concept of what day or date it is. But then we've got Premier League all sorted, starting back up again.
Do you know what? This is the best thing we've ever done.
The 24-hour live stream.
This right now. No, even just hitting that total.
Oh yeah.
It's a phenomenal total.
It's a lot of money actually. It's a lot of money.
It's mad, and that's all on you.
That's
all on the FPL community.
Yeah.
Raheem Sterling shit. Champ man FPL. From being at Steph in the morning.
Yeah, it's mad.
To bringing on Dive and cheaters at the end. Immense.
Yeah, massive.
Immense. And do you know what? I'll tell you all fucking truthful. I've so enjoyed this.
Oh, it's been so easy. Relatively easy.
Look at bad man. This is so
not
easy.
so easy that we're going to do it again.
This time next week. I say, listen, I think it's the people that make us.
I'm just blown away how many. Yeah, shut up.
Yeah, shut up, sir, you bitch.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many that there's like at least 50 people that have been here throughout the whole fucking day, or at least like 70% of it. It's mad.
We got people like James Alappin's joined back in. John, it's been so much
nice
fun.
To see you all
Ben Miller. I was out in the corridor. This is no word of lie. I was out in the corridor. I was about to record a video and put it out on Twitter because I didn't know what else to do. I was like, I can't afford this, and I was about to put a video out. I go, you stupid bastards! We're 250 quid short, and I saw a DM pop up from Ben. He went £100 invoice. I was like, fucking hell! What's $100?
In pounds, about 80, 90.
All right, it's not £100, 80 quid. But yeah, even still, amazing gesture, Ben. Thank you so much. To everybody saying well done, immense. I think with a couple of minutes to go, never underestimate the power of this community. It's not about us. It's about all of you.
James said it.
Never underestimate what all of us can do together. I know there's so many Champ Man FPL people in here. When good people come together, good things happen. And I didn't think we could hit that. I did not think. So. You didn't?
Nah.
You prick! So why did you set it so high?
Well, why be ambitious? It's a good target, but I didn't think we'd hit it. I thought we'd get close, but we're here.
I'm proud. Is that alright? Is that alright to feel like that?
You should be proud.
Is that alright?
Can we go to sleep now? Fuck's sake.
No. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Get live, kids. Throw the most stupid question into the chat and I'll read out the most stupid one. It doesn't have to be stupid. You can ask me a real question. Throw it into the chat. Let's get our Suj James going. Thank you, everybody who's passing on the congrats and stuff. It is a very small amount of money in the scheme of shit, but this FPL community pulled it out the bag, mate.
Mad things.
We should never underestimate them, mate. I guess is the moral of the story. Can I tell you something disgusting?
Yeah.
I'd go for another hour.
Huh.
He's like, no, fuck that.
I think we're done. I think we're done. The clock on YouTube is 30 seconds behind. The YouTube's 30 seconds behind us anyway, so what's over there is already a minute ahead.
With the clock that I'm looking at on YouTube is the guys will be in the last minute.
52, 53, 54. Is that yours?
David W said, James, this or Harry better. Fuck the donation. It's my son. Alex Ball says, ask Suj James 48 hours next year. This is where you and me give ourselves big problems by putting ourselves out there. Silly.
Right, guys.
We're ending
the stream. Share the stream with everyone.
30 seconds or so.
And we'll do a...
we do a countdown, but we can't actually see the clock countdown. So can someone do it in the chat if it's 10, 9 or some shit?
I didn't know.
Say you're done 24 hours or...
Yeah. How awesome this would be. But thank you, everybody. We'll be back on Monday with more content, and we'll be telling you...
We fucking will.
We'll be telling you about what's going on with football. We're also going to do some behind the scenes, like the after show once we recover from this, just back on all our thoughts on this as well. So it just leaves me to say stay safe. Ciao for now.
Are you actually shouting it?
Yeah, say it.
Well, I'm not shutting it because the chat's gone mental. We are 24 hours done. I love you all. Thank you so much. I'm going to bed. So Suj. Not together, but quite frankly, if we wanted to go together, I'd probably do it. I love you all. We are done. Ciao. Boom. All that. Lock me off.